Chapter 751, Evolution. Chapter 751, Evolution. Translator, Zayamoj. With a thought from Yang Feng, the gold horn on his head released gold light, and the level 1 spell Gold Force activated and enveloped him at once. Boosted by Gold Force, Yang Feng's physique strengthened by more than twofold. His figure fluttered, and he appeared next to a junior Abyssal Fiend. Next his right hand blurred, stabbed the opponent in the chest, and dug out its heart. After killing the junior Abyssal Fiend in a flash, Yang Feng, like a cheetah, rushed towards the remaining junior Abyssal Fiends and dug out their heart one by one. When the last junior Abyssal Fiend saw Yang Feng appear in front of it, it froze stiff from fright and screamed, "I was sent by Sir Paimon to recruit soldiers. If you kill me, Sir Paimon won't let you get away with this." Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Soldier recruitment? Is Sir Paimon a great fiend? To recruit subordinates, great fiends send their men to the Abyssal River. Once junior Abyssal Fiends are born, they will be captured by the great fiends and become their subordinates." The junior Abyssal Fiend threatened with a fierce expression. "Yes, Sir Paimon is a great fiend. He is the #1 powerhouse subordinated to the mighty Abyssal Lord Baron Merton. Let me go, or else Sir Paimon will definitely kill you." Yang Feng's eyes flashed, and a smile of excitement adorned his lips. "Soldier recruitment. Interesting, there should be an advanced Abyssal Fiend leading you. What is its name? What is its race? What abilities does it possess? Speak or die." Although Yang Feng's gold-horned avatar has tremendous potential, but it also requires a tremendous amount of resources to evolve. By consuming an advanced Abyssal Fiend, he can evolve into an intermediate Abyssal Fiend. The junior Abyssal Fiend spoke with an alarmed expression. "Our leader is called Xuanhuan, an Osean fiend proficient in bone spells. Abyssal Fiends are most unprincipled creatures. Except for a small number of Abyssal Fiends, the rest don't know the meaning of loyalty. Betrayal, murder, deceit, those are the essence of Abyssal Fiends." Yang Feng asked coldly, "How many subordinates are with him? Are there intermediate Abyssal Fiends among them?" The junior Abyssal Fiend answered, "Sir Xuanhuan brought 100+ people here to carry out the recruitment. According to past practice, there should be 5 subordinates by his side, 2 of which should be intermediate Abyssal Fiends." Yang Feng glanced at the junior Abyssal Fiend and said frigidly, "Your speech is rather clear. Not bad, I like you. Do you want to be my subordinate?" The junior Abyssal Fiend knelt directly on thee and proclaimed loudly, "Greetings, master." Yang Feng glanced at the junior Abyssal Fiend and smiled. He understands that this junior Abyssal Fiend is completely unreliable, clinging to whoever is strong. But now that Yang Feng has no manpower, he can only use this junior Abyssal Demon. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Take me to see Xuanhuan. Say that you want to offer it a succubus youngling." The junior Abyssal Fiend turned its eyes and warned, "Master, you want to see Xuanhuan? It is an advanced Abyssal Fiend." Yang Feng looked at the junior Abyssal Fiend meaningfully and said flatly, "An Osean fiend is nothing more than food for me." The junior Abyssal Fiend glanced at the gold horn on Yang Feng's head and flattered, "Master, you are a paragon in the world. Before you, everyone is an ant, unfit to be your opponent. Gold-horned are fearsome abyssal creatures that can compare with abyssal demonic dragons, abyssal evil spirits, and backed fiends." The junior Abyssal Fiend doesn't dare to oppose Yang Feng overtly. 30 kilometers west of the Abyssal River, there are 6 Abyssal Fiends sitting in a spacious cave. The leader, an advanced Abyssal Fiend, is covered with a thick layer of bone armor that has sharp thorns on the joints, is 2 meters tall and has a hideous face, which looks like a mixture of a human face and a horse face. This advanced Abyssal Fiend is the Osean Xuanhuan. The junior Abyssal Fiend brought Yang Feng and the succubus youngling to the cave and shouted, "Sir Xuanhuan, it is I, Munch. I found a gold-horned and a succubus youngling near the Abyssal River." "A succubus youngling?" Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes brightened at once. His gaze landed on Chloris standing beside Yang Feng, and his eyes surged with a faint, lewd gleam. Born from the negative force of the countless planes, Abyssal fiends are the embodiment of bloodthirst, avarice, lust, and other desires. Although an Osean like Cucurina doesn't resemble a human, but it can also appreciate the beauty and charm of succubi. The eyes of the other 5 abyssal fiends also focused on Chloris and filled with of greed and lust. Cucurina extended his tongue like a lizard, licked his lips, and said excitedly, "I will have fun with the succubus youngling for 3 days, then I'll let you have fun with her. Don't kill her, or else I'll eat you." "Yes, great!" The abyssal fiends next to Cucurina roared excitedly. In the endless abyss, most abyssal fiends are male, while female abyssal fiends are rare. The proliferation of abyssal fiends is supported by the abyssal rivers. Consequently, many abyssal fiends have no choice but to mate with female abyssal demonic creatures, giving birth to bizarre creatures. Most of the female abyssal fiends are very beautiful, and succubi are the most beautiful among them. Chloris recoiled fearfully. Despite this, she unconsciously exuded a trace of seduction, making her look more beautiful and alluring. The eyes of the abyssal fiends gradually turned red. "Wait a minute. She is my possession." The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed and boosted him with the level 1 spell gold force, and he strode towards Cucurina, an unruly expression on his face. "Your possession? For a mere junior abyssal fiend to provoke me, what an idiot. Then go to hell." A fierce ray flashed in Cucurina's eyes. It raised its right hand and fired 5 sharp bone spurs shooting towards Yang Feng like artillery shells. Yang Feng's left hand suddenly flashed brightly, and a palm-sized gold shield appeared. He inclined the shield slightly and deflected the bone spurs. Next he appeared in front of Cucurina, pierced Cucurina's heart with his hand, operated Devour secret method, and absorbed the power inside the other party. Seeing this scene, Munch was stunned, unable to believe its eyes. So strong! How come it's so strong? Goldhorn sure are terrifying entities at the same level as dragon and ghost-type abyssal fiends. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. Kill it! After it processed the situation, the eyes of an intermediate abyssal fiend flashed fiercely, and it rushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger and fired a gold arrow. In a flash, the arrow pierced through the intermediate abyssal fiend and nailed it to the ground. The other intermediate abyssal fiend turned around and ran away. It just started running, when another gold arrow stabbed it through the heart. "Spare me, sir! Spare me! Do not kill me! Sir! Spare me!" The countenance of the other 3 junior abyssal fiends suddenly changed dramatically, and they knelt on the ground and pleaded with Yang Feng. Abyssal fiends are most unprincipled entities. They only obey the strong. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Munch, from now on, you will be the team leader of these 3. Munch replied even more respectfully, "Yes, master." After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Feng fully devoured Cucurina and evolved into an intermediate abyssal fiend. He swept the 2 intermediate abyssal fiend corpses with his gaze and said lightly, "Chloris, eat those too." Gazing at the 2 intermediate abyssal fiend corpses, Chloris revealed a ray of excitement. "Yes, master. If she consumes the 2 corpses, Chloris can evolve into a mature succubus. These are abyssal soul coins." Yang Feng took a pouch made of fiend leather at the waist of the advanced abyssal fiend. Inside the leather pouch he found 30+ white and 2 gray abyssal soul coins. Abyssal soul coins are the universal currency in the endless abyss. After cutting and breaking down the soul of an ordinary person, abyssal fiend lords can obtain a silver abyss soul coin. 1,000 white soul coins can be exchanged for 1 gray soul coin. 1,000 gray soul coins can be exchanged for 1 silver soul coin. 1,000 silver soul coins can be exchanged for 1 gold soul coin. And 1,000 gold soul coins can be exchanged for 1 low-grade soul stone. When advanced abyssal fiends promote to great fiends and great fiends promote to abyssal fiend lords, they need to absorb the power of soul coins. Additionally, only by devouring the soul and power of enemies, by winning countless battles, can you gain the favor of Abyss, accept the baptism of abyssal force, and advance in rank. Next he went to capture the other junior abyssal fiend subordinates of the advanced abyssal fiend before returning quickly. After he killed a few of them, The remaining junior Abyssal Fiends chose to submit to Yang Feng. Chapter 752, Slaying Paimon. Chapter 752, Slaying Paimon. Translator, Xuanhuan. There are many dangers in the endless abyss. There are demonic creatures and abyssal fiends everywhere, and slaughter is the norm. But there are also cities here, which abyssal lords build and develop into their power. Within their city, abyssal lords are equivalent to an emperor, controlling the fate of countless creatures. In addition to the cities of abyssal lords, there are also some abyssal fiend gathering places of different sizes. Abyssal fiend gathering places are domains that advanced abyssal fiends have established after subduing some junior abyssal fiends. Abyssal fiend gathering places wage war among themselves. By fighting frantically among themselves, they evolve continuously until they eventually become great fiends. The top characters among the newly born great fiends will build a city of their own and continue slaughtering, or respond to the summons of an alien plane. They will try their best to gain the favor of Abyss and transform into an Abyssal Lord, an Abyssal Fiend Baron. This is the path that Abyssal Fiends take to advance in rank. It is fairly simple for an Abyssal demonic creature to evolve into a junior Abyssal Fiend. As long as they slaughter and devour other demonic creatures, they can evolve all the way to a junior Abyssal Fiend. However, it is rather difficult for a junior Abyssal Fiend to evolve into a great fiend. Even one great fiend may not be born from among 100,000 junior abyssal fiends. Only by fighting on the bloody battlefield and slaughtering countless enemies can junior abyssal fiends promote to great fiends and even abyssal lords. Yang Feng gazed at a small abyssal fiend gathering place from a nearby hillside. There are 200+ junior abyssal fiends with strange shapes standing behind, who are subordinates Yang Feng has subdued. Standing beside Yang Feng is Chloris, and she is dressed in a simple leather coat. She has grown from an 8 or 9-year-old lowly to a stunning beauty with 1.65 meters in height, a pair of succubus wings on her back, and a curvaceous figure, exuding temptation from head to toe. The junior abyssal fiends looked at Chloris with traces of greed in their eyes. But as soon as their eyes fell on Yang Feng, fear and apprehension flashed in their eyes. The advanced abyssal fiend Cucurna had gathered 400+ junior abyssal fiends as subordinates, and more than 100 of them have already died at Yang Feng's hands. In this abyssal fiend troop, Yang Feng, who exudes intermediate abyssal fiend aura, is the strongest entity. Yang Feng pointed towards the small abyssal fiend gathering place. Attack! The 200+ junior abyssal fiends immediately charged towards the small abyssal fiend gathering place like a tide. In the endless abyss, there are as many fiends as there are stars in the sky. There is no end to them no matter how many you kill. Moreover, fiends are chaotic by nature, making it virtually impossible to train them into an orderly army. Thus chaotic combat is the norm. 400+ junior abyssal fiends poured out from the small abyssal fiend gathering place and engaged with the enemy junior abyssal fiends. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed, and he cast the spell Gold Force, and a great force enveloped him. Then he rushed into the battlefield, slammed a fist into a junior abyssal fiend, and smashed open a huge bloody hole on the other party's chest. As soon as the enemy abyssal fiends approached, Yang Feng killed with a punch. He rushed towards the depths of the gathering place like a tank. Die! A mixed-breed advanced abyssal fiend shot out from the gathering place and rushed towards Yang Feng with a roar. Yang Feng smiled ferociously, then his figure shook, and he rushed in front of the advanced abyssal fiend, stabbed the other party in the chest with a clawed hand, scooped out its heart, and then operated Devour secret method and devoured the power of the advanced abyssal fiend. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. The advanced abyssal fiend struggled for a moment. Then its body turned into ashes inch by inch, its eyes overcome with fear. When the other junior abyssal fiends saw this scene, their eyes revealed a look of alarm, and they retreated, not daring to approach Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the many junior abyssal fiends. A fearsome ray flashed in his eyes, and he said fiercely, "Your leader is dead. From now on, I am your new leader. Is there anyone dissatisfied with this arrangement?" "Greetings, leader." The surrounding junior abyssal fiends glanced at Yang Feng, then knelt on the ground and chose to surrender. Yang Feng walked towards the depths of the gathering place alone, entered a spacious stone house, opened a dark room, and found a great fiend heart. That advanced Abyssal Fiend had no understanding of masking. As such, the fluctuations of power of the great fiend heart could not escape the perception of a gold horn such as Yang Feng. Much like the power of human warlocks is concentrated in their soul core, so the power of Abyssal Fiends is concentrated in their heart. My luck is rather good. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he grabbed the great fiend heart, operated Devour secret method, and devoured it. In an instant, Yang Feng's body gleamed and expanded by a size, and he evolved into an advanced Abyssal Fiend. It would take years or even decades for an ordinary advanced Abyssal Fiend to fully consume a great Abyssal Fiend heart. For Yang Feng to be able to devour the power a great fiend heart this easily, this showcases how fearsome Devour secret method is. Yang Feng felt the changes in his body and mused. If it was an ordinary horn that used Devour secret method and absorbed this heart, it would be able to evolve into a great fiend. But a gold horned is different. It needs at least 5 great fiend or 100 advanced Abyssal Fiend hearts to evolve into a great fiend. Before long, Yang Feng plundered the wealth of the gathering place clean. Next he took the 400+ surviving Abyssal Fiends to attack another gathering place. As Yang Feng attacked one gathering place after another, his power continued to increase. A few days later, 1,000+ Abyssal Fiends rushed towards a gathering place like a tide. Yang Feng is riding an Abyssal Demon horse. The succubus Chloris is riding an identical Abyssal Demon horse. Among the 1,000+ Abyssal Fiends, there are 10 intermediate Abyssal Fiends. Yang Feng has killed and devoured all the advanced Abyssal Fiends he encountered. Although Yang Feng is tyrannically powerful, but he also needs minions to collect resources, maintain order, and suppress enemies. While riding the Abyssal Demonic horse, Yang Feng brandished the 2-meter-long bone scythe and cut the enemy Abyssal Fiends that blocked his way in two. An empty space formed within a 2-meter radius of Yang Feng. No Abyssal Fiend dares to approach him. Suddenly, a fearsome great fiend rank aura rose from the gathering place, and an extremely handsome human-type Abyssal Fiend with a pair of small horns on the head, a pair of fiend wings on the back, and dark gray skin flew into the air. There are 10 advanced Abyssal Fiends behind the human-type Great Fiend, all looking coldly at Yang Feng. The human-type Great Fiend gazed at Yang Feng and said arrogantly, "Warren, I am Paimon, the #1 expert under the command of the Abyssal Lord Baron Morton. I like you. Offer me the succubus beside you, and I'll let you become my subordinate. I'll cultivate you into a great fiend in the future." A great fiend. That's a great fiend. When the 1,000+ Abyssal Fiends who followed Yang Feng sensed Paimon's aura, their complexion changed drastically, and apprehension filled their eyes. Abyssal Fiends are a kind of creature that bullies the weak and fears the strong. The 1,000+ Abyssal Fiends Yang Feng has subdued are mobs. Now that they met a great fiend, their morale has dropped to the extreme. If they met an Abyssal Lord instead, they would even change sides directly and attack Yang Feng instead. You want my succubus? Then go to hell. A sinister ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger and cast the level 3 spell Gold Spiral Arrow. A gold arrow revolving rapidly shot towards Paimon like a gold meteor. Stubborn fool. A fierce gleam in its eyes, Paimon spread the fingers of a hand, and a pentagram magic shield suddenly appeared in front of it. When the gold spiral arrow stabbed into the pentagram magic shield, it span frantically, forcibly pierced through the pentagram magic shield, and blasted into Paimon's shoulder and smashed it directly. How can this be? A look of shock on his face. Paimon cannot believe his eyes. Die! An afterimage flashed past. Then Yang Feng appeared behind Paimon, stabbed it in the heart with a clawed hand, operated Devour secret method, and forcibly absorbed all its power. Paimon thus turned into ashes. An incredible power suddenly welled up inside Yang Feng and broke through a certain bottleneck, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force poured into him and enabled him to break through and promote to a great fiend. A fearsome aura spread from him. Chapter 753, Promotion to Abyssal Lord. Chapter 753, promotion to Abyssal Lord. Translator, Xaymoch. Yang Feng swept the 10 advanced Abyssal Fiends subordinated to Paimon with a glance and said coldly, "Do you submit or die?" "Greetings, Master." The 10 advanced Abyssal Fiends, virtually without hesitation, knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Munch looked at Yang Feng, who is stepping on air, with eyes full of shock. "Amazing! This is my master. Really amazing." In just a few days, Yang Feng promoted all the way to a great fiend from an intermediate Abyssal Fiend. In the eyes of a junior Abyssal Fiend like Munch, this rate of evolution is simply unheard of. There was a flash of excitement in Chloris' beautiful eyes. "Awesome. As expected of my master. It seems that I am following to the right person." Creatures like succubi like to depend on the strong. Although Chloris is less than 1 year old, but she has mastered many abilities exclusive to succubi when she promoted to a mature succubus. At the same time, her intelligence has increased to that of an 18 or 19-year-old girl and her strength has soared. Now even level 1 warlocks may not be her opponents. Blackbone City has an area of 1,300 square kilometers, and it was founded by the Abyssal Lord Baron Merton 1,000 years ago. Blackbone City has a population of 1.1 million Abyssal Fiends and has a 20,000 strong elite Abyssal Fiend Corps. When they meet a strong opponent, a troop consisting of untrained Abyssal Fiends may collapse, or even defect directly. Although Blackbone City's rigorously trained Abyssal Fiend Corps still have no formation when in battle, but as long as the Great Fiend presiding over the Corps isn't dead, they will fight desperately and won't easily switch sides. In the center of the Blackbone City, there is a luxurious castle, part of which is enveloped by a powerful barrier. The barrier has changed the environment of that area. The environment in the Endless Abyss is extremely harsh, with the difference in temperature between day and night reaching more than 100 degrees C. Although Abyssal Lords don't have much reaction to this temperature fluctuation, but the same is not the case for the beautiful women they capture from other planes. The women cannot withstand the terrifying temperature fluctuation and abyssal force erosion. Inside Blackbone City's castle, sitting beside a black coffin, the Abyssal Lord Baron Merton inhaled, and pure abyssal force poured out of the black coffin and entered him. Suddenly, a respectful voice came from outside. "Master, Gianni has recruited a great fiend. The great fiend is a gold-horned." Baron Merton opened his eyes at once. His eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he sank into his thoughts and murmured, "A great fiend rank gold-horned? Why would such a powerhouse join my camp?" After a moment of hesitation, Baron Merton uttered solemnly, "Take him to Blackbone's Hall." "Yes, master." Blackbone's Hall is the place where Blackbone's castle receives guests. There are various powerful great fiend specimens stationed in Blackbone's Hall, and they are even headed by an abyssal demonic dragon. This is a blatant flaunting of Baron Merton's military force. In the Endless Abyss, the more stronger your military force is, the more abyssal fiends will follow you. As for the weak, they are devoured by other fiends, and not even bones will remain of them. Sitting in a chair made of some fiend's bones, Yang Feng is sipping a cup of tea. There are berries specific to Abyss placed beside him. Abyss has many extraordinary plants, many of which produce queer berries. The queer berries are highly toxic to beings of other planes, but to abyssal fiends, they are a great tonic and are very delicious. Read latest tea chapters at freewebnov.co only. Standing behind him, Chloris is massaging Yang Feng's back and shoulders carefully. To bring such an outstanding succubus to see master, what an idiot! Several abyssal fiend waiters of Blackbone's Hall glanced at Chloris next to Yang Feng, then glanced at Yang Feng, and revealed a ray of excitement and jealousy in their eyes. Chloris, this mature succubus, is far more beautiful and outstanding than other ordinary succubi. She is worth far more than Yang Feng's gold-horned avatar. Baron Merton, who was able to evolve into an abyssal lord in this environment, definitely isn't a kind character. He is sure to seize Chloris when he sees her. What a beautiful succubus! When Baron Merton walked into Blackbone's Hall, his eyes fell on Chloris and shimmered with greed, and he strode over. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed suddenly and conjured the level 4 spell Gold Might, and gold light enveloped him. Yang Feng shot out from the chair abruptly and sent a clawed hand stabbing towards Baron Merton's heart. "You dare attack me, you smelly thing! Die!" Baron Merton is a veteran who has experienced countless battles. With a roar, his body suddenly expanded by a size and his muscles swelled up. Powerful demonic chi revolved around him. Dragon scales appeared on his chest, and light of numerous spells flashed. When Yang Feng's hand stabbed the dragon scales, as if clashing with a steel plate, it barely managed to stab 5 centimeters deep. This is the fundamental gap between a great fiend rank gold-horned and an abyssal fiend baron. Even if Yang Feng makes a sneak attack, it is still impossible to insta-kill an abyssal fiend baron. If Yang Feng was an abyssal fiend baron himself, then he would have dug out the other party's heart with that attack. As expected of an abyssal fiend baron, he's really strong. Even if it's a gold-horned, which has amazing battle prowess, it is very difficult to kill an abyssal fiend baron with their innate ability alone. Unfortunately, I am no ordinary gold-horned. Devour secret method. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Yang Feng operated Devour secret method, and the hand that stabbed Baron Merton in the chest erupted with Devour force. "Go to hell!" Gobsmacked, Baron Merton's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he sent a hand stabbing Yang Feng in the chest. Yang Feng raised his left hand, and gold shield appeared and blocked in front of him abruptly. When Baron Merton's hand hit the gold shield, it erupted with abyssal fiend baron rank power in an instant and blasted Yang Feng away. Yang Feng's hand flicked and twisted in a flash, and crushed half of Baron Merton's heart. Baron Merton let out a scream of pain, and a large amount of black blood spurted out of the wound on his chest. The broken half of the heart squirmed and started healing. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Baron Merton and sent a punch blasting towards the other party. Baron Merton blocked Yang Feng's punch with his hand. At the same time, he sprayed a fountain of blood from the wound on his chest. Baron Merton screamed, "No! Don't kill me! I'll give you everything I have. Spare my life. I am willing to be your subordinate, your servant, your slave. Just die." Yang Feng sneered and sent one punch after another blasting towards Baron Merton. After the third punch, Baron Merton's heart ruptured completely by the terrifying force, and a copious amount of blood sprayed. Yang Feng stepped forward, stabbed Baron Merton in the heart, activated Devour secret method, and devoured the other party completely. Once he devoured Baron Merton, Yang Feng sensed the changes inside him. This Baron Merton was an advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse. But unfortunately, it's really hard for a Goldhorn to promote. This is not enough. Yang Feng swept the Abyssal Fiends in Blackbone's hall with his gaze and proclaimed coldly, "From today on, I am your new master. Understood." Seeing this scene, the low-level Abyssal Fiends present saluted Yang Feng and responded respectfully, "Yes, master." Abyssal Fiends are creatures that bully the weak and fear the strong. After witnessing his strength, these low-level Abyssal Fiends submitted to Yang Feng. Of course, there is no need to elaborate on how much loyalty they possess. If a stronger Abyssal Fiend defeats Yang Feng, they will become the lord of the city instead. Without the favor of the Abyssal Origin Force, I am not a true Abyssal Lord. Yang Feng went straight to Baron Merton's secret room and opened the coffin, exposing an Abyssal Lord corpse emitting traces of Abyssal Earl rank aura. This is an Abyssal Lord corpse Yang Feng had secretly arranged for Baron Merton to get his hands on. Yang Feng grabbed the Abyssal Lord corpse and operated Devour secret method, and a formidable Devour force surged and poured the corpse's power into Yang Feng. FREOWebnovel.com. In one breath of time, a tremendous amount of power shrouded Yang Feng. Yang Feng ran Devour secret method frantically, and an extremely powerful Abyssal Origin force suddenly poured into him from the surroundings, enabling him to promote to an Abyssal Baron. As soon as he advanced to an Abyssal Baron, Yang Feng felt a queer law force emerge inside him. This is an Abyssal Lord's sovereign authority. With this authority, I can control the fate of all the fiends who chose to submit to me in this city. As long as I live, I can deprive them of their life with a command. This is a power to dominate Abyssal Fiends. Without the Abyssal Lord's sovereign authority to control them, Abyssal Fiends will choose to betray their original master as soon as they meet a powerful entity. But if you have the Abyssal Lord's authority, you can command the Abyssal Fiends who have submitted to you to commit suicide, and they will have no choice but to execute the order. Due to the Abyssal Lord's authority, Abyssal Lords can order countless Abyssal Fiends to fight devils in bloody battlefield plain, without having to fear that the army will crumble or outright betray them when they meet a powerful enemy. Chapter 754, Promotion to Abyssal Viscount. Chapter 754, Promotion to Abyssal Viscount. Translator, Xuanhuan. After all, the Abyssal Fiend Earl is just a corpse, and so Yang Feng only evolved to a pinnacle Abyssal Baron after he devoured it, only one step away from advancing to an Abyssal Fiend Viscount. A strange light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Abyssal Fiend Baron is already the limit. If I want to break through quickly, I can only go to bloody battlefield plain and engage devils in combat. Although Yang Feng can still send a steady stream of resources to the endless abyss from Zhangji Plain, enabling his Abyssal Fiend avatar to advance quickly. However, in order to stay on the safe side, Yang Feng has no leeway to make a mistake in the endless abyss. If he offers too much aid to his Abyssal Fiend avatar, it will be discovered by other powerful beings. Bloody Battlefield Plain is the junction of the endless abyss and infernal world, a place where countless devils and Abyssal Fiends fight each other. Whether it is devils or Abyssal Fiends, both can gain tremendous power in Bloody Battlefield Plain. After Archdevils separated Infernal World from the rest of the Endless Abyss, in order to expand the area of Infernal World, they launched attacks on the Endless Abyss, thus forming Bloody Battlefield Plain. In the Endless War, the chaotic and disorganized Abyssal Fiends are being pushed back again and again, and Infernal World is continuously eroding the Endless Abyss. Starting with 1 floor at the beginning, Infernal World has expanded to 9 floors at the moment, and its area is still increasing. Formed from the negative energy of the countless planes in the universe, the Endless Abyss has been expanding virtually around the year. Even though Infernal World has snatched 9 floors away, but when it comes to the Endless Abyss, that's only scratching the surface. However, if someone slays a large numbers of devils on the Blood Battlefield Plain, they can gain the favor of Abyss and make rapid progress. Over there is Blood Battlefield Plain, and beyond that is the entrance to the Devil Forces, the entrance to Infernal World. While commanding the 20,000 elite Abyssal Fiend Corps, Yang Feng arrived at the edge of Bloody Battlefield Plain. From a distance, he can see countless Abyssal Fiends and devils fighting frantically on the battlefield. From time to time, tyrannical auras soar in Blood Battlefield Plain. At the same time, countless Abyssal Fiends and devils die tragically at every moment. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes. He can clearly see that the Abyssal Fiend army is more than 4 times as big as the Devil army. However, the Abyssal Fiend army has no formation, no cooperation. The Abyssal Fiends are just attacking the devils in a chaotic manner. The Devil army, on the other hand, is orderly. Like disciplined, iron-blooded elites who have gone through countless battles, the devils have formed numerous formations and cast spells blasting towards the Abyssal Fiends. Abyssal Fiends are like waves that crash into a reef formed by the Devil army, and then disintegrate. If it wasn't for their numbers, the Abyssal Fiend army would have collapsed long ago. Gazing at Bloody Battlefield Plain, Yang Feng can vaguely feel Abyssal Origin Force calling him from there. Excitement flashed in his eyes, and he uttered solemnly, "Munch, take the men to build a barracks. I'll go ahead and have some fun." Munch, who has already evolved into an intermediate Abyssal Fiend, replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." Although Munch isn't strong, but he is clever and fairly loyal to Yang Feng, which is how he became Yang Feng's steward specially responsible for handling various tasks. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and, like a gold flash of lightning, he shot towards Bloody Battlefield Plain. When he rushed into Bloody Battlefield Plain, Yang Feng flipped his hand, and a 2-meter-long gold scythe appeared in his hand. With a slash of the 2-meter-long gold scythe, 6 devils were cut in 2. Souls and power of the 6th devil flew out, and were absorbed by Abyss, following which pure Abyssal Origin Force poured into Yang Feng. Sensing the changes in his body, a peculiar ray flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, So comfortable. That's abyssal origin force for you. As long as I continue to kill, I will be able to break through the bottleneck and promote to the abyssal viscount rank. After a moment of thought, Yang Feng plunged directly into the devil army. The gold scythe in his hands turned into a violent storm and slayed the devils that it met. A copious amount of abyssal origin force poured into him and strengthened him. In Yang Feng's wake, all devils were chopped into pieces, and a path was forcibly opened. This attracted the attention of numerous devil powerhouses. The eyes of a 3-meter-tall baron rank humanoid devil, with long gray hair, a cone-shaped horn on the head, rippling muscles, and a ferocious face, flashed fiercely, and he brandished the large wolf-tooth club in his hands and rushed towards Yang Feng. Wherever the large wolf-tooth club passed, huge swaths of abyssal fiends were turned into minced meat. Within a dozen-plus seconds, the baron rank humanoid devil massacred 100-plus abyssal fiends, and then appeared before Yang Feng, raised the large wolf-tooth club in his hands high, and smashed it towards Yang Feng. Idiot! Since we're of the same rank, he wants to fight me. What a reckless thing. Yang Feng leaned sideways, then the gold scythe in his hands flashed, and a gold ray streaked past the baron rank humanoid devil. A red line appeared on the humanoid devil. A flash of despair in his eyes, the humanoid devil was instantly split in two, and a large amount of blood spurted out and spilled onto the ground. Formidable abyssal origin force enveloped Yang Feng, and bursts of joy came from Abyss. Viscount rank Abyssal Fiend fluctuations of power spread from Yang Feng. He stepped into the transcendent realm. After he advanced to a Viscount rank Abyssal Fiend, Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he turned into a gold storm that slayed large swaths of infernal devils and turned them into nutrients. Promoted to a Viscount rank Abyssal Fiend. Interesting, then let me kill you. From within the devil army, the gaze of a pinnacle Viscount rank devil, with 3 horns and a tall figure, who looks like a very handsome young man, fell on Yang Feng, and he revealed a malevolent smile. The source of this content is frouil.com. Different from abyssal fiends, who attack any enemy that appears before their eyes, most infernal devils chose opponents weaker than themselves. This way, they can quickly get stronger. The devil Viscount flipped his hand, and an infernal demonic sword inlaid with a rhombic infernal ruby, exuding fearsome, queer aura, appeared in his hand. The figure of the devil Viscount shook slightly, and he turned into a black ray shooting towards Yang Feng. When the devil Viscount moved, Yang Feng, who is unleashing a massacre in the devil army, felt his blood run cold. He glanced at the infernal demonic sword in the devil Viscount's hand, and his face flickered, and then he retreated briskly and escaped towards the edge of the battlefield. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Feng is confident that he can defeat and even kill the devil Viscount. But due to the infernal demonic sword in the devil Viscount's hand, he isn't sure that he can kill the opponent. In such a chaotic battlefield, a moment of carelessness may lead to death. Yang Feng, who is always rather rational, naturally chose to retreat. Infernal demonic swords are wicked secret treasures transcendent rank devils forged from high-grade or superior-grade soul stones, countless human souls and blood essence, and extraordinary life forms. Each infernal demonic sword, depending on the materials it is made from, has different extraordinary abilities. There is a great disparity in strength between devil lords who wield and devil lords who don't have an infernal demonic sword. What a clever fellow, as expected of a gold-horned. However, this makes you worth killing. Acceleration. The devil Viscount smiled ferociously. An extraordinary life forms I opened on the infernal demonic sword in his hand. Then countless black runes poured out and enveloped him, and his speed suddenly doubled. I can't escape. It looks like I can only fight. Cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he grabbed a great fiend standing beside him and threw it at the devil Viscount bath. Break! A black sword ray flashed, and the great fiend disintegrated into numerous pieces that scattered. Next, a large gold scythe slashed towards the devil Viscount. Shatter! freewebnovel.com. The devil Viscount smiled coldly. Another eye opened on the infernal demonic sword in his hand. Then countless runes poured into him, and he slashed with the sword. A black sword ray shone, slashed the large gold scythe and sliced it apart, and then chopped off Yang Feng's arm. Burn lifespan. Yang Feng instantly performed a desperation secret method and burned 500 years of lifespan of his gold-horned avatar, and then suddenly advanced instead of retreating. He turned into a gold ray, appeared in front of the Devil Viscount Bath, stabbed the opponent with a hand in the heart, and operated Devour secret method, and a powerful Devour force erupted. The Devil Viscount Bath shook. His eyes flashed with horror, and his body turned into ashes. The infernal demonic sword fell on the ground. Yang Feng sensed the changes in his body. After devouring all the power of this Devil Viscount, my strength has skyrocketed again. However, now that I have burned 500 years of its lifespan, this gold-horned body only has a lifespan of 6,500 years remaining. Although the damage is considerate, but as long as it evolves into an Earl-rank Abyssal Fiend, this bit of damage can fully be made up for, and the lifespan will even increase. Chapter 755, Clash. Chapter 755, Clash. Translator. Zayamoj freowebnovel.com. In the universe, with the exception of the legendary Eternal, the rest of the intelligent life forms have a finite lifespan, and Abyssal Fiends are no exception. Junior Abyssal Fiends possess a lifespan of about 500 years. Intermediate Abyssal Fiends possess a lifespan of 700 years. Advanced Abyssal Fiends possess a lifespan of 1,000 years. Great Fiends possess a lifespan of 2,000 years. Fiend Barons possess a lifespan of 4,000 years. Fiend Viscounts possess a lifespan of 7,000 years. Fiend Earls possess a lifespan of 20,000 years. Fiend Marquises possess a lifespan of 50,000 years. Fiend Grand Dukes possess a lifespan of 100,000 years. However, that lifespan is the life essence lifespan. As long as a great fiend consumes soul coins and stays in the endless abyss, they can extend their lifespan to a maximum of 10,000 years. As for abyssal lords, if they stay in the endless abyss and absorb soul stones, they can live for millions of years, much like gods. It is hard to make up for every year of life essence lifespan that is consumed. The gold-horned avatar burned 500 years of its life essence lifespan, which is equivalent to losing hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. Even if he consumes soul stones, it will be difficult to make up for this loss. Only by evolving into an Abyssal Earl can he gain a longer lifespan. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the severed arm flew back. He pressed the arm against the shoulder, gold light shone, and it fused quickly. Yang Feng sensed the power in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose and depicted a smile of excitement. This Devil Viscount was very powerful. He should have been a pinnacle Viscount rank powerhouse. After devouring him, I now possess advanced Viscount rank Fiend Lord power. At this moment, a skull on Yang Feng's waist suddenly shattered, turned into countless pieces, and scattered on the ground. Who dares mess with my people? Killing intent streaked across Yang Feng's eyes, then his figure swayed, and he rushed towards the location of the Fiend Core that he commands. Encampment of Yang Feng's Fiend Core. An Abyssal Baron backed followed by 20 great fiends arrived in front of the encampment. A great fiend roared towards the encampment. You inside the encampment, get lost. This is Baron Dalio's territory. Munch, surrounded by 2 great fiends and a dozen plus advanced Abyssal Fiends subordinated to Yang Feng, came out. Munch uttered respectfully, I am Munch, the steward of the mighty Baron Warren. Baron Warren has entered bloody battlefield plain. If you have anything important to discuss, I ask that you wait for our Lord Baron to return and discuss it with him in person. A cold ray glimmered in the eyes of the Abyssal Baron backed, and he stepped forward and revealed a tyrannical smile. I am Baron Dario. Hand over the succubus. Otherwise, don't blame me if I kill you. Violent demonic chi spread from Baron Dario and enveloped this area, causing the countenance of Munch and the other Abyssal Fiends to change drastically and fear fill their eyes. It is the nature of Abyssal Fiends to bully the weak and fear the strong. If Yang Feng was here, he could use the Abyssal Lord's sovereign authority to command these Abyssal Fiends to attack Baron Dalio. But Yang Feng isn't here, and so these Abyssal Fiends don't dare attack the Abyssal Lord Dario. The pretty face of Chloris, who is hiding in the barracks, fell, and she smashed a skull engraved with numerous runes. Baron Dario glared at the Abyssal Fiends and barked, "Get the hell out of the way, or die!" The spirit of the two great fiends and a dozen-plus advanced Abyssal Fiends shook, and they gave way involuntarily. The two great fiends were originally Baron Merton's subordinates, but then were coerced into becoming Yang Feng's subordinates. When he was here, he could use the Abyss Lord's sovereign authority to command them. But he's away now. Additionally, they don't feel any loyalty towards him. A look of horror and despair on his face. Munch, unable to even say a word, knelt on the ground, trembling. But he didn't give way. "Piece of trash." Dario sneered, stepped forward, and kicked Munch away. Munch crashed into a wooden hut of the barracks and spewed out a big mouthful of blood. He broke a dozen-plus bones and suffered damage to his internal organs. He collapsed on the ground and struggled with pain. If Munch hadn't advanced to an intermediate Abyssal Fiend, this kick would have sent him to meet his maker. Besides, Dario didn't kick him with all his strength. Or else Munch would have kicked the bucket. When Baron Dario stepped into the barracks, he glanced at the junior Abyssal Fiends standing aside and asked coldly, "Where is that succubus? Speak or die." "Over there. It's her. She is here." The source of this scene tent is freewebnovel.com. The junior Abyssal Fiends betrayed Chloris one by one, striving to be the first one to point her out. Her face pale, Chloris opened and flapped her wings and flew away. "Really top quality. I have played with several succubi, but none was as good as this one. Come down." Once Baron Dario saw Chloris, his eyes lit up and filled with excitement. He extended a hand, and a ray of black abyssal demonic chi shot towards Chloris, tied her up, and pulled her down. Chloris struggled, but she was still pulled towards Baron Dario, who then hugged her. "A really excellent succubus and a virgin to boot. How fun. Let me make you into a woman here and now." Baron Dario smiled excitedly, then black light shone, and the armor and leather clothes covering him flew away and revealed a robust, naked body, and then he pressed Chloris to the ground. Abyssal Fiends are the agglomeration of chaos, madness, and various other negative forces. Only Transcendent rank, Viscount rank, and higher, Abyssal Fiends are truly rational entities who can control their desires. Judging by his degree of evolution, Baron Dario obviously hasn't evolved to the point where he can truly think rationally. "I am Warren. Say, do you want to die?" An ice-cold voice came from afar, and frightening Abyssal Viscount aura descended and shrouded this area. "Abyssal Viscount. That's a Viscount rank Abyssal Lord." The countenance of the Abyssal Fiends present changed dramatically. Their body shivered, and they looked into the distance, full of awe. As Transcendent rank powerhouses, Viscount rank Abyssal Lords possess all sorts of incredible powers. Even when outside Abyss, they can still fight some weaker feeble divine force rank gods. Ordinary Moonlight Warlocks are not the opponents of Viscount rank Abyssal Lords. When inside their territory, a Viscount rank Abyssal Lord using their sovereign authority may even be able to defeat a Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse. Fiend Viscount. Baron Dario's face fell immediately. Then he beckoned with his hand, light gleamed, and the scattered armor flew back towards him and covered him. Black light fell from the sky, and Yang Feng suddenly appeared outside the entrance of the barracks. "Screw off." Yang Feng glanced at the great fiends Baron Dario has brought, then stabbed one of them in the heart, operated Devour secret method, and turned him into a pile of ashes. The complexion of the remaining 19 great fiends changed drastically, and they immediately shot aside and gave way, looking at Yang Feng with apprehension. The ferocious and ruthless Baron Dario glanced at Yang Feng with apprehension and said politely, "Viscount Warren, I am Baron Dario, son of Viscount Fievel and one of 3 barons subordinated to him. I like this succubus. I am willing to use 50 low-grade soul stones to buy her. Out of regard for Viscount Fievel, please sell her to me. This succubus is my private property. To dare mess with her, you're seeking death." A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step forward, left an afterimage, appeared behind Baron Dario, and mercilessly stabbed him in the heart, and then operated Devour's secret method. If you kill me, my father won't let you get away with this. Your whole family. As he screamed, Baron Dario turned into ashes that drifted away. Don't worry. Your father will soon become a part of my strength as well. Yang Feng's figure flickered and left a series of afterimages as he rushed towards the remaining great fiends. Even though the 19 great fiends resisted desperately, but they still died like ants and turned into ashes. After eliminating all the enemies, Yang Feng, exuding fearsome demonic chi, looked around. The abyssal fiends in the barracks lowered their head, not daring to look at Yang Feng. A bunch of trash. To sell out my private property. Go and die. Yang Feng swept the abyssal fiends with a glance, then extended a hand, and a giant whirlpool suddenly emerged, sucked in the crowd of abyssal fiends, and twisted. The abyssal fiends issued miserable screams at once, and then turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. Scared witless, the abyssal fiends in the barracks didn't dare to resist. After killing 2,000+ junior abyssal fiends, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and formidable demonic chi poured into Munch, pulled him back from the brink of death, and healed most of his injuries. Yang Feng glanced at the abyssal fiends and ordered coldly, "Group up!" The 2 greater fiends and a dozen+ intermediate abyssal fiends quickly joined the other abyssal fiends and began to group up. Chapter 756, Killing Viscount Fievel. Chapter 756, Killing Viscount Fievel. Translator, Xayamoj. Abyssal Fiend Viscounts are transcendent rank existences. They are already considered to be powerhouses among Abyssal Lords. In some low-level Abyssal floors, there are even Abyssal Viscounts as masters. In Bloody Battlefield Plain on the Fiend's side, there is one castle after another standing tall. These castles were built by the Viscount rank and higher Abyssal Fiends. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. In Bloody Battlefield Plain, where fighting never stops, as long as you can survive, you can evolve all the way to a Marquis rank Abyssal Fiend. For Bloody Battlefield Plain, the limit is the birth of Marquis rank Abyssal Fiends and Devils. Once a Marquis rank Abyssal Fiend or Devil is born, they will choose to leave Bloody Battlefield Plain at once, since continuing to fight here not only won't bring any benefits, but will even put them at danger of becoming the prey of Infinity Warlock rank existences. When a Marquis rank Abyssal Fiend returns to their territory, by relying on the subordinates they gathered in Bloody Battlefield Plain, plus their sovereign authority, they can even fight a Grand Duke rank Abyssal Fiend. Of course, that is only the case if they are in their territory, where they can use sovereign authority to resist invaders. It is due to this that Marquis rank Abyssal Fiends belong to the quasi-upper echelon in the Endless Abyss and can partially take control of their destiny. Grand Duke rank Abyssal Fiends belong to the true upper echelon. Charge! Yang Feng brought 18,000 Abyssal Fiends to a castle, then pointed forward and used sovereign authority to give a command. The eyes of the 18,000 Abyssal Fiends suddenly turned bloodshot, and they rushed towards the castle like a tide. Who is that? Haha! There is a good show to watch. That's the castle of Viscount Fievel. Who did he offend? From other Abyssal Fiend castles, eyes focused on the castle of Viscount Fievel and revealed a gloating looks. Since the relationship between Abyssal Fiends is rather bad, raids between them is very common. This is one of the reasons why Abyssal Fiends, despite their number being at least 100 times that of Infernal Devils, are still being pushed back. This is the castle of Viscount Fievel. You dare come here offend the great Viscount Fievel? Drop dead! A Baron rank Balrog covered in flames roared madly, rushed into the midst of enemy Abyssal Fiends, and waved the Balrog sword in his hand, and 20-meter-long flame tongues shot out and set the Abyssal Fiends in their wake ablaze. A Baron rank Abyssal Demonic Dragon flapped its wings, flew out of the castle, and led 20 great Fiend rank Abyssal Demonic Dragons to fire Abyssal Dragon Breath and burn the low-level Abyssal Fiends. A backed Abyssal Fiend appeared on the castle's outwall and looked down, and his eyes flashed ferociously. Staring at Yang Feng, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he said coldly, "It was you who killed my son? When I capture you, I will extract your soul, make it into a soul candle, and burn you for 10,000 years. So you are Viscount Fievel. Your son dared to mess with my succubus, which is nothing short of looking to die. I will reunite you with him now. Cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he immediately cast the gold-horned innate spell Gold Demonic Force. All of a sudden, vast demonic chi formed a set of gold armor and enveloped him. The gold-horned innate spell Gold Demonic Force can absorb abyssal force to strengthen the caster's strength twofold. It is said that Battle Demon Sec's Battle Demon Secret method was developed based on gold-horned innate spells. As soon as the Gold Demonic Force boosted him, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he appeared in front of the Baron Rank Balrog like a ghost, stabbed the other party in the heart with his right hand, and operated Devour Secret method. The Baron Rank Balrog turned into ashes immediately. So strong. What an impressive fellow. That's a gold-horned for you. As expected of a gold-horned, an entity that can contend against ghost-type abyssal fiends. His speed is formidable and combat sense is amazing. A powerful enemy. When the abyssal lords inside the other castles saw this, their eyes flashed gravely. After Yang Feng killed the Baron Rank Balrog with a single blow, he glanced at the Baron Rank Abyssal Demonic Dragon, and his eyes shimmered with killing intent. The heart of the Baron Rank Abyssal Demonic Dragon shook, and it flapped its wings and flew upwards with a gust of wind. Once an Abyssal Fiend evolves into an Abyssal Lord, other Abyssal Lords can no longer control them through ordinary sovereign authority. The stronger an Abyssal Lord is, the more difficult it is to control them with higher sovereign authority. Sensing the danger coming from Yang Feng, the Baron Rank Abyssal Demonic Dragon chose to escape. Die! A fierce ray flashed in Viscount Fivel's eyes. He cast Blink, and then appeared behind Yang Feng and sent his hand stabbing towards Yang Feng's chest. Abyssal fiends have great resistance towards abyssal spells. Unless they possess special abyssal secret treasures, they will use close combat to deal with their enemies. It's you who shall die. Yang Feng leaned sideways, turned his body, and stabbed Viscount Fivel in the heart with his hand, and then operated Devour Secret method. How is this possible? How could I lose to you? With a look of despair shimmering in his eyes, Viscount Fivel let out a scream, and then turning into ashes. I surrendered. I surrender. Please accept my surrender. As soon as Viscount Fivel died, his subordinated Abyssal Fiend corpse collapsed directly, and the Abyssal Fiends surrendered to Yang Feng one after another. Only the Baron Rank Abyssal Demonic Dragon escaped the battlefield together with the 12 Great Fiend Rank Abyssal Demonic Dragons. How brazen! How dare you kill Viscount Fivel? Don't you know that he is my subordinate? At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. A 3-meter-tall ghost-type abyssal fiend, with a sinister face, a pair of horns on the head, a pair of wings on the back, and a pitch-black body, engraved with countless weird demonic lines, exuding Earl-rank fluctuations of power, strode this way. The ghost-type abyssal Earl is followed by 100-plus great fiends and 10 abyssal barons. Yang Feng swept the ghost-type abyssal fiend with a glance and asked frigidly, "Who are you?" The ghost-type abyssal fiend's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he said in a solemn voice, "I am Earl Fortuny, the great Earl Fortuny." A tyrannical ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Pinnacle Viscount rank abyssal fiend aura spread with him as the center, and he roared at the ghost-type abyssal fiend, "Earl Fortuny, your subordinates, Viscount Fivel's son dared to mess with my woman. He deserved to die. As for you, to come find trouble with me, are you tired of living? The weak are prey to the strong. This is a matter of course in Abyss. As long as an abyssal fiend show a trace of weakness, they will be swarmed by other abyssal fiends and torn to pieces. What an arrogant gold-horned! To dare to provoke Earl Fortuny, how amusing! He's screwed. To provoke Earl Fortuny because of a woman, what a reckless fool. But such fools often appear in Abyss. Was he bewitched by a succubus? For a mere fiend viscount to provoke a fiend earl, what a moron. The abyssal lords watching at the goings-on from the sidelines focused their gaze on Yang Feng and Earl Fortuny and commented excitedly. Just as there are atrocious humans, there are also loyal fiends, fiends who enforce order, and fiends longing for love in the endless abyss. But such fiends are extremely rare. Abyssal lords are experienced and knowledgeable. They have seen countless fiends, and naturally have also seen abyssal fiends who were bewildered by love. How brazen! Die! A vicious ray flickered and killing intent surged in Earl Fortuny's eye, and he suddenly erupted and sent his hand stabbing towards Yang Feng's heart. Acceleration! With a flick of his wrist, the infernal demonic sword suddenly appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and an eye opened on the sword and emitted black light that enveloped him. Yang Feng's speed rose in an instant, and he went to meet Earl Fortuny head-on. Sword rays and claw rays shone. Within one breath of time, thousands of ear-piercing strikes erupted, and then a gold figure covered in traces of blood was sent flying backwards. This gold figure is Yang Feng. After all, unlike Yang Feng's true body, which has formed a virtual world, the gold-horned avatar cannot use world force. Besides, Earl Fortuny is a veteran powerhouse with intermediate glorious sun warlock rank strength. He suppressed Yang Feng with absolute strength and speed in an instant. What an impressive fellow! If it was an ordinary fiend Earl instead, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to hold him down. It's regrettable, but Earl Fortuny is no ordinary fiend Earl. He's toast. The Abyssal Fiend lords spectating from the sidelines looked at Yang Feng with a dignified look in their eyes. They who have experienced many things naturally saw how outstanding Yang Feng, who can contend against an Earl-rank Abyssal Lord with Viscount-rank Abyssal Lord power, is. Chapter 757 Promotion to Abyssal Earl. Chapter 757 Promotion to Abyssal Earl. Translator, Xuanhuan. Earl Fortuny stared at Yang Feng with deep apprehension. Why did that trash fivel provoke such a strong enemy? Damn it, if I had known that this wretched gold-horned is this strong, I wouldn't have made him an enemy. But now that we are enemies, I must make sure that I kill him, or else it'll cause me endless troubles in the future. Bloody Battlefield Plain is the place with the highest mortality rate in the Endless Abyss. But by the same token, it is the place where the evolution rate of abyssal fiends is the fastest. In Bloody Battlefield Plain, as long as you continue killing, you will be able to advance to a marquee rank Abyssal Lord at an incredible speed. Of course, Bloody Battlefield Plain, where even Viscount and Earl rank Abyssal Lords can die if they make a misstep, is extremely dangerous. There have been many cases of Viscount and Earl rank Abyssal Lords fighting strong enemies to a standstill, only to be devoured while in a weakened state by ordinary Abyssal Fiends and Devils. With the fierce battle prowess of Yang Feng's gold-horned avatar, it is only a matter of time before he is promoted to an Earl-rank Abyssal Lord. This is the root of Earl Fortuny's killing intent, the reason why he isn't willing to leave him alive. Curse! Another eye opened on the infernal demonic sword in Yang Feng's hand and fired a ray of gray light that landed on Earl Fortuny. Weakness, dizziness, and other status ailments were placed on Earl Fortuny. Idiot! Curses are useless against abyssal fiends. Earl Fortuny roared angrily. Then demonic chi surged and dispelled the gray light at once. Abyssal demons are demonic creatures formed from the negative energy of the countless planes. Consequently, they are proficient in various curses. But curses that are related to negative energy have little effect on them. Their greatest weakness, however, is divine force purification of gods. Bind! Another eye opened on the infernal demonic sword, and chains formed from black runes sprang out like snakes and wrapped around Earl Fortuny. Shatter! With a furious bellow, Yang Feng frantically poured his demonic chi into the infernal demonic sword and slashed at Earl Fortuny with a gray sword ray. A fierce light flashed in Earl Fortuny's eyes, and a monstrous amount of demonic chi soared. He burst the chains binding him, and then stabbed towards Yang Feng's chest with a hand lightning fast. In an instant, Earl Fortuny's right hand soared and stabbed Yang Feng in the left chest. Earl Fortuny froze suddenly, a look of fear in his eyes. There's no heart? What's going on? The gray sword ray flashed and bisected Earl Fortuny in two. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a whirlpool formed from devour force enveloped Earl Fortuny and devoured the other party's power. At the same time, he took out a high-grade soul stone and chewed it. What's going on? Where is his heart? The abyssal fiends that saw this scene were dumbfounded. and shock filled their eyes. The heart is the source of power of Abyssal Fiends. If their heart is destroyed, then the Abyssal Fiend will lose their power and die. When fiends fight, they usually target each other's heart. But for Yang Feng, whose left chest was crushed to pieces, to be still able to fight, this is simply unheard of. After devouring all of Earl Fortuny's power, Yang Feng consumed 3 high-grade soul stones in a row, and a huge amount of abyssal origin force poured into him, allowing him to break through a bottleneck and promote to an Earl rank Abyssal Fiend. So fast! He promoted to an Earl rank Abyssal Lord. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. What a frightening guy! The eyes of the Abyssal Lords watching the goings-on are filled with apprehension. They don't dare to provoke Yang Feng. The strong are revered in the endless abyss. Now that Yang Feng is an Earl rank Abyssal Fiend, is one of the strongest powerhouses in bloody battlefield plain, there won't be any more Abyssal Lords coming to challenge him for no reason any longer. The several Abyssal Earls who were on friendly terms with Earl Fortuny secretly made up their mind never to become enemies with Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled at the other castles and said, "I am Earl Warren. I am a person who likes to make friends and is fond of peace. Today, Earl Fortuny was looking for death, so I just obliged him. By the way, I will stay here for a while. I need a lot of materials to refine a fallen angel pool. If you have top fallen angel pool materials, you can come and trade with me." The materials to refine fallen angel pools are comprised of a large number of abyssal and infernal transcendent rank corpses. The dark force extracted from the countless corpses is the power source of fallen angels. Of course, once a top fallen angel pool is established, it will automatically absorb negative energy and convert it into dark force needed to form fallen angels. At that point, there is no longer a need for abyssal and infernal transcendent rank corpses. Abyssal and infernal transcendent rank corpses are all top alchemy materials that can be used to refine dark secret treasures. If Yang Feng hadn't personally come to Abyss, it would be very difficult to obtain a large number of these corpses. Does he want to build his own fallen angel legion? It's not that easy to build a fallen angel pool. It not only requires materials unique to Abyss, but also requires a lot of resources from other planes. The gazes of the Abyssal Lords focused on Yang Feng, their eyes shimmering with peculiar light. Abyssal Fiends are aware of how strong fallen angels are. Besides, unlike the cunning, fickle, chaotic by nature Abyssal Fiends, which can betray you at any time, fallen angels are loyal to their creator. Only under special circumstances would they betray their creator. However, to refine a fallen angel pool, you need a huge amount of abyssal resources as well as resources from numerous planes. Many of the resources only appear in divine countries of strong divine force rank gods. Therefore, there aren't many Abyssal Lords who have a fallen angel pool in the endless abyss. Only someone as famous for their fallen angel legion like Abyssal Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor has one of the endless abyss's top fallen angel pools. The fallen angel legion under his command has achieved impressive results, to the point of even slaying warlock monarch rank powerhouses. Yang Feng smiled and dispatched the corps to occupy Earl Fortuny's castle and take root in bloody battlefield plain. Sangji Plain, Bright Moon Province, in a secret chamber. Yang Feng's true body stopped focusing on the avatar. At the moment, I can only go this far. Abyssal Earl is already the limit of that avatar. Although the resources on this side can be used to enhance its power, but it'll leave signs. It is not conducive to serving as a fallback. The cunning hare has 3 burrows. The endless abyss is extremely vast, to the point that even the 8 warlock emperors haven't fully conquered it. Although the endless abyss isn't a good place, but Yang Feng still chose it as a fallback. The rest of the resources are gathered. Only the endless abyss's resources are missing. Yang Feng pressed a button, then a holographic projector flashed, and Yu Yan's image appeared in front of him at once. Yang Feng asked, "Have you bought the abyssal materials necessary to refine a top fallen angel pool?" Now that Yang Feng has numerous powerhouses under his command, he doesn't need to do everything himself. He ordered his subordinated warlocks to collect various materials on his behalf. With the resources he has currently at his disposal, Only the resources that infinity warlocks cannot get their hands on can give him a headache. Yu Yen responded, "My lord, I bought most of the abyssal materials you require in demonic realm. However, Wraith Bloodstone has been bought out 3 days before my arrival. The next batch will be available in about 10 years. With enough high-grade magic crystals, you can buy most level 9 resources in Zhangji Plain. As for level 9 and higher grade resources, they are extremely difficult to procure. Once they emerge, they will cause countless forces to fight over them." Yang Feng frowned and said, "Who bought it?" Disgust and killing intent flashed in Yu Yan's eyes. It was Ancestor Moken, an infinity warlock who specializes in extraordinary insect research. His current research subject is the fusion of ordinary humans and extraordinary insects. At the same time, he is also collecting materials for a fallen angel pool. Although Great Cloud Dynasty protects ordinary people and prohibits human experiments carried out on innocent people. However, in the chaotic demonic realm, there are degenerates who can no longer stay in Great Cloud Dynasty everywhere. Yang Feng asked domineeringly, "Ancestor Moken? Have you found his lair?" Since Ancestor Moken is an extremely cruel degenerate, Yang Feng doesn't need to talk nonsense with him. As long as he can zero on his position, he can think of a way to slay the other party. Yu Yen is well acquainted with Yang Feng's modus operandi. His lair is on Savage Insect Plain. Chapter 758, Savage Insect Plain. Chapter 758, Savage Insect Plain. Translator, Xayamoj. Savage Insect Plain is one of the 36 primary material planes, one of the 36 Grade 2 planes human warlocks have discovered to date. In the vast universe, there are naturally some other Grade 2 planes, but these are either hidden or are only classified as second-rate Grade 2 planes. Savage Insect Plane is one of the planes that has birthed Emperor Warlock rank powerhouses, namely the Primal Chaos Mother Spider. Goddess Lolth of Fesua Plane is one of the 108 children of the Primal Chaos Mother Spider. There is also a ranking among the 36 primary material planes. God Blood Plane, which has only birthed a single Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, namely the first true ancestor, is located at the very bottom of the 36 primary material planes. Savage Insect Plane, which has born more than one Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, has a higher planar ranking than God Blood Plane. There are countless extraordinary insects in Savage Insect Plane. Except for the 1st and 8th Warlock dynasties, the other 6 Warlock dynasties have once ruled over Savage Insect Plane. Therefore, Savage Insect Plane contains many human Warlock vestiges. Due to the influence of the 6 Warlock dynasties, after the 7th Warlock dynasty, Magic Note Dynasty collapsed, Savage Insect Plane established 4 dynasties. The 4 dynasties are Carapace Dynasty, Wing Dynasty, Insect Dynasty, and Spider Dynasty. The Emperor of the 4 dynasties is a Warlock Monarch rank existence, respectively. At the same time, legend has it that there are Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences hidden in Savage Insect Plane. Consequently, even Zhangji Plane's human warlocks don't dare rashly set foot on Savage Insect Plane. Many of Zhangji Plane's vile warlocks have chosen to flee to Savage Insect Plane. Since the human warlocks of Zhangji Plane's 4 dynasties don't dare to rashly set foot here. Green Shell City is one of the larger cities belonging to Carapace Dynasty. Strolling inside Green Shell City, Yang Feng, who is taking in the sights of the exotic city, exclaimed, "This is Green Shell City? It's really interesting." Green Shell City is very different from human cities. The streets are 600 meters wide. The city is full of huge extraordinary plants. The ground is covered in dense grass, and extraordinary insects are everywhere. In the sky, you can see huge extraordinary insects flying around. On the ground, there are numerous magic chariots speeding along. The majority of people driving the magic chariots are human-form devil insects, while some are insect-form devil insects. The human 6 Warlock dynasties that have once conquered Savage Insect Plane have transformed countless insects and produced many strange extraordinary life forms. The human form and insect form devil insects are themselves vestiges of human warlock rule on this plane. During the time that human warlocks ruled this plane, their aesthetics supplanted the plane's original aesthetics. Consequently, Savage Insect Plane's intelligent extraordinary life forms have evolved into a humanoid beings. Over time, many human form and insect form devil insects were born. Savage and civilized, these two polar opposites are present in Green Shell City. They are a reflection of the current state of savage insect plane. Yang Feng walked up to a huge tree 100 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide. The huge tree is clearly alchemically refined. From the huge tree came men's laughter and women's crying. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rose into the air, broke in through a window, and entered the 8th floor of the huge tree. On the 8th floor, there are 5 young men sitting on chairs made of beautiful human girls by using wicked alchemy. There are naked beautiful human girls crawling on the floor for the amusement of the 5 male warlocks. The eyes of a young man with short green hair and a scorpion tail imprint on the forehead flashed fiercely, and he barked, "Who are you? To break in here? Are you looking to die?" When Yang Feng's gaze fell on a handsome young man with a scarlet scorpion engraved on the forehead in the middle of the crowd, and he asked coldly, "Are you Scarlet Scorpion, Ancestor Moken's son?" "I am indeed. Who are you?" "Green Shell City is my father's territory. Are you here to die?" Scarlet Scorpion glanced at Yang Feng and crushed a scarlet bead decisively, sending a message to some distant place. Yang Feng drew a sword, pointed it at Scarlet Scorpion, and said coldly, "So it's you. The 100,000 resentful souls of Zhangji Plains Red Leaf City asked me to take your life. Do you have anything to say?" A cruel smile flashed in Scarlet Scorpion's eyes, and he clapped his hands. "Red Leaf City? I slaughtered many cities. I have long since forgotten about Red Leaf City or whatnot. Besides, I have seen a lot of fools with a hero complex like you. I have made them all into human candles. Listening to their wailing is really amusing." All of a sudden, the eyes of the 4 human beautiful girls crawling on the ground turned bloodshot. Blades sprouted from their joints, and starry sky warlock rank aura spread from them, and they rushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished his sword, bright sword rays flickered, and the 4 human girls were chopped into countless pieces that scattered around. Scarlet Scorpion smiled coldly and said, "What a heartless fellow! They were all innocent humans controlled by my spell, yet you killed them mercilessly. What's the difference between you and me? You're a hypocrite, that's all. Bastard. What's the difference between you and us? You're just a hypocrite. The other 4 young men ridiculed. "The difference between me and you? I am a human and you are a beast. As for why I want to kill you, it's because you're an eyesore." Yang Feng took a step forward, and glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly spread from him. A sword ray flashed, and the young man who was the most spirited of the bunch was torn into countless pieces. Glorious sun warlock. Fuck. He's a glorious sun warlock. The expression of the remaining young men changed drastically, and they soiled themselves from fright. Then they shone brightly, and spatial fluctuations enveloped them. Spatial disruption. The source of this content is frouil.com. Yang Feng pointed with a finger. Then the space turned chaotic, the spatial fluctuations were disrupted, and the teleportation spells were interrupted. Yang Feng waved his sword, and a black sword ray shone and sliced another young man into pieces. "Spare me, sir. Be merciful. Don't kill me. I will give you magic crystals and soul stone. Spare my life. My father is the deputy city lord of Green Shell City. He will definitely pay a ransom for me." The 2 remaining young men knelt on the ground and pleaded pathetically. An ice-cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng waved his sword. A black sword ray shone, and another young man was chopped into pieces. "Stop!" Just when Yang Feng was about to slay the son of the deputy city lord of Green Shell City, a roar came from afar, and fearsome glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power swept over. "Die!" A black sword ray gleamed, and the son of the deputy city lord of Green Shell City was torn apart as well. "To commit murder in our Green Shell City, you've got some balls. I'll eat you alive." Accompanied by a ferocious roar, glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power rolled out, and a black as ink scorpion tail, exuding terrifying poison gas, pierced through a wall of the huge treehouse and stabbed towards Yang Feng like black lightning. Scarlet Scorpion uttered with a malevolent smile. Now that the Black Scorpion General is here, you're dead. The Black Scorpion General is one of the 6 experts of Green Shell City, a pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank existence. Countless powerful people have died at his hands. He is Scarlet Scorpion's strongest bodyguard. Really? Yang Feng smiled, then waved his sword, and a black sword ray landed on the huge scorpion tail and burst out with bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. No, don't. I don't want to die. The huge scorpion tail burst. Then the same quickly happened to the rest of the Black Scorpion General's body. The Black Scorpion General issued a desperate roar, which covered the whole city. Dead. The Black Scorpion General was actually killed. Who? How dare they come here and murder the Black Scorpion General? Alarmed voices rose in Green Shell City. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the 100-meter-long corpse of the Black Scorpion General flew towards him at once, and he placed it in a storage ring. When he saw this, Scarlet Scorpion shivered all over, endless fear flashed in his eyes, and he said solemnly, "Stop! I can promise you anything you want. So stop. Spare my life. My father is Ancestor Moken. If you kill me, he won't let you off." Chapter 759 Slaying Dragon Insect General. Chapter 759 Slaying Dragon Insect General. Die, you wretch! Yang Feng looked at Scarlet Scorpion, who has a look of horror on his face, and his eyes flashed with a cold ray. He brandished his sword, and a black sword ray shone and chopped at Scarlet Scorpion. Stop! Full W current novels on fruibnov.com. Infinity Warlock rank aura diffused from Scarlet Scorpion and condensed to form a huge palm, and a finger of the huge palm extended and made contact with the black sword ray. The black ray, that has easily slayed a glorious sun warlock just a moment ago, collapsed. After crushing the black sword ray, a greater part of the Infinity Warlock rank power was dissipated. The remaining power condensed into an old man with long black hair, a short stature, and a twisted face, and appeared in front of Scarlet Scorpion. The old man gives off an uncomfortable feeling. A cold ray flashed in the old man's eyes, and he uttered gravely, "My friend, I am Ancestor Moken. He is my son. If he offended you in any way, then I'll apologize on his behalf. Please give me face, and let's make friends. Ancestor Moken, you old fossil, do you think you can save the person I want to kill? A mere projection break." Yang Feng smiled coldly and swung his sword, and a black sword ray cut the old man to pieces in an instant. Next, with its power hardly diminished, the black sword ray enveloped Scarlet Scorpion and chopped him into countless pieces in an instant. A strange imprint that cannot be seen with the naked eye flew out of Scarlet Scorpion, landed on Yang Feng, and formed a queer imprint on his body. "You scoundrel, to dare kill my son, what gall!" Junior Infinity Warlock rank aura gushed out from a hidden valley 1,000 kilometers west of Green City, and a black figure soared into the sky, turned into a black ray, and flew towards Green Shell City. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he flew out of the huge treehouse. Suddenly, a hurricane blew by, and a 10-meter-long, green praying mantis engraved with mysterious runes slashed at Yang Feng along with a violent gust of wind. The earth cracked, and a 30-meter-long rhinoceros beetle burst out from the ground and stabbed towards Yang Feng like a spear. "Idiots! For mere 2 glorious sun warlock rank insects to come attack me. How reckless can you be? Go to hell!" Yang Feng sneered, then waved the sword in his hand, and 2 black cross sword rays slashed the green praying mantis and the rhinoceros beetle and instantly cut them to pieces. He slayed Green Mantis General and Devil Horn General. What a fierce human! Bright World Warlock. He is a human Bright World Warlock. The expression of the surrounding devil insects changed drastically. Their eyes shimmered with fear, and they screamed loudly. Bright World Warlocks, existences comparable to intermediate divine force rank gods, are part of the upper echelon in Savage Insect Plane and are very rare. Now that a Bright World Warlock appeared here, it is naturally a shocking sight to behold. The crowd of devil insects scattered in all directions. For devil insects, the orders of higher-level individuals of the same race cannot be violated. However, it is very difficult for other races to command them. Most of the devil insects who have transformed into humanoids are intelligent beings that possess fear. Without an explicit order, they naturally won't come forward and throw away their life. Yang Feng released his soul force and felt Ancestor Moken's fearsome aura coming from afar. He smiled, turned around, blurred into motion, and flew away. Want to leave? Damn human warlock. Do you think this is your human's Sangji plane? A cold and cruel voice sounded, and a 4-meter-tall devil insect, with a dragon-like head, for pairs of insect wings growing from the back, and a human body, and exuding bright world warlock rank aura, walked out unhurriedly. The dragon-headed devil insect is followed by an extremely beautiful wasp queen, who has many traces of a wasp on her body, has a sexy figure, and exudes seduction. A freak who has a fiend head, a human body, a pair of insect wings on the back, and a scorpion tail. As one of the 36 primary material planes, second only to Sangji plane, many powerful beings have visited Savage Insect Plane when traveling the universe, which is how this plane has produced many queer species. Dragon Insect General, the No. 1 expert of Green Shell City. He has never been defeated. Dragon Insect General, Wasp Queen, Fiend Scorpion General. Now that the three of them are taking action, that human warlock is toast. This is not Sangji Plane. To act atrociously in our Green Shell City. That accursed human warlock is really reckless. When the hidden devil insects saw the three powerhouses standing in front of Yang Feng, their eyes revealed looks of excitement at once. In the eyes of Savage Insect Plane's devil insects, the human warlock, Yang Feng, is an intruder. They naturally support their own people. Interesting. Do you guys want to stop me? You're overestimating yourselves. Yang Feng let out a chuckle. Then his figure fluttered. He brandished his sword, and 9 sword rays suddenly shot out and flew in 9 directions. Yang Feng's true disappeared. My children, come out. The wasp queen waved her fair hand, and a palm-sized insect nest appeared in her hand. Numerous fist-sized gold wasps flew out of the insect nest and turned into a swarm rushing towards Yang Feng. When the swarm of gold wasps flew out, their wings flapped according to a certain mysterious rule. The droning buzzing sound formed into a gold sound wave net that rolled out towards the 9 sword rays. The 9 sword rays cut through the sound wave net. However, 8 of the sword rays were weakened by 30%. Found you! A ferocious ray flashed in the dragon insect general's eyes. Then he blurred into motion and appeared in front of Yang Feng with lightning speed. Runes shone on his body, and he sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. A fearsome archaic black dragon projection suddenly emerged from behind the dragon insect general and slammed towards Yang Feng along with a crushing pressure. In front of an archaic black dragon's dragon might, ordinary bright world warlocks would be intimidated, unable to move. The projection, that possesses the will of an archaic black dragon, completely sealed the space and forced Yang Feng to get serious and fight head-on. Not bad. Dragon Insect General, you do have some skill. You deserve for me to take you a bit more seriously. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then operated the essence of Devour and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black vortex seemingly capable of devouring anything suddenly appeared in his hand. Yang Feng extended his hand forward. His right hand caught Dragon Insect General's right hand, and the black vortex twisted, devoured the projection formed from an archaic black dragon's will, and turned it into Yang Feng's power. No! With a look of panic and despair in his eyes, the Dragon Insect General let out a scream of dismay before he was sucked into the giant black vortex at Yang Feng's right hand. His body twisted, and he plunged into Yang Feng's right hand and turned into ashes. Only a magic core and a storage ring remained. Insta-killed. Dragon Insect General was insta-killed. How is this possible? The hidden devil insects watching the goings-on were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. The Dragon Insect General is the guardian of Green Shell City. In the past thousands of years, countless powerhouses have died at his hands. In the eyes of Green Shell City's devil insects, the Dragon Insect General was an undefeated god of war. For their undefeated god of war, Dragon Insect General, to be slayed in a single move, this is simply unbelievable. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, then he appeared behind the fiend Scorpion General, and a black sword ray slashed the fiend Scorpion General into pieces in an instant. A terrified look on her face, the Wasp Queen pleaded loudly, "No, don't kill me. I am willing. It's regretful, but this is savage insect plane." A voice of regret sounded, and a black sword ray shrouded the Wasp Queen and cut her to pieces. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the storage rings and magic cores of the Wasp Queen and Fiend Scorpion General entered his hand. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew away. This time, no one dared to stop Yang Feng. They could only watch him fleeing into the distance. At this moment, in the center of Green Shell City, light flashed, a strange imprint appeared, and ripples swept in all directions like a tide. Green Shell City was destroyed. A human bright world warlock attacked our savage insect plane. To dare come to our Green Shell City, what guts. A number of cities of Carapace dynasty around Green Shell City were alarmed, and then countless devil insects were released, ready for war. At the same time, bright world warlock rank devil insects began to be mobilized. Chapter 760, Slaying Ancestor Moken. Chapter 760, Slaying Ancestor Moken. That kid is really fast. No wonder he dared to come here to kill my son. If I can't kill him, White Scorpion Madonna won't let me off. Ancestor Moken scanned with his tremendous soul force. Sensing that Yang Feng is fleeing at a terrifying speed, getting farther and farther away from him, he was both shocked and angry. Ancestor Moken gritted his teeth, silently recited an incantation, and spurted blood essence from his mouth. The blood essence suddenly flew out, turned into blood-colored wings, landed on him, pierced into his body, madly extracted his power, and changed into huge insect wings. A large number of insect wings rumbled, raised violent wind, and surged with the law of wind. As if he merged into the wind, Ancestor Moken jumped and teleported where there was wind and approached Yang Feng at an incredible speed. Freeobnovel.com. Scoundrel, I caught you. Die! After a dozen breaths of time, Ancestor Moken appeared in front of Yang Feng. A fierce glow in his eyes, he spread the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of palm-sized extraordinary insects, black murder insects, suddenly flew out and swept towards Yang Feng. Unlike most extraordinary insects, which are restrained by flames, black murder insects have strong fire resistance. They can absorb various magic forces and even devour flames. Unless a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse steps in and uses a meteorological spell to wipe them out in a single blow, even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse will find it hard to wipe them out in one blow without any special secret treasures. A contest of numbers. That's my specialty. Yang Feng released a chuckle. Then the space around him distorted, and a swarm of Type 2 Undyings suddenly flew out, turned into afterimages, and began slaying the black murder insects. As blade rays flashed, the black murder insects were slashed to pieces one after another. The black murder insects are very savage, leaving many wounds on the Type 2 Undyings. But their potent poison cannot cause too much damage to the robots. Upon seeing this, Ancestor Moken narrowed his eyes and asked with a dignified expression, "Mechanical golems? Who are you? Why have you come to kill my son?" The fighting power of the Type 2 Undyings is amazing. When Ancestor Moken saw the dense swarm, an unclear premonition welled up inside him. Yang Feng replied with a smile, "You're an Infinity Warlock rank degenerate not for no reason. Your reaction is really quick. I am Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. I came for your pitiful life." With a flash of black light, and Alexia, who is equipped with the Fallen Angel armor and the Fallen Angel sword, suddenly shot out from a forest and slashed towards Ancestor Moken. Ancestor Moken's face fell, then his right arm blurred, changed into a mantis foreleg, and slashed out, and a green blade ray collided with the Fallen Angel sword. A black sword ray released by the Fallen Angel sword flashed and smashed the green blade ray, and then severed Ancestor Moken's arm. With his junior Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, Ancestor Moken is no match for Alexia to begin with. But now that she got the Fallen Angel armor, her strength skyrocketed, and Alexia crushed Ancestor Moken completely. Ancestor Moken's complexion changed drastically, and he shouted, "Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, there are no grievances and no grudges between us. Why have you plotted to come here and attack me? I think there should be some misunderstanding." Yang Feng smiled and said, "There is no misunderstanding. I came here to attack you for 2 reasons. The first reason is that you have something that I want. The second reason is that a mongrel like you is an eyesore and should be put down. Originally, since you have what I want, I was planning to get it through trading. However, since you are an eyesore, then I'll just kill you. Besides, by slaying an infinity warlock, I can get a considerable wealth." This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Ancestor Moken is an extremely cruel figure. He once slaughtered more than 10 million ordinary people in order to refine a high-grade soulstone. Even though Great Cloud Dynasty's demon hunting division is pursuing him, but it curbed his behavior by only a little. He is still the same. He frequently sneaks into Zhangji Plain and massacres ordinary people without restraint. Since he is a vicious degenerate, Yang Feng decided to get rid of him. Ancestor Moken gritted his teeth and roared, "Lei Ming, I am a man of White Scorpion Madonna. If you kill me, White Scorpion Madonna won't let you get away with it." Understanding shimmered in Yang Feng's eyes. White Scorpion Madonna. No wonder Great Cloud Dynasty hasn't slayed this old degenerate yet. It turns out that he is a man of White Scorpion Madonna. White Scorpion Madonna is a daughter of White Scorpion Lord of Carapace Dynasty, one of Savage Insect Plains' 3 dynasties. Among White Scorpion Lord's countless daughters, she is the only one who has advanced to an Infinity Warlock rank existence. She is the most doted on by White Scorpion Lord. White Scorpion Lord is a Warlock Monarch rank existence. Even Great Cloud Dynasty isn't willing to provoke such a fearsome existence. In Great Cloud Dynasty, there are Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Using Empyrean-grade secret treasures, Infinity Warlocks can still defeat a Warlock Monarch rank entity. But Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses possess terrifying maneuverability. If the opponent has no sense of shame, they can resort to assassination and guerrilla warfare, becoming a huge headache to Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, one-on-one, there are very few Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses who can beat a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Only those outrageous talents who have competed with the Warlock Emperors for the throne have that ability. In Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court, there is not a small number of Infinity Warlocks. But none of them can contend against a Warlock Monarch by themselves. There was a flash of cold light in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said frigidly, "If there is someone I want to kill, not even White Scorpion Madonna can stop me. If she comes after me, then I'll quell her as well. Do it." In the forest, a bird screech sounded, and a beautiful and proud black Xuanhuan suddenly flew out and blasted into the back of Ancestor Moken with fearsome force. Ancestor Moken is far weaker than Alexia and Yuyen to begin with, not to mention that Yuyen sneak attacked him from behind. He immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Then Black Xuanhuan fire enveloped and burned him, and he uttered miserable screams. Unlike strong divine force rank gods, Ancestor Moken, who is just an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock, naturally cannot resist the siege of 2 pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank existences. Only Ancestor Moken is also proficient in countless secret methods. His figure shook, his mangled body broke apart, and a green ray flew out, then immediately divided into 36 and shot into different directions. At this moment, countless 7-colored rose petals suddenly flew out and formed a 7-color rose petal seal boundary that sealed the space. When the 36 green rays hit the barrier, they bounced back. Alexia blurred into motion, turned into afterimages, appeared beside the green rays, and swung her sword, and sword rays containing dark force shattered the green rays. A green ray gleamed and transforming into Ancestor Moken, who knelt on the ground and pleaded loudly, "Young Master Lei Ming, I am willing to surrender. Spare my miserable life. I am willing to serve you as a slave, to work like an ox. Spare my pitiful life." A degenerate such as Ancestor Moken has no principles. When his life is on the line, he can put all his pride aside and beg for mercy. But once an opportunity arises, he will turn on his master and bite their hand. Yang Feng ordered indifferently, "Kill him!" Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared behind Ancestor Moken, swung her sword down, and a black sword ray instantly slayed and obliterated Ancestor Moken, only leaving a storage ring and an infinity core behind. Yang Feng gazed at Ancestor Moken's infinity core with some regret. It's a pity that human warlocks can't evolve as fast as other extraordinary life forms. If it was God Bloodplane, by slaying 2 kindred Grand Dukes, I could refine an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. As far as he knows, God Bloodplane's true blood kindred have the fastest speed of evolution. As long as lower-level kindred get to consume the true blood of higher-level kindred, they can continue to evolve without any bottleneck. Because of this, Yang Feng's kindred avatar could easily evolve into a kindred Grand Duke. With tremendous soul force, Yang Feng scanned the things inside Ancestor Moken's storage ring. There is no Wraith Bloodstone. It seems that he left it in his dwelling. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he flew towards Ancestor Moken's lair along with Alexia and Yu Yen. Although the 2 Infinity Warlocks are concealing their aura, but the aura they released before they slayed Ancestor Moken has already alarmed the devil insects in the vicinity. They just watched as Yang Feng and the other 2 flew towards Ancestor Moken's lair. "Who are you people? This is the dwelling of Ancestor Moken. Get lost." Just 3 have just reached Ancestor Moken's dwelling, when a beautiful and charming devil insect, with leech characteristics, exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power, blocked in front of them. Yang Feng glanced at the devil insect and said flatly, "A moonlight warlock rank leech devil insect? This devil insect can absorb many curses and rare toxins. Interesting. Capture her." Chapter 761, Fallen Angel Pool, Mysterious Statue. Chapter 761, Fallen Angel Pool, Mysterious Statue. Translator, Zayamoch. Yu Yen pointed with her lily-white hand, and light flashed and formed a giant hand that extended towards the leech devil insect. The leech devil insect sprayed a beam of blood containing foul aura barreling towards the giant hand. When the beam of blood blasted into the giant hand, it issued sizzling sounds, and then shattered. Next, the giant hand grabbed the leech devil insect. When the leech devil insect entered the giant hand, countless runes entered her body and turned her into a finger-sized leech. Yu Yen beckoned with a hand, and the leech devil insect flew into a jade box, and was sealed. Alexia blurred and turned into a black stream of light and flew into Ancestor Moken's dwelling, and then bursts of screams came from inside. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a large number of reconnaissance robots flew into Ancestor Moken's dwelling. Countless data was fed back by the reconnaissance robots and analyzed by the optical computer network composed of more than 1,000 level 4 optical computers. Update.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Found it. Yang Feng turned into a black ray and plunged into the dwelling. Shortly after, he appeared in a cave filled with countless abyssal transcendent rank corpses. In the center of the cave, there is a pool covering an area of about 100 hectares. In the center of the pool, which is filled with black liquid, there is a black crystal suspended. Black rune chains extending from the crystal pierced into the countless abyssal transcendent rank corpses, extracted their power, and condensed drops of black liquid that dripped into the center of the pool. Yang Feng smiled. Fallen Angel's Pool. Judging by these materials, this is a top-grade Fallen Angel pool that can nurture Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angels at most. Top-grade Fallen Angel pool is presently the most formidable Fallen Angel pool that human warlocks and other extraordinary life forms can create rapidly. Above top-grade, there are also Monarch-grade, Holy-grade, and God-grade Fallen Angel pools. However, those Fallen Angel pools require massive amounts of resources and all kinds of peerless treasures to be refined. Since many of those treasures can only be found through luck, it is extremely difficult to refine those Fallen Angel pools. Break! Yang Feng flew out of the cave and swung his sword, and a black sword ray shrouded the huge cave. Boom! Amidst loud rumbling noise, the huge mountain was cut in two by Yang Feng's sword strike. Yang Feng extended his hand. Countless runes entered the cave with the top-grade Fallen Angel pool, and the cave shrank until it turned the size of a palm, and they entered his hand. Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses already possess the power to destroy grade 9 planes. For Yang Feng, to destroy a mountain is nothing special. What's this? At the moment when Ancestor Moken's dwelling collapsed, Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and a palm-sized statue, which is engraved with a black armor covered with barbs, has a human form and has red eyes, and exudes a weird aura, flew into his hand. The weird aura emitted by the statue made Yang Feng, who is a bright world warlock, feel a bit uncomfortable. In this vast universe, there are countless strange things, many of which even human warlocks don't know about. After searching through the database, Yang Feng found that there are no records of this sort of statue. He contemplated for a while, and then sealed the weird statue in a jade box. We retrieved what we came for. Let's withdraw. Yang Feng and company flew away without the slightest hesitation. To kill my white scorpion Madonnas, man, you guys got some balls. A ferocious roar came from afar. Then the clouds shifted and formed the projection of a bewitching woman with a white scorpion imprint on the forehead. A scorpion tail wrapped around the waist, an hourglass figure, and a sensual and enchanting temperament. The projection of a bewitching woman stared coldly at Yang Feng. An Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can attack from 10,000 kilometers away and wipe out a great warlock with one blow. At the same time, they can make a projection 10,000 kilometers away. However, such a projection has no strength to speak of, can only serve as a deterrent. Buzz off! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng barked and flicked a finger, and 7-color skyfire flew out, entered the projection, and burned it to ashes in an instant. The figures of Yang Feng's group of 3 shook slightly, and they entered a cave, went through a small astral gate, and entered astral boundary and disappeared. Savage Insect Plane is full of powerhouses. Carapace Dynasty alone has 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. After Yang Feng succeeded in his endeavor, he made a prompt decision to escape. Only death would await him were he to stay. A quarter of an hour later, 3 experts exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power appeared in front of the cave. The one in the lead is White Scorpion Madonna. Behind her, there are 2 sinister-looking devil insect powerhouses with a mixture of insect and human forms. If an ordinary person were to see them, they would feel their blood run cold. A devil insect with a dragon-like maw and a fly-like upper body spoke solemnly. White Scorpion Madonna, shall we go in? White Scorpion Madonna's eyes shone with a gleam of wisdom, and she shook her head sensibly. No, I've heard about Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. He raised a huge storm in Zhangji Plain's Great Cloud Dynasty. In the end, Great Cloud Dynasty even lost Bright Moon Province to him. This guy is definitely not a simple character. If we chase after him, I'm afraid we'll meet a disaster. According to my father's speculation, there should be a Warlock Monarch rank or higher powerhouse backing Undying Mountain. The other devil insect, who has a mantis head and a pair of fiend wings on the back, said in a deep voice, "So we'll leave it at that? That's all we can do for now. However, if he dares to come to our plane again, I'll definitely kill him." White Scorpion Madonna snorted coldly and pointed with a finger, and white light shone and enveloped the astral gate. The astral gate collapsed and turned into ashes at once. On the other side of the astral gate, there is a huge fleet and a large number of experts garrisoned. All of a sudden, the astral gate distorted and collapsed. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with regret. She didn't take the bait. What a pity! If White Scorpion Madonna had charged through the astral gate, then even if she brought a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, Yang Feng has the confidence to strike and severely wound the opponent. As for White Scorpion Madonna, it would be best if she could be captured alive, and if she could not be captured alive, Yang Feng wouldn't mind killing her. Since he dares to attack blazing angels subordinated to a suspected Warlock Emperor, he won't fear a Warlock Monarchs. After the astral gate disappeared, the huge fleet set into motion and slowly disappeared in astral boundary. Endless abyss. Inside a Viscount rank Abyssal Fiend's castle, there are signs of fierce fighting everywhere. There is a huge square underground, and a huge fallen angel pool is placed in the center of the square. At this time, there are no longer any Abyssal Transcendent rank corpses around the fallen angel pool. In the center of the pool, there is a fallen angel statue, which has a crystal inlaid in the chest. A tremendous amount of abyssal force is rushing towards the crystal form all direction. Drops of black liquid are dripping down from the crystal inside the fallen angel statue's chest. The most suitable place to build a fallen angel pool is the endless abyss, which is full of dark force. As long as a fallen angel pool is built in such a place, it can continuously extract abyssal force and transform it into dark force. Yang Feng's true body, wearing a suit of armor that can isolate abyssal force, grabbed the dawn-blazing angel Seabass and came to the fallen angel pool. As soon as Seabass saw the fallen angel pool, his expression changed dramatically and turned into that of fear, and he shouted, "Fallen angel pool, you want to corrupt me? Stop. If you do that, my lord won't let you get away with it." Every fallen angel is a traitor to their original master. Once the dawn-blazing angel is polluted by the fallen angel pool, the Dawn Lord will never let him off. Yang Feng threw Seabass into the fallen angel pool without hesitation. Countless wisps of dark force rushed into Seabass's body like a tide, causing him to let out a scream of horror and despair. "No, don't!" Wisps of the power of dawn welled up from inside Seabass, intertwined with the dark force, and cancelled each other out. Seabass's body formed from divine force started collapsing, and a new body gradually formed from dark force. Brazen! Suddenly, a wisp of Warlock Emperor rank might spewed out of Seabass's body and nearly ripped the fallen angel pool apart. Abyssal Lord's sovereign power. Suppress it. Yang Feng's Abyssal Earl Avatar's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force suddenly erupted and collided with the wisp of Empyrean might. Chapter 762, Angels Fall. Chapter 762, Angels Fall. Translator, Xayamoj. A tremendous abyssal will suddenly descended and collided with the wisp of Empyrean might. A violent clash of wills ensued and set off a huge energy storm, which raised billows in the fallen angel pool water. In the end, the wisp of Empyrean might was eroded by the abyssal will and turned into nothing. Although the wisp of Empyrean might and abyssal will are virtually at the same level. But the wisp of Empyrean might is like a tree without roots. As for the abyssal will, it is rooted in abyss and has a virtually endless supply of power. Consequently, it could easily quell the wisp of Empyrean might. Yang Feng guessed that the dawn-blazing angel would not be corrupted that easily, and so he summoned the Abyssal Lord Avatar here. In terms of combat power alone, Yang Feng's true body can quell his Abyssal Lord Avatar with one hand. However, his true body is not an Abyssal Lord after all, and naturally cannot rely on the protection of the Abyssal Will. Once the wisp of Empyrean might was quelled, the fallen angel pool water, which is full of corrosive power, entered the dawn-blazing angel and eroded him. Yang Feng recited an incantation and pointed towards the fallen angel pool, and countless black runes entered it. At the same time, he threw a high-grade soul stone into the fallen angel pool. 10 days later, a fearsome aura spread from the fallen angel pool, and Seabass flew out of the pool, landed on the ground, knelt on e knee in front of Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." Upon seeing this, Yang Feng revealed a satisfied smile. Seabass and the other two blazing angels are infinity warlock rank existences. After they are transformed into fallen angels, they will become powerful combatants under Yang Feng control. Fga iwabnavio el. Calm. Yang Feng stared at Seabass with a dignified expression and asked in a deep voice, "Is the Dawn Lord you speak of the 8th Warlock Emperor?" The 8th Warlock Emperor was a peerless powerhouse who unified the entire Zhangji Plain and conquered countless plains. He was defeated and severely wounded, while in the prime of his life, by a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse and forced to hide in Zhangji Plain to lick his wounds. In the end, he never took a step outside Zhangji Plain. If it wasn't for that, he would definitely be considered as one of the strongest human Warlock Emperors. In the vast universe, there are countless planes, and there are countless gods wielding the power of dawn. Yang Feng just wants to confirm whether the Dawn Lord is the 8th Warlock Emperor or not. "My lord, since our birth, the Dawn Lord has told us that he is the great Warlock Emperor of the 8th Warlock dynasty. He is now the supreme god of Dawn Plane. From my observations and the information I have, the Dawn Lord is indeed the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Warlock Emperor. Dawn Plane, according to Zhangji Plane's classification, is a Grade 2 plane. It's of the same grade as the 36 primary material planes. It was discovered by the Dawn Lord at the time and served as his fallback. The Dawn Lord can be said to be and not to be the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Warlock Emperor. At the time, before the Dawn Lord's true body was besieged, one of his avatars ignited his divine fire, absorbed the numerous godheads of Dawn he gathered, and promoted to a god in one fell swoop. Seabass gave Yang Feng a detailed explanation. Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. So it's an avatar. Blessed by the plane origin will of their respective plane, gods can live for upwards of 1 million years. Many powerful human warlocks form an avatar and promote to a god in another plane. In this way, even if the soul of the true body decays and they die, they can continue to live through their avatar. However, although gods have an extremely long lifespan, but they are also bound by their plane. Once their true body leaves the plane for more than 10 days, it will be weakened at the rate of 1% per day. If they leave the plane for more than 3 months, they will be weakened to the point of death. Therefore, most gods go to other planes in the form of avatars. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, "How many Bright World Warlock rank and higher angels does the Dawn Lord currently have?" Seabass responded, "As far as I know, the Dawn Lord has 896 Bright World Warlock rank, 172 Infinity Warlock rank, and 9 Warlock Monarch rank angels. As for Holy Spirit Warlock rank angels, I haven't seen any, and I have no information to verify their existence. However, according to the Dawn Lord's conduct, there should be 1 or 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank blazing angels guarding him." A solemn ray shimmered in Yang Feng's eyes. 172 Infinity Warlock rank, and 9 Warlock Emperor rank angels, as expected of a once Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. His foundation is amazing. Full W current novels on fruibnov.com. The Dawn Lord, as its Zhangji Plane's Warlock Emperor, has conquered God knows how many planes, slayed more than 1,000 Dawn Lords, and obtained countless resources. As one of his fallbacks, the Dawn Lord must have stashed a tremendous amount of resources on Dawn Plane, which explains the great amount of powerhouses. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, "Seabass, since I captured the 3 of you, will the Dawn Lord send someone to attack me? Even when starved, a tiger is still stronger than a hare. Although the Dawn Lord is no longer as powerful as he used to be, but if he insists on targeting Yang Feng, then as long as he sends 4 Warlock Monarch rank Blazing Angels coupled with some Infinity Warlock rank Angels, he'll be able to level Yang Feng's force in Bright Moon Province. With the power at his disposal, if the Dawn Lord mobilizes all of his angel legions, he could even conquer Great Cloud Dynasty. No, he won't. Although the Dawn Lord is powerful, but there are more formidable enemies he has to deal with. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, with Dawn Plane as the starting point, he has expanded steadily step by step. As far as I know, there are already 372 planes completely under the Dawn Lord's control, and they all have a perfect defense system set up. Since the 3 of us have fallen into your hands, it means that you have the power to slay Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. According to the Dawn Lord's conduct, he should investigate you first to find out your details, and then send someone to negotiate a ransom with you. Master, if you don't want to offend the Dawn Lord completely, you'd better keep the remaining 2 Blazing Angels until you negotiate with the Dawn Lord and exchange them for other things as well as dispel the other party's hatred. Seabass readily offered information on his former master. Yang Feng pondered for a while and then asked, "If I transform the 3 Blazing Angels, what will the Dawn Lord's reaction be?" Seabass answered, "There will be an irreconcilable enmity between the 2 of you, unless you can fork out something of greater value to dissolve this enmity. Once the time is right, the Dawn Lord will mobilize numerous powerhouses and give you a fatal blow." Yang Feng considered it again, and then finally chose to give up on transforming the remaining 2 Blazing Angels into fallen angels. Although the Dawn Lord, who is now a supreme god of a plane, is far weaker than when he was the 8th Warlock Emperor. But Yang Feng is still not his opponent. If the enmity can be resolved, then Yang Feng doesn't mind returning the two blazing angels to the other party. Yang Feng uttered, "But the Dawn Lord is really patient. He hasn't come to trouble me after such a long time." Seabass replied, "Although the Dawn Lord has once proclaimed himself a hegemon of an age and had countless subordinates, but he has also forged countless enmities. Otherwise, at the time when his true body has deteriorated with age, there wouldn't have been so many people besieging him. His avatar has naturally become more careful. After all, he's far weaker than what he used to be. Only by staying in his Dawn divine country can he feel at ease. The stronger a person, the stronger their friends and enemies will be. At the time, the Dawn Lord has once suppressed countless planes and defeated countless powerful enemies. Most of the powerful enemies died at his hands. But those who survived, they have grown into extremely terrifying existences. Therefore, the Dawn Lord can currently guarantee his safety only by hiding in his divine country." Yang Feng's thoughts revolved and he breathed a sigh of relief. So that's the case. Unless the Dawn Lord uses his real power, he basically cannot pose a threat to my safety. As long as I don't court death, I won't provoke him to do his utmost to destroy me. After all, he has better fish to fry. Compared to them, I'm still not qualified to be his enemy. Even Tough the Dawn Lord is only an avatar, but those whom he considers to be his true enemies are Holy Spirit Warlock rank and higher entities. A mere Infinity Warlock rank force doesn't amount to much in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Feng felt a slight tremor from the jade box he sealed the weird statue that he got from Ancestor Moken's dwelling inside. With a thought, he took out the jade box and opened it. The weird statue suddenly began absorbing abyssal force from the surroundings. Within that statue, strange tiny symbols, which Yang Feng has never seen before, suddenly appeared, and it exuded mysterious, queer, formidable, and fearsome fluctuations of power. Yang Feng's Abyssal Earl avatar willed and took out a gourd, and poured a stream of abyssal river water toward the weird statue. Like a bottomless black hole, the weird statue madly devoured the stream of abyssal river water. Chapter 763, Divine Emissary of the Dawn Lord. Chapter 763, Divine Emissary of the Dawn Lord. Translator, Xuanhuan. After absorbing all the abyssal river water inside the gourd, the weird statue doesn't seem to have had enough. Yang Feng's Abyssal Fiend avatar used the Abyssal Lord's sovereign power and beckoned, and the water from an abyssal river thousands of kilometers away suddenly flew out, turned into a torrent and flew this way, and then flowed into the weird statue. The weird statue devoured the abyssal river water for 1 day and 1 night, and then finally trembled. Yang Feng's Abyssal Fiend avatar beckoned, and the abyssal river water stopped in midair. After about a dozen breaths of time, the weird statue cracked open and revealed a square black crystal inside. When Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar saw the square black crystal, his eyes brightened, and he grabbed the square crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar ingested the square crystal, a terrifying force broke out instantly and filled his body. Originally, Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar has gained a lot of power in Bloody Battlefield Plane, to the point that he advanced to a pinnacle Abyssal Earl. Now that he has obtained the power of the square crystal, he suddenly transformed again, stepped across the huge bottleneck separating Abyssal Earl and Abyssal Marquis ranks, and advanced to an Abyssal Marquis. Yang Feng's true body glanced at the avatar that has evolved into an Abyssal Marquis and frowned, saying, "There is no record of this power in the database. I need to analyze and study you." There is no record of the weird statue in Yang Feng's Warlock database. Consequently, it is unknown if the weird power will alter the connection between the avatar and the true body. The world of Warlock is replete of strange things that are impossible from the perspective of Earth's humans. There are ice cubes that contain the law of ice and can freeze flames. Human souls can swap places. The absolute zero of Earth is just a joke here. By employing the law of ice, you can even exceed this temperature by far. The fact that there is no information about the weird statue in his database aroused Yang Feng's vigilance. If he isn't careful, then once the Abyssal Fiend avatar is contaminated, it would not be impossible for it to betray him in the end. The Abyssal Fiend avatar agreed decisively, "I understand. After crossing through a top-grade warp gate, Yang Feng and the Abyssal Fiend avatar came to a fully equipped underground laboratory in Bright Moon Province. The most advanced and cutting-edge scanning instruments began to scan and analyze Yang Feng's Abyssal Fiend avatar. The soul has no abnormalities. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. The flesh is 5% stronger than that of an ordinary gold-horned. The bones are strengthened by 3%. The blood is strengthened by 12%. According to the analysis based on the information currently available, the final conclusion shows that the avatar has been strengthened and there are no anomalies. As for the square crystal, it should be a kind of high-grade life magic energy. The transformation method and absorption efficiency of this life magic energy exceed the current technology we have mastered. Strings of information came back. A strange light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he asked, "Can the statue's technology be analyzed?" According to the analysis of the data currently available, the statue's level of technology exceed that of the heyday of the Shizu by a large margin. Unless we obtain information about the civilization the statue came from, or unlock the highest level of Shizu technology, it won't be possible to analyze the statue's technology. Shocked, Yang Feng stared at the statue with a grave look in his eyes. The statue is actually that impressive. How come it appeared on Savage Insect Plane? After Yang Feng came to Great Cloud Dynasty, he never stopped collecting data on Warlock civilization. According to the information he possesses, when the Shizu dominated the other universe at the time, they could slay Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks. As for Warlock Emperors, he isn't sure about the outcome. freeobnovel.com. But the statue's level of technology surpasses that of the Shizu, which means that the statue came from a fearsome civilization that surpasses the civilizations of this universe by far. Such a fearsome civilization has very likely given birth to Eternals, or even more terrifying entities. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then handed the statue to his Abyssal Lord Avatar. The world of Warlock is full of mysteries. For this to appear here, it means that existences and items of other high-grade universes may appear in this world. Eternals may also be beings of high-grade universes who came to this world. Beings at that level are not existences that I can engage with at the moment. Continuing to mull over it will only worry me needlessly. Time passed, and it was soon 1 month later. At the entrance of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Bright Moon Province, a young man, with short blonde hair, a medium build, and a faint smile appeared. The young man is followed by a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power spread slowly, and a loud voice sounded, "I, Dawn Divine Emissary Pewee, came to pay Undying Mountain's young master a formal visit. Please come in." From Undying Mountain's headquarters, a gold ray fell in front of Dawn Divine Emissary Pewee and formed gold stairs. Pewee and the two behind him stepped on the gold stairs, gold light flashed, and they appeared in a wide reception hall. The person sitting on the throne in the reception hall is Yang Feng. On the left and right of Yang Feng, there are two powerhouses standing, namely Alexia and Yuyen. Both of them are shrouded in a magic fog, making it difficult to see their features. At the same time, in the dark, there are faint Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power. Pewee stepped forward, bowed to Yang Feng, and revealed a strange smile. "Well met, Undying Mountain's young master. Or should I say, well met, Battle Demon Sect's great elder Yang Feng." Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, "How did you find out?" After Yang Feng became Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, he almost never showed himself with as Yang Feng. Only when he fought against the Dawn Lord's emissaries did he use his identity as Yang Feng. The Dawn Lord found out his true identity in such a short time only from this. This kind of investigative capability is simply terrifying. Pewee smiled and flexed his muscles. "After all, my lord was once the master of Tsangji Plain. There are very few things in Tsangji Plain that can be hidden from my lord's eyes and ears." Yang Feng said lightly, "I am indeed Yang Feng." Pewee uttered, "Young Master Yang Feng, we had a little conflict with you before. Reportedly, you have 3 of our blazing angels in your possession. Please return them to us. In exchange, we are willing to pay an equivalent price. Then we can write this off." Blazing angels are the most powerful kind of angels in the same rank, and they can evolve into existences with supreme god-rank combat power. At the time, the 3 Dawn Blazing Angels withstood the siege of numerous experts subordinated to Yang Feng. This is a clear testament to their battle prowess. Yang Feng replied flatly, "Of the 3 Blazing Angels, one of them has been transformed into a fallen angel. I can only return the other 2 to you. Of the 2 Blazing Angels, I'll offer you one as apology for the one that I accidentally transformed into a fallen angel. As for the other one, you'll need to pay the resources necessary to cultivate an Infinity Warlock." Behind Pui, the sexy and glamorous woman opened her angel wings. Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from her, and she stared fiercely at Yang Feng. "What? You actually corrupted our brother? You damn heretic! If you do not apologize to us and compensate us, then our mighty lord won't forgive you." Yang Feng's eyes released ominous light, a terrifying aura that surged like a terrifying beast spread from him, and he stared coldly at the beautiful Infinity Warlock rank angel and uttered frigidly, "The Great Dawn Lord is indeed extremely powerful, far more powerful than I am. But I am no pushover either. This time it was your Dawn Divine Country's people who attacked me. I already gave you a lot of face by taking a step back. In other words, Dawn Divine Country intends to fight me to the death. If Yang Feng and the Dawn Lord shed all pretense of cordiality, he only can choose to give up his foundation in Sangji Plain and escape to Anta Plain. However, with Yang Feng's fearsome force, if he attacks down Divine Country, then as long as he has a proper strategy, he will be able to kill a dozen Infinity Warlock rank angels." Pui frowned and said sternly, "Celine, stop!" The beautiful angel shot Yang Feng a fierce look and fell silent. "He doesn't has any understanding of negotiations. Truly an uncivilized brute." Pui glanced at Yang Feng, and contempt shimmered in his eyes, but he sighed lightly in his heart. "It's a pity that this uncivilized brute has a lot of power. We cannot fall out with him at the moment." Pui has investigated Yang Feng, and is aware that Yang Feng holds frightening power in his hands. Although that power cannot compare to the power the Dawn Lord has accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. But once they fall out with Yang Feng, it will likely break the balance between the Dawn Lord and other powerful beings. Chapter 764, Rift. Chapter 764, Rift. Translator, Zayamoch. Pui said with a smile, "Since you said this much, young Master Yang Feng, then we'll give you a face and resolve this according to your idea." Seeing Pui take a step back, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he calculated in his heart. It seems that the Dawn Lord doesn't want to make matters worse. He should have his plate full. None of the 8 Warlock Emperors was a simple character. During their heyday, if anyone dared to attack their subordinates, with just an order from them, countless powerhouses would destroy their enemies or expel them to Astral Boundary, the Endless Abyss, Netherworld, or other places where even a Warlock Emperor's forces cannot achieve full coverage. By the same token, the Dawn Lord is not a magnanimous individual. In his days as a Warlock Emperor, he has destroyed an uncountable number of enemies. For Pui to actually give way to Yang Feng, it clearly shows that the Dawn Lord has his hands full and does not want to gain another strong enemy. Pui said, "Young Master Yang Feng, I also brought with me the goodwill of the Great Dawn Lord. We hope that our forces can become allies and help each other." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and muttered, "Allies? I'll have to think about it." Pui opened his hand, and a cube-shaped communications crystal flew out of his hand and flew towards Yang Feng. "This is my communications crystal. If you want to contact me, you can reach me with this communications crystal, young Master Yang Feng." When Pui saw Yang Feng grab the communications crystal, he smiled and bowed to Yang Feng, saying, "Then, I will take my leave." Yang Feng waved his hand, and a gold ray immediately enveloped Pui's group of 3 and sent them outside Undying Mountain's headquarters. Allies? Is it that great to be an ally of the Dawn Lord? Although being an ally of the Dawn Lord can you get huge benefits, but you'll also have to face his enemies. If I become his ally, I'm afraid that the first one to be eliminated will be me. After the Pui's group of 3 left, a cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he calculated coldly in his heart. The best way to destroy enemies is to go from weak to strong. Against an enemy of the same level, first destroy the enemy's weakest helpers and allies, and then destroy the enemy themselves. This is the kingly way. By the same token, if Yang Feng allies with the Dawn Lord as a weaker link, he will be targeted by the Dawn Lord's enemies, who are too powerful for him at the moment. After finishing the negotiations with the Dawn Lord's divine envoy, Yang Feng's true body hid in a secret location in Bright Moon Province and entered secluded cultivation. Yang Feng has monopolized the resources of places such as Bright Moon Province, Ligui Province, Yu Province, and Andrak Plain. Those resources are enough for him to quietly practice cultivation to a pinnacle Bright World Warlock. If he practices cultivation in seclusion, there's even a possibility that he has a breakthrough and advances to an Infinity Warlock. Since this is the case, Yang Feng is naturally willing to practice cultivation in seclusion until he raises the power of his true body to the limit, before going out of seclusion and leaving to look for the Black Emperor's treasure trove or going to Zhangji Plain's core world to look for resources. Time elapsed and 2 years passed in a flash. Zhangji Plain, in Cloud Capital, Yang Feng's avatar Xuanhuan is lying on a beach chair in his small villa and embracing the youthful and beautiful, short-haired Lan Chuxia. It's really peaceful. While stroking Lan Chuxia's fair and silk-like skin and absorbing sun force contained in the sunlight, Yang Feng revealed a satisfied smile. Yang Feng's avatar, Xuanhuan, who has advanced to a Moonlight Warlock, is already considered a genius. Although Yang Feng's true body still has countless rare resources that can enable the avatar to directly advance to a glorious Sun Warlock, but that will arouse the suspicion of Great Cloud Dynasty. In fact, after Yang Feng's avatar, Xuanhuan, advanced to a Moonlight Warlock, it led to Great Cloud Dynasty performing an investigation. However, after several rounds of examination, they didn't found anything suspicious. As a result, he could assume the position of bureau chief in Great Cloud Dynasty's secret treasure division. Suddenly, the earth vibrated violently, as if the world is about to break apart. Suddenly startled, Lan Chuxia, who was previously lying in Yang Feng's embrace like a kitten, tensed up and asked, "What's going on?" A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng said solemnly, "I'll go ask." freewebnovel.com. As Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial capital, Cloud Capital is protected by countless secret treasures. The number Warlock Towers alone exceeds 1,000. If a Warlock monarch comes to Cloud Capital and acts presumptuously, they will be quelled directly. It is impossible for an ordinary earthquake to affect Cloud Capital at all. As such, this is no ordinary earthquake. Yang Feng took out a communications device, selected by Yuxian's imprint, and connected. After a while, Bai Yuxian's voice came from the communication device. "Xuanhuan, what can I do for you?" Yang Feng asked. "Your Highness, do you know what's up with that earthquake?" As a peerless genius of the Bai family, Bai Yuxian has her finger on the pulse. She is even better informed than Yang Feng, who controls Undying Mountain. After all, Great Cloud Dynasty is much more powerful than Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Bai Yuxian replied, "I don't know either." At this moment, a vast aura spread from the place where Time Sky City is located in the Eastern world. What a rich life magic energy. It's coming from Time Sky City. Yang Feng has secretly set up surveillance robots in various areas of Great Cloud Dynasty. When the vast aura started spreading from Time Sky City, the surveillance robots immediately reported back to the Level 4 optical computer network, which quickly pinpointed the source of the vast aura. In Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng, who is absorbing countless resources and strengthening the 9 small worlds inside him in seclusion, opened his eyes at once, his eyes shone brightly, and flew towards a warp gate beside him. During the past 2 years, Yang Feng not only had surveillance robots quietly stationed in various places in Zhangji Plain's 4 dynasties, but he also quietly arranged many warp gates in the 4 dynasties. It took only a few minutes for Yang Feng to pass through several warp gates before he appeared in a cave near Time Sky City. Black light gleamed, and Yang Feng immediately flew into the sky and looked in the direction of Time Sky City. In the surroundings of Time Sky City, Warlock powerhouses flew into the air and looked in the direction of Time Sky City. A huge rift opened at the location of Time Sky City, and bright gold light gushed out. When the gold light, which gushed out from underground, combined with the air above ground, they formed magic stones and magic crystals that sprayed in all directions like raindrops. Some low-level warlocks cast spells and formed mage hands to fish for the magic stones and magic crystals in the air. When the gold light erupted, it raised a tornado that swept the magic stones and magic crystals. Even 3 moonlight warlocks, attracted by the magic crystals, cast spells to grab the resources ejected from the gold light. Although moonlight warlocks are already transcendent rank powerhouses, but they have to work hard for their resources, especially if they are rogue cultivators. The rest of the warlocks at the moonlight warlock rank and higher stared at the rift that ejects gold light with dignified and shocked looks in their eyes. No one knows what's going on. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking blare, and the huge rift expanded to 1,000 meters long, and a tremendous amount of gold light gushed out from underground. Under the impact of the terrifying gold light, the many low-level warlocks screamed, twisted, and turned into strange existences, and then burst apart and turned into clouds of blood mist, which combined with the gold light and turned into a new resource. The 3 moonlight warlocks trembled when the gold light poured into them. Like insects stuck in a spider web, they cannot move. They began to slowly turn grotesque while suffering unbearable pain. Warlocks can absorb life magic energy, evolve, and become more powerful. But there is a limit to the amount of life magic energy warlocks can absorb at each level. Infused with a large amount of life magic energy in a short period of time, warlocks will explode. Yang Feng's face flickered, his figure shook, and he escaped madly. Light gleamed, and the powerhouses at the Moonlight Warlock rank and higher unleashed secret methods and fled this place. The earth kept shaking. The ground cracked wildly. The rift expanded to 100,000 kilometers long, and dazzling gold light rushed into the sky. Suddenly, a terrifying giant tree 100,000 kilometers in diameter broke out of the ground, pierced the sky, and entered the starry sky. A vast force diffused out of the giant tree and spread in all directions. That giant tree pierced through the Zhangji Plains atmosphere, and then 9 branches suddenly separated from the canopy. There is a floating continent, with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, suspended above each branch. Thin branches extended from the giant tree, pierced into the void, and extracted various forces and transported them to the floating continent in the canopy. Chapter 765, 6 Warlock Dynasties Emerge. Chapter 765, 6 Warlock Dynasties Emerge. Arad Lattice T Chapter S at freeobnovel.com only. Translator, Xuanhuan. From time to time, a leaf falls down from the giant tree's canopy and flies towards one of the 9-branch floating continents. Every time a leaf falls down, it turns into an island and orbits a continent like a moon. Whatever it is, there is bound to be treasures up there. A scorching ray flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of Type 2 Undyings as well as other 4th-generation battle robots flew out of the 9 small worlds inside him and shot towards the branch floating continents on the huge tree like a tide. At the moment, the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng are covered in munitions factories. His true body is like a mobile super aircraft carrier that can release different battle robots to deal with different combat environments at any time. Virtually all warlocks at the Moonlight Warlock rank and higher powerhouses at the scene flew towards the canopy floating continent and the 9-branch floating continents. They all have experienced countless adventures and all kinds of weird phenomena. Naturally, they are aware that the mysterious huge tree must have treasures. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking noise, an exquisite castle flew out from the ground and instantly appeared on a branch floating continent. This continent belongs to our Time Dynasty. Anyone who enters without permission shall die. A domineering voice came from the castle, and radiant light shone. The warlocks in Yang Feng's battle robots, enveloped by the radiant light, were flung away. Traces of holy might spread from the castle and swept the land. Holy Spirit Warlock. Time Dynasty. The first Warlock Dynasty. How is this possible? Hasn't the first Warlock Dynasty collapsed? When the warlocks present felt the holy might emanating from the floating continent, Their expression changed drastically, not daring to approach. In the vast universe, most of the guardians of high-level races are Holy Spirit warlocks. When Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are not around, Holy Spirit warlocks are the most powerful entities. Even if Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties join forces to deal with a Holy Spirit warlock, they might not be their opponent. Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties all possess Empyrean-grade secret treasures. If they can fully operate the Empyrean-grade secret treasures, then they can indeed severely injure or even kill a Holy Spirit warlock. But that is only the case if the Holy Spirit warlock is forced to fight them head-on. If a Holy Spirit warlock puts their pride aside and makes a sneak attack, they can insta-kill Infinity Warlocks without a problem. Once the 4 dynasties make an enemy of a Holy Spirit warlock, if their Infinity Warlocks don't want to die, they will be forced to hide in the respective royal capital. Boom! A 10,000-meter-long primordial dragon flew out of the ground and flew onto another branch floating continent. A cold and domineering voice spread. This continent belongs to our taboo dynasty. Anyone who enters without permission shall die. That's the primordial dragon Wuha that the taboo lord slayed, and then used as a mount and a palace. Didn't it disappear after the taboo lord died? Taboo dynasty? Hasn't taboo dynasty been extinguished already? When the human warlocks saw the primordial dragon that suddenly appeared, shock filled their heart, and they fled from that floating continent. Of the 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord had a relatively mild temperament. As for the Taboo Lord, because he was an ordinary person from humble origins, the path he walked was full of massacre. He collected the bloodline of countless powerful life forms and purified it, and then finally reached the peak. He was a murderous character who not only was ruthless to enemies, but also mercilessly attacked human warlock. Seeing this, the human warlocks flying towards the remaining branch floating continents stopped and stared at the floating continents. Boom! FRUUEOL.com. The earth cracked, and a 10,000-meter-tall headless giant, engraved with countless runes, broke out of the ground and jumped onto a branch floating continent. A flat voice and a terrifying aura spread from the floating continent. This continent belongs to our transcendent dynasty. Anyone who enters without permission shall die. Headless Titan Jianga. That's a peerless powerhouse the transcendent Lord slayed. It's a terrifying existence that could once compete with the transcendent Lord. Later, the transcendent Lord refined it into a weapon. It didn't disappear. The expression of the human warlocks changed drastically, and they commented emotionally. Boom! A palace engraved with numerous star diagrams flew out of the ground and flew onto a branch floating continent. Resplendent starlight flew down, landed on the star palace, and star projections appeared above the star palace. A mild voice came from the star palace. This continent now belongs to my star dynasty. No one is welcome to enter without permission. Compared to the other warlock emperors, the Star Lord had the mildest temperament. Star Dynasty's warlocks were also fairly mild-tempered. Boom! The earth shook again, and a huge mountain, enveloped by a black aura of death, with sticks running through it, suddenly flew out and landed on a branch floating continent. A weird voice suddenly sounded. This continent now belongs to my Death Dynasty. Only the dead can enter without permission. Boom! The earth cracked once more, and a 10,000-meter-tall palace, engraved with countless runes and covered with mysterious fog, flew out and landed on a branch floating continent. A proud voice sounded. This continent now belongs to my Magic Note Dynasty. Anyone who hands over a secret treasure that my Magic Note Dynasty approves of can enter this continent and become a member of Magic Note Dynasty. Otherwise, trespassers shall be killed on sight. The 6 warlock dynasties emerged. Where are Golem Dynasty and Dawn Dynasty? What's going on? How come they appeared? Haven't the 8 warlock dynasties collapsed? The human warlocks at the scene looked at the 6 extremely powerful forces that appeared in the sky with shock in their eyes. Sangji Plain's 8 warlock dynasties represent the most glorious eras of human warlocks. Even Dawn Dynasty, which was the weakest among the 8 warlock dynasties, shook the 36 primary material planes, and no force dared to fight it. The 6 warlock dynasties were matchless forces that not even warlock emperor rank entities of the 36 primary material planes, astral boundary, the endless abyss, netherworld, and the endless starry sky, who have lived for millions and tens of millions of years, dared to face as an enemy. Now the alleged 6 warlock dynasties' forces emerged and occupied 6 branch floating continents in one fell swoop. The other warlocks stopped immediately, not daring to act rashly. At the moment when the warlocks stopped, countless battle robots flew into the remaining 3 branch floating continents. When they entered the 3 floating continents, Yang Feng saw through the perspective of the battle robots that there are spirit springs, dense magic energy, precious extraordinary plants growing everywhere, and other materials, whom countless infinity warlocks would covet. In the center of each branch floating continent, there is brilliant gold light shining, as if some rare treasure is being nurtured. Yang Feng's battle robots suddenly launched, turned into streamers of light, and flew towards the center of the floating continents at the fastest speed. There is a gold lake in the center of the floating continents. In the center of the gold lake, there is a bell, a bow, and a shield respectively. I can only choose one. If I take more, I'll suffer a backlash and die. Just taking one is already a windfall. As soon as Yang Feng saw the 3 treasures, fate algorithm within his sea of knowledge trembled and warned him of the hidden opportunities and crises. The shield. Everything is possible as long as I'm alive. Yang Feng made a prompt decision. A battle robot flew into a gold lake and grabbed a shield, and then turned into a stream of light and flew towards him. Eyes followed the battle robot's trajectory and fell on Yang Feng's true body, and Yang Feng felt as if mountains were placed on his back. The 6 warlock dynasties exude Holy Spirit warlock rank fluctuations of power. If a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse attacked him at this time, Yang Feng might not be able to withstand a strike. A black ray suddenly flashed, and a black figure silently emerged from the void and extended a hand towards the shield the battle robot is holding. Die! With a flash of anger in his eyes, Yang Feng erupted with intermediate bright world warlock rank aura. His figure blurred, then he appeared in front of the black figure, extended a hand, and operated the essence of devour, and a black hole suddenly appeared on his hand and devoured the warlock in an instant. Chapter 766, True Dragon Crown Prince. Chapter 766, True Dragon Crown Prince. After he killed the warlock with a single blow, Yang Feng grabbed the shield, and then wisps of pure power poured into him from the shield and nourished his body and soul. A storm was set off in Yang Feng's heart when he grabbed the shield. His figure shook, and he flew away. What sort of treasure is this? If the warlocks of the alleged 6 warlock dynasties had taken action previously, Yang Feng would definitely have turned tail, not daring to compete with the other side. After all, once a Holy Spirit warlock takes action, if Yang Feng insisted on getting the treasure, it would be akin to a hare trying to grab food from a tiger's mouth. A pipe dream. FREOEbnovel.com. However, now that the shield full of magical power is in his hands, Yang Feng naturally won't give it up that easily. As soon as Yang Feng touched the shield, fate algorithm inside him trembling and, full of excitement and encouragement, expressed that the shield is of great benefit to his future. Yang Feng conquered Yu Province, Bright Moon Province, and 2 Grade 4 planes, and acquired the treasures of a kindred grad duke. Despite all those treasures, only this shield triggered a revelation from fate algorithm. This illustrates how precious the shield must be. Even if a Holy Spirit warlock made a move right now, Yang Feng would even expose all his trump cards in order to take this shield full of magical power away. The warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties just occupied their branch floating continent and spectated the warlocks compete for the treasures in the remaining 2 branch floating continents. There isn't even one bright world warlock. It's just a bunch of small fries. What if I have Alexia and Yuyen both take action and take the remaining 2 treasures away? With a thought, Yang Feng operated fate algorithm and started to calculate. Countless runes welled up in his eyes, and a projection of a creek of fate slowly appeared beside him. If a warlock emperor like the Time Lord, who has mastered fate algorithm, can see a sea of fate and a Holy Spirit warlock can see a river of fate, then for the bright world warlock Yang Feng to see a creek of fate is already very impressive. Suddenly, Yang Feng trembled. Blood flowed out of his eyes. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened. Regret shimmered in his eyes. It won't work, even though Alexia, Yuyen, and them can easily grab those two treasures. However, doing so would also attract a terrifying enemy. That kind of enemy is not something I can resist at the moment. Through fate algorithm, Yang Feng also vaguely guessed that the reason why the Holy Spirit warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties haven't stepped in is because they are being restrained. However, if Yang Feng insists on taking away all the treasures produced by the 3 floating continents, then the warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties will get rid of him. Yang Feng looked at a branch floating continent with some regret. How regrettable. The branch floating continents are the true treasures. If I could occupy and cultivate one, then I'd get a steady flow of tremendous wealth, filled with rich life magic energy, containing countless extraordinary plants and extraordinary minerals. Each branch floating continent is a warlock paradise far superior than Cloud Capital. However, the branch floating continents can only be occupied by strong enough forces. Yang Feng's force is already considered to be influential on Zhangji Plain and even stronger than the former 10 great sects and 8 great families. But compared to Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties, it is far weaker. It's fundamentally not enough to occupy a branch floating continent. Yang Feng looked at the floating continent, and regret flashed in his eyes. It's a pity, but if this magical tree had emerged a few thousand years later, I would surely have gotten myself one of those 9 branch floating continents. If nothing unexpected happens, Yang Feng will be able to advance an Infinity Warlock after 20 years of practicing cultivation in seclusion. At that time, he will collect the materials necessary to advance the mobile fortified stronghold to level 5 and level 6. Once he has all those materials collected, he will have what it takes to attack Holy Spirit warlocks. Furthermore, within several thousand years, he will promote to a Holy Spirit warlock himself. At that time, he will have a share of the 9 branch floating continents. Suddenly, the earth cracked, and gold light shot out, and a brilliant ray exuding tremendous might appeared before Yang Feng in an instant. A slender, exceptionally handsome man, with a gold imprint on the forehead, glanced at Yang Feng with disdain and said coldly, "Indigen of the surface world, hand over the split heaven shield, otherwise, die." Yang Feng frowned and asked, "The surface world? In that case, are you from the core world?" The core world is a mysterious area that only a small number of warlocks know of. The core world is located underground, in a mysterious space of a higher dimension. Great Cloud Dynasty's underground world and the core world are completely different things. Holy Spirit warlocks, the essence accumulated by human warlocks of the 8 warlock dynasties, exist in the core world. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, Dawn Dynasty, there has been no Holy Spirit warlocks coming to Zhangji Plain, and that is because there is a bunch of human Holy Spirit warlocks in the core world. The exceptionally handsome man responded coldly and arrogantly. "I didn't expect that a mere indigen of the surface world know about the existence of our core world. Hand split heaven shield over. It isn't something that an indigen like you can control. Go and die." With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step forward and operated the essence of Devour, and a Devour black moon suddenly appeared and pressed towards the exceptionally handsome man. "Essence, it seems that I underestimated you. Indigen of the surface world, it turns out that you still have some skill. But you're not the only genius in the world." The exceptionally handsome man smiled arrogantly, and emitted pinnacle bright warlock rank fluctuations of power. Next, as if a primordial dragon from the primeval times has awakened, a green dragon appeared, roared, and slammed a hand, containing world force fluctuations, towards the Devour black moon. A pure and domineering, as if it stands above everything in the world, dragon force erupted instantly, smashed the Devour black moon, and then crushed down on Yang Feng's fist. Boom! Follow Current NOVLS on freewebvel.com. A terrifying shock wave spread in all directions and raised violent storms in the air. Yang Feng was flung away by a dozen-plus kilometers. He spewed out blood, and a dignified gleam emerged in his eyes. So strong. This guy is a warlock genius who has formed a small world, mastered essence, and found his own path. To randomly meet such a monster-level genius, the core world sure is remarkable. Yang Feng has defeated countless experts of the same rank. But this is the first time he met a warlock genius who formed a small world and mastered essence. The handsome warlock exudes dragon force fluctuations, and true dragon projections surround him, making him look like a dragon god who dominates the world and controls the dragon race. With a proud expression, he gazed at Yang Feng and stated coldly, "Indigen of the surface world, to be able to master essence, you can be regarded as a decent genius in the core world. I am True Dragon Crown Prince, the young master of the True Dragon clan, the warlock destined to become the 9th Warlock Emperor. Submit to me. As my subordinate, you can follow me all the way to the top of glory. Otherwise, today is the day you die." How amusing! For a mere bright world warlock to talk to me in that tone. What a reckless thing! Cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He operated Battle Demon's secret method, and a white Battle Demon armor suddenly appeared and enveloped him. As soon as the white Battle Demon armor covered Yang Feng, the life force inside him surged, and its speed increased 5-fold. Yang Feng took a step forward and extracted world force from the 9 worlds inside him via the world ring, and a devour black moon suddenly broke out and, as if it has evolved into a huge black hole, crushed toward the True Dragon Crown Prince. 3 dragons unite. The True Dragon Crown Prince looked at the devour black moon that contains Yang Feng's true power. His face flickered, and he barked. 2 dragon projections flew out of 2 treasure boxes behind the True Dragon Crown Prince, and entered the primordial green dragon. The eyes of the primordial green dragon lit up, and, as if it possesses intelligence, it struck Yang Feng's black moon of devour with a claw containing dragon force. As if it can devour everything in the world, the huge devour black moon forcibly engulfed the primordial green dragon projection and frantically absorbed its power. The primordial green dragon projection struggled crazily inside the devour black moon and withered. Curses! It turns out that you are also a powerhouse who has formed a small world, you indigen. Since you dare attack me, then go to hell. Seeing this scene, the expression of the True Dragon Royal Prince changed greatly. With a flick of his wrist, the monarch-grade secret treasure True Dragon bead emerged in his hand, and then he put it in his mouth. In an instant, the figure of the True Dragon Crown Prince shook slightly, and he transformed into an archaic green dragon more than 100 meters long and shrouded in wisps of archaic aura. Exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, shrouded by overbearing essence of power, the archaic green dragon crushed towards Yang Feng. Chapter 767, Defeating True Dragon Crown Prince. Chapter 767, Defeating True Dragon Crown Prince. freewebnovel.com. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. You have secret treasures, so do I. Yang Feng pressed a ruler magic cube in his hand. Then a set of ruler armor suddenly appeared and enveloped him, and power poured into him from the 3 infinity cores inlaid in the ruler armor and strengthened him. Yang Feng's figure shook, and he appeared in the sky. He urged the essence of devour and slammed his fists, which are shrouded by a black hole respectively, towards the True Dragon Royal Prince. Boom! Boom! The sound of huge explosion rang incessantly, as Yang Feng and the True Dragon Royal Prince battled, and the space distorted and the earth cracked. The magic fluctuations that spilled over from the fierce battle bombarded the ground and blasted open numerous huge holes. So strong! Are they really bright world warlocks? What scary monsters! This battle is almost at the level of a battle between infinity warlocks. No, even weaker infinity warlocks may not be their opponents. The expression of the warlocks who have gathered to see the fierce battle between Yang Feng and the True Dragon Crown Prince changed dramatically, and they retreated further away, not daring to come close. Unless it is a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, even if it is a glorious sun warlock, if they get close to the 2 powerhouses battling, they will die if they make a misstep. This guy is really strong. We're evenly matched. But now is not the time to swap pointers. I must defeat or kill him. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and wisps of spatial ripples surged. A dense crowd of Type 2 Undyings suddenly flew out from inside Yang Feng and flew towards the true Dragon Crown Prince like a tide. The true Dragon Crown Prince opened his mouth, and violent wind blades shot out and turned into a tornado that swept the Type 2 Undyings. Under the assault of the violent wind blades, which contain the law of wind, the Type 2 Undying's energy shield collapsed. The superalloy armor capable of withstanding an all-out attack from a Moonlight Warlock shattered, and the robots were torn to pieces. Taking advantage of the moment when the true Dragon Crown Prince was distracted, Yang Feng appeared at the abdomen of the true Dragon Crown Prince with a flash, stabbed the abdomen with both hands, which contained the essence of Devour, tore at it with all his might, and ripped a huge hole open. A large amount of blood gushed out and sprinkled on the ground. Some extraordinary plants on the ground absorbed the blood and underwent all kinds of strange changes. Surface indigenous, you're really despicable and shameless. Don't you know of warlock honor? The true Dragon Crown Prince roared, frantically operated the essence of power, twisted his body with incredible dexterity, and sent a claw containing violent essence of power slamming towards Yang Feng, sealing his evasion space. Those are my golems. They're no different from your secret treasure. If you have the ability, then fight me without using secret treasures. Yang Feng punched, and his elusive fist blasted into the true Dragon Crown Prince's claw. A violent force burst out instantly and the flung true Dragon Crown Prince by a dozen-plus meters away. All of a sudden, the of Type 2 Undying wreckage in the air flew up and recovered their original form, then turned into streams of light, flew towards the true Dragon Crown Prince, and slashed at him with their blades. Along with flashes of light, 3-centimeter-deep wounds emerged on the true Dragon Crown Prince's scales. These golems are really tricky. A look of apprehension in his eyes, the true Dragon Crown Prince belched a green dragon breath sweeping the Type 2 Undyings. In the wake of the green dragon breath, the Type 2 Undyings exploded and turned into powder, no longer able to regenerate. With true Dragon Crown Prince's attention divided, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he appeared behind him and punched his back. His fist forcible pierced through the opponent's scales. Then he operated the essence of Devour and frantically devoured the other party's flesh and blood. Wretched surface indigenous. I'll remember you. What's your name? The true Dragon Crown Prince suddenly released a cry of pain and soared into the sky. Mist appeared around him, and, as if a dragon god who holds the power of thunderstorm and can launch a monstrous flood and destroy the world, he roared towards Yang Feng. The true Dragon Crown Prince was injured by Yang Feng 2 consecutive times. Although his injuries aren't serious, but he knows that by himself isn't Yang Feng, and so he chose to withdraw from the battle. Yang Feng frowned and contemplated for a while, and then stated decisively, Undying Mountain no, Battle Demon Sect's Great Elder Yang Feng. Since the Dawn Lord can figure out his details, it shows that the top warlock groups must have already learned most of the details of Undying Mountain. This cover has no longer any value. Hidden in the mist, cold light flashed in the true Dragon Crown Prince's eyes, and he said gravely, Very well, Yang Feng. I didn't want to use this method. However, Split Heaven Shield is really important to me. Guardians, show yourselves. Yes, young master. 2 Infinity Warlock rank dragon might soared into the sky, and a black dragon and a white dragon flew out of the void and appeared beside the true Dragon Crown Prince. Their huge eyes focused on Yang Feng. The true Dragon Crown Prince gazed loftily at Yang Feng from between the mist and said solemnly, Yang Feng, hand over the Split Heaven Shield. Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered, Alexia, Yuyen, come out. 2 Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power surged, and 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, who were quietly guarding Yang Feng from the shadows, suddenly flew out and stopped behind Yang Feng. Without showing any weakness, they stared at the 2 Infinity Warlock rank dragons. Let's go. The true Dragon Crown Prince glanced at the 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Alexia and Yuyen, narrowed his eyes, and frowned, and then ordered decisively. With Alexia and Yuyen as guards, the true Dragon Crown Prince may not be able to beat Yang Feng even if he uses his trump cards. Moreover, this is the surface world. Yang Feng can easily receive reinforcements. But the true Dragon Crown Prince only has 2 Infinity Warlock rank guards. If the fight goes on, then the true Dragon Crown Prince and the 2 Infinity Warlock rank guards may be put in grave danger. It's hard to kill Infinity Warlocks. But that's only the case under the premise that they judge the situation correctly and escape once things turn south. Yang Feng took a deep look at the true Dragon Crown Prince, and excitement and anticipation glimmered in his eyes. This fellow is really strong. If everyone in the core world is such a monster, then that's really interesting. I originally thought that I was already strong enough and should be invincible in the same rank, but it seems that it is not that simple. In the surface world, Yang Feng hasn't met an enemy of the same rank who is as strong as him. The true Dragon Crown Prince is the strongest genius Yang Feng has ever met. He actually tied with the true Dragon Crown Prince. Interesting. The surface world doesn't seem to be so simple. After all, it's the place that gave birth to Warlock Emperors. It still has some talents. Dot. Boom. Boom. Along with world-shaking earthquakes, bright light continued to shoot out from underground. From amidst the light, gazes swept Yang Feng, Alexia, and Yu Yan, and then people flew towards the direction of the giant tree. Yang Feng didn't linger around. He operated a secret method, turned into a stream of light, plunged into a huge cave with a warp gate, crossed one warp gate after another, and returned to a secret room in Bright Moon Province. Upon returning to Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng observed the ongoings at Time Sky City through holographic projections. After the forces of the 6 Warlock dynasties seized the 6-branch floating continents, they remained still. The Canopy continent seems to be shrouded in a mysterious membrane. When human Warlock flying came into contact with the mysterious membrane, they suddenly lost all power and dropped towards the floating continent. They didn't fly up again. After dozens of Warlocks fell, seeing that the Warlocks of the 6 Warlock dynasties didn't make a move, the rest of the Warlocks didn't dare to rush into the floating continent in the center of the canopy. The 6-branch floating continents and leaf islands located underneath the branch floating continents were all guarded by the Warlocks of the 6 Warlock dynasties. Anyone who dared approach these leaf islands was killed. The human Warlocks not affiliated with the 6 Warlock dynasties can only compete over the remaining 3 branch floating continents, and the leaf floating islands affiliated with the 3 branch continents. A large number of Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks, who came from God knows where, fought over the 3 branch floating continents and the corresponding leaf floating islands. While watching the Warlocks fight, a question suddenly popped up in Yang Feng's mind. Where are the forces of the Dawn Lord and the Golem Lord? Is there some secret to this? Human Warlocks founded a total of 8 Warlock dynasties. Even the weakest Dawn dynasty is recognized as a prosperous and brilliant Warlock dynasty that suppressed countless planes. The 8 Warlock dynasty eras had witnessed countless powerhouses. In each Warlock dynasty era, there have been more than 30 human Holy Spirit Warlocks born. Chapter 768, The 4 Dynasties Arrive. Chapter 768, The 4 Dynasties Arrive. Any Holy Spirit Warlock is a guardian of a high-level race. God Blood Plane is one of the 36 primary material planes, yet it only gave birth to 9 true ancestors to date. From this, it can be seen how formidable and rare Holy Spirit Warlocks are. Yet every human Warlock dynasty has given birth to more or less than 30 Holy Spirit Warlocks. This number can be called outrageous. Those Holy Spirit Warlocks are the helpers of the respective Warlock Emperor and the foundation for them to control countless planes. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavio.l.co. Unlike Golem Dynasty and Dawn Dynasty, the other 6 Warlock dynasties continued to exist in Tsangji Plains' core world. This gives off a very abnormal feeling. As he stared at the branch floating continents, Yang Feng mused, "The Dawn Lord is only left with a supreme god avatar. In his divine country, he can rival Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. But that's all there is to it. It's normal for him not to come. Yet for the Golem Dynasty's powerhouses not to appear, there must be some hidden secret that I don't know of." Through fate algorithm, Yang Feng perceived that the 9 branch floating continents are supreme sacred grounds for cultivation, far better than Cloud Capital. Few Warlocks can resist the temptation to practice cultivate on the branch floating continents. As he carefully observed the battles revolving around the three-branch floating continents, Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred. There are no Holy Spirit and no Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. I might have a chance. After Yang Feng obtained the Bright Moon Province, Yu Province, and Ta Plain, and the Kindred Grand Duke's territory, he got a huge amount of resources. Within the past 2 years, the number of golems under his command has increased several-fold. If no Holy Spirit Warlocks appear, then even if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse steps in, Yang Feng is sure that he can make the opponent retreat in defeat. With a thought from Yang Feng, crowds of robots flew out from different bases, crossed one warp gate after another, and arrived at Sangji Plain, and then flew towards the mysterious giant tree. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Yang Feng won't give up the fight for a branch floating continent. This continent belongs to our Brest dynasty, accompanied by ripples, an immemorial space-breaker dragon whale that is etched with countless profound runes and is tens of thousands of meters long, descended on a branch floating continent. 13 infinity warlocks flew out of the immemorial space-breaker dragon whale. Equipped with various secret treasures, they led 72 bright world warlocks, 361 glorious sun warlocks, 1,672 moonlight warlocks, and countless starry sky warlocks to attack the bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks on this branch floating continent. The immemorial space-breaker dragon whale released green light. Bathed in the green light, the warlocks of Brest dynasty were boosted by dozens of strengthening spells. At the same time, the minor injuries they suffered healed quickly. Enveloped by green light, the warlocks of Brest dynasty crushed anything in their way. In their wake, other warlocks either escaped or were directly eliminated. Seeing the Brest dynasty's aggressive stance, the other warlocks used various secret methods to flee the branch floating continent. As he watched Brest dynasty crush and drive all other warlocks away, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and a fervent gleam appeared in his. Brest dynasty seems to have mobilized all its elites. If they only have this much, then when I mobilize all my forces, I can barely fight them. During the past 2 years, the number of transcendent rank experts subordinated to Yang Feng didn't increase by much. But the number of 4th-generation battle robots has exceeded 6 million. And there are also countless enhanced version 3rd-generation battle robots. If we're talking about positional warfare, then he has the power to fight Brest dynasty's elites. This continent belongs to our Bajor dynasty. A huge white mountain flew out of the void and landed on a branch floating continent. From the White Mountain, 15 Infinity Warlocks, 36 Bright World Warlocks, 152 Glorious Sun Warlocks, 2,132 Moonlight Warlocks, and countless Starry Sky Warlocks as well as Great Warlocks flew out and joined forces to attack the rest of the Warlocks on the branch floating continent. Light filled with ancient and sacred aura shot out from the White Sacred Mountain. Illuminated by the white light, Bajor dynasty's warlocks were boosted by dozens of strengthening spells. Alike ferocious beasts, Bajor dynasty's warlocks cast earth-shaking spells blasting towards the other warlocks. The torrent of spells crushed all warlocks who stood in the way. This continent belongs to our catered dynasty. A 7-colored rainbow crossed the void and stabbed into the last branch floating continent. Pulled by 8 immemorial dragons across the rainbow, a huge castle strangely crossed an enormous distance and appeared on the last branch floating continent. 11 Infinity Warlocks, 63 Bright World Warlocks, 369 Glorious Sun Warlocks, 1,963 Moonlight Warlocks, plus countless Starry Sky Warlocks and Great Warlocks flew out of the huge castle and attacked the other human warlocks on this floating continent. A gold curtain of light shot out from the huge castle. Boosted by strengthening spells, Catered Dynasty's warlocks defeated the other warlocks. Countless warlocks cast secret methods, turned into streams of light, and flew away from the floating continent. However, these warlocks didn't leave, but gathered together. Soul ripples permeated the space, conveying various messages. Brest Dynasty, Bajor Dynasty, and Catered Dynasty are indeed extremely powerful. But unlike the 6 warlock dynasties, the 3 dynasties do not possess invincible fighting strength. If the warlock groups present unite, they can tear the 3 dynasties to pieces. One ray after another flew from afar, as one after another elusive infinity warlock, whom ordinary people may not see in a lifetime, gathered around the three-branch floating continents and eyed them like hungry wolves. Formidable fluctuations of power spread from the infinity warlocks and combined with the surrounding life magical energy, forming various weird phenomena. An area that has many powerful warlocks gathered will turn into a high-energy area. Any existence below the level 1 warlock rank will be killed directly and become a part of the strange phenomena as long as they come close to such a high-energy area. No warlock group dares to covet the branch floating continents occupied by the 6 warlock dynasties. After all, faint Holy Spirit warlock rank fluctuations are oozing from these floating continents. A Holy Spirit warlock can quell all the surrounding warlocks. Therefore, the warlock groups naturally don't dare to clash with the 6 warlock dynasties. Endless malice reverberated among the warlock groups, undercurrents surged, and frigid killing intent accumulated. Yang Feng's mechanical legion quietly rushed over from different places, lurked around the giant tree, and targeted the 3-branch floating continents as well. Previously, Yang Feng gave up on occupying a branch floating continent due to fear that Holy Spirit warlocks will take action. Once a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse steps in, only a dead will present itself before any warlock groups occupying the 3-branch floating continent. Seeing that the 6 warlock dynasties are keeping quiet, Yang Feng has a faint guess that the legendary Holy Spirit warlocks hiding in the core world won't take an action. The 3 dynasties showing up is a further confirmation of Yang Feng's guess. With this, his fire of ambition ignited again. At this moment, the void distorted, and a huge dragon boat, 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters high, pulled by 9 gold dragons, flew out, and strong auras spread from it. That is Great Cloud Dynasty's 9-dragon boat. Great Cloud Dynasty finally made a move as well. There's no way around it. After all, the branch floating continents are of extreme importance to us human warlocks. If Great Cloud Dynasty can't occupy a branch floating continent, it will lose the qualification to continue to dominate the Eastern world. The onlookers stared at the huge 9-dragon boat with solemn looks in their eyes. Great Cloud Dynasty is the most powerful warlock group in the surface world. Since Time Sky City is within their scope of influence, it is much more convenient and faster for Great Cloud Dynasty to mobilize experts and elite troops. This floating continent belongs to my Great Cloud Dynasty. Warlocks of Catered Dynasty, please leave this place immediately. Otherwise, let's fight. Wearing a dark armor and exuding a domineering aura, Bai Wuqing is standing aboard the 9-dragon boat. Fearsome auras surged behind him and spread in all direction. Standing behind Bai Wuqing are 33 Infinity Warlocks. Chapter 769 Phi. Chapter 769 Phi. Yang Feng looked at the Infinity Warlocks, and his eyes shook. Great Cloud Dynasty really went all out for the branch floating continent. They sent so many Infinity Warlocks. Infinity Warlocks are considered top powerhouse in any world. In theory, Infinity Warlocks and strong Divine Force rank gods are powerhouses of the same rank. The most famous Great Cloud Dynasty's Infinity Warlocks are the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers, the 13 Grand Princes, Demonic Realms 4 Marshals, Secret Treasure Division's Division Chief, Demon Hunting Division's Division Chief, and other Plane Development Division's Division Chief. Additionally, there are 15 Infinity Warlocks whom Great Cloud Dynasty has recruited. These 55 Infinity Warlocks must defend Great Cloud Dynasty's vast territory, quell the alien planes Great Cloud Dynasty has conquered, guard against God Blood planes, True Blood Kindred and Hellions hiding among human warlocks, suppress alien experts in Demonic Realm, and seal abyssal rifts. For Great Cloud Dynasty to send 33 Infinity Warlocks to vie over the branch floating continent, they are evidently giving it their all. Since the 33 Infinity Warlocks left the places they were stationed in, many restless races are bound to take the opportunity to stir up havoc. A blond man with a burly figure, a heroic appearance, and a sword in hand, walked out of the huge castle, stared at Bai Wuqing aboard the 9-dragon boat, and said solemnly, "Your Majesty Bai Wuqing, if you leave here, our Catered Dynasty will cede Ran Province and Waiki Province to your Great Cloud Dynasty. Catered Dynasty is formed by 20 provinces, and Ran Province and Waiki Province occupy 1/10 of the dynasty's territory. For the sake of the branch floating continent, Cater Dynasty is even willing to cede 2 provinces to Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Wuqing pointed at the blond man with the black stick in his hand and said solemnly, Quaresma, my Great Cloud Dynasty is determined to obtain this continent. Get out or fight. Light shone on the 9-dragon boat, and a backed fiend, with a sinister appearance and empty eyes, exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, flew out. Next, a 1,000-meter-long astral Moyan scorpion, covered in a purple carapace, with huge dragon wings and 9 scorpion tails, exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, suddenly appeared. A fire ancient giant, which is more than 10,000 meters long and is enveloped in flames, also flew out of the 9-dragon boat. One after another, infinity warlock grade weapons exuding fearsome life force flew out of the 9-dragon's boat. Before long, 152 infinity warlock grade weapons appeared in the air, seemingly occupying and suppressing the entire space. Only an orthodox dynasty like the Great Cloud Dynasty, which has occupied Sangji Plain's eastern world for more than 10,000, can possess so many infinity warlock grade weapons. Although infinity warlock grade weapons are far weaker than genuine infinity warlocks, but when 152 such weapons work together, even a warlock monarch rank entity will have to avoid them, or else they'll face the danger of being quelled. Even if the 10 great sects and 8 great families went all out, each force could produce 10 of such weapons at most. Quaresma narrowed his eyes at the sight of the 152 infinity warlock grade weapons. With a dignified look in his eyes, he uttered solemnly, Your Majesty Bai Wuqing, I am not Catered Dynasty's emperor. I don't have the authority to make decisions on behalf of the dynasty. I will ask His Majesty for instructions. Please wait a moment. By mobilizing 33 infinity warlocks and 152 infinity warlock grade weapons, Bai Wuqing has demonstrated his determination to burn his bridges behind him. Catered Dynasty is not only located far away from Timesky City, which is located in the eastern world, but they are also considerably weaker than Great Cloud Dynasty. For them, to transfer 11 infinity warlocks in a hurry is already their limit. By the same token, the number of infinity warlock grade weapons they have mobilized cannot be compared to that of Great Cloud Dynasty. If the two fight, Catered Dynasty will undoubtedly lose. Bai Wuqing issued an ultimatum. You have 2 minutes. After the 2 minutes are up, if you still haven't made a decision, I'll face you on the battlefield. Although Great Cloud Dynasty has shown an overwhelming strength, but Bai Wuqing chose the route of diplomacy in order to avoid casualties. Despite being somewhat obstinate, Bai Wuqing is not someone full of themselves. Quaresma frowned and flew back into the castle. You can have this floating continent. I hope you can hold it. 10 seconds later, Catered Dynasty Castle suddenly flew away, and then stopped dozens kilometers away from the branch floating continent. They obviously have no intention of leaving. Great Cloud Dynasty's 9-dragon boat flew to the floating continent Catered Dynasty has originally occupied. The Nangong family. With a thought from Yang Feng, the optical computer network filtered out the information he desired from among the collected information. A Type 2 Undying's nano-armor twisted and transformed into the likeness of young Master Lei Ming, and then it flew towards the battleship where the Nangong family is located. I, Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, request an audience with Brother Nangong Wumi. When Yang Feng got near, a soul fluctuation enveloped the Nangong family's battleship like a tide. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. It's Undying Mountain's young master. Is that Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, the man who has occupied Bright Moon Province, Ligui Province, and Yu Province? The Nangong family's warlocks aboard the battleship looked at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. In Sangji Plain's surface world, Undying Mountain has already been publicly acknowledged as a warlock group second only to Great Cloud Dynasty in terms of strength. Even Marshal Yu, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, has joined Undying Mountain. Their mechanical legion has crushed countless powerful enemies in their way. The Nangong family is one of the 3 great families that are still loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. But privately, Nangong Wumi has a friendly relationship with Yang Feng. The energetic and handsome Nangong Wumi walked out from the battleship and gazed at Yang Feng, and a complicated ray flickered in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Greetings, Grand Duke of the North. Nangong Wumi is still a glorious Sun Warlock, still working hard to break through to the Bright World Warlock rank. But Yang Feng has already broken through the Godman boundary. His soul aptitude has promoted to inferior level 9, and he broke through and advanced to a Bright World Warlock in one fell swoop. He has truly become a top powerhouse of Zhangji Plain, making Nangong Wumi feel jealous. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Brother Nangong, I'm here to request an audience with Patriarch Nangong. Please introduce me to him." Nangong Wumi smiled. "No problem. With Yang Feng's current status as the Grand Duke of the North, he can personally request an audience with Patriarch Nangong. But since he's doing it through Nangong Wumi, he's giving the other party face. Enchanted with spatial spells, the interior of the warship it is extremely spacious, and is like a self-sufficient city. In the middle of the city, in a room of a luxurious villa, there sits a very handsome middle-aged man in a silver warlock robe. He is Nangong Sheng, the patriarch of the Nangong family." Yang Feng uttered, "Well met, Patriarch Nangong." Nangong Sheng asked indifferently, "Grand Duke of the North, what brings you here?" Yang Feng answered, "I wish to form an alliance with you, Patriarch Nangong, to attack a continent together." A ray of derision flashed in Nangong Sheng's eyes, and he said with a sneer, "Your undying mountain covets a continent? You're overestimating yourselves. Please leave. Our Nangong family does not welcome you." Yang Feng frowned and uttered coldly, "In that case, I'll take my leave." With that, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he flew towards the outside. Nangong Sheng looked at Yang Feng's back. A cold ray flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Wumi, don't have any more contact with that insurgent, Lei Ming. Otherwise, once His Majesty gets angry, our Nangong family will be in danger of annihilation." Nangong Wumi frowned and responded slowly, "Yes, Patriarch." After leaving the Nangong family, Yang Feng flew towards the Zhao family, and then entered the deepest part of the Zhao family's worship. In a hall inside the Zhao family's worship, a handsome young man, wearing a silver warlock robe, with a slender figure and a trace of femininity, is sitting on a silver sofa. He is surrounded by a dozen beautiful girls of different races. This handsome young man with a trace of femininity is Zhao Yi, also known as Night Fox Xuan, the patriarch of the Zhao family. He is a peerless genius who has practiced cultivation to the Bright World Warlock rank at the age of 600. He is the true authority in the Zhao family, and can even mobilize the Zhao family's 2 Infinity Warlocks. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Zhao Yi casually glanced at Yang Feng and said lightly, "Lei Ming, what can I do for you?" Yang Feng's eyes gleamed, and he responded solemnly, "I want to join forces with your 5 great families to vie over a floating continent." Zhao Yi uttered lightly, "Sure enough, great minds think alike. I already contacted the Wang family, the Jiang family, the Shinto family, and the Song family, and they have agreed to an alliance. However, even if our 5 great families join forces with you, our strength is still insufficient. Brest Dynasty and Bajor Dynasty are 2 of the 3 hegemons of the Western world. Even if Yang Feng and the others join forces, they might not be able to beat any one of them." Yuyo novel. Com. Yang Feng stated, "What if Battle Demon Sect, Bright Moon Sect, Saint Demon Sect, and Star River Sect are added into the mix? 1. The pinyin for the Night Fox, Ye Hu. S character for Night, Ye reads Yi, just like Zhao Ye's name. Chapter 770 Impersonating Golem Dynasty. Chapter 770 Impersonating Golem Dynasty." Zhao Ye's eyes flashed, and he looked at Yang Feng with a smile that isn't a smile. "Sure enough, there's Battle Demon Sect. In that case, Lei Ming, you should be Battle Demon Sect's true disciple Yang Feng, right?" Yang Feng? No way. Yang Feng? Didn't he promote to a mere Moonlight Warlock not long ago? How could he be Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming? freewebnovel.com. The beautiful girls around Zhao Yi revealed looks of shock. Yang Feng is indeed a man of renown in Great Cloud Dynasty. At the time, in Time Sky City, he defeated the Western world's outrageous geniuses in one fell swoop and stepped into the Moonlight Warlock rank, becoming a transcendent rank powerhouse. But no matter how talented he is only a mere moonlight warlock. He and the bright world rank young master Liming are in different leagues. One is just a genius with potential, while the other is already a peerless powerhouse who has shocked countless people. Even though the beautiful girls around Zhao Yi have great confidence in their master's judgment, but shocked by the truth, they reveled looks of incredulity on their faces. Yang Feng smiled faintly. As expected of the Night Fox, one of the most outstanding sages in Great Cloud Dynasty. That's right, I am Yang Feng, a true disciple of Battle Demon Sect. The Night Fox Zhao Yi is recognized as one of the wisest people in Great Cloud Dynasty. Although the Zhao family's 2 Infinity Warlocks are far stronger than Zhao Yi, but they are willing to listen to his command because of his extraordinary wisdom, which exceeds his strength by far. Zhao Yi closed his eyes. A mysterious, sacred, and inhuman aura oozed out of him, and weird runes floated in his eyes. He performed deductions that surpassed the Infinity Warlock rank. How much power can the 4 sects mobilize? Yang Feng responded, 2 Infinity Warlocks from Battle Demon Sect, and 1 Infinity Warlock each from the other 3 sects. Most of the forces of the 4 great sects have left Sangji Plain. To summon them hastily is tantamount to a pipe dream. The 5 Infinity Warlocks are all the power of the 4 great sects that remained on Sangji Plain. Zhao Yi contemplated for a while before saying, "That's not enough. Even if they are added into the equation, it won't be enough to defeat Breast Dynasty. And even if we are lucky enough to defeat Breast Dynasty, we won't have enough energy to deal with the remaining hungry wolves." When Zhao Yi saw Yang Feng's confident appearance, his eyes lit up, and he smiled. "That's right. There are so many warlock groups here. As long as we become the strongest faction, we can absorb the rest into our alliance. If we can grasp the leadership of the alliance, then we'll be able to obtain the greatest benefits." An enigmatic gleam in his eyes, Yang Feng smiled. "No, we can aim bigger." At this moment, there was a tremor in the void. In the sky, a star ripped through the void and, as if crossing an endless distance, slowly flew out of the void. Holy might spread from it and enveloped the land. "This floating continent belongs to our Golem dynasty. Get out, or you shall become golems of our Golem dynasty." The star flew to a branch floating continent, and then various golems flew out of the star and stared coldly at the warlocks from Bajor dynasty. Wisps of shocking golem force spread from the various golems. Golem dynasty. That's the Golem Lord's Golem dynasty. Golem dynasty has also appeared. There are living golems among them. When the surrounding warlocks saw the star, their expression changed drastically, and they retreated in all directions. The living golems of Golem dynasty are extremely terrifying. Their weird golem force can spread quickly like a virus and erode a race. At the time, in his later years, every time the Golem Lord passed through a plane, akin to the end of the world, that plane would be turned into a den of golems. Of the 8 warlock emperors, the Golem Lord may not have been the strongest, but he was without a doubt an exceptional cutthroat who slayed the most intelligent life forms. Bajor dynasty's sacred mountain shone and absorbed Bajor dynasty's warlocks, and then shuddered, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the floating continent. Although Bajor dynasty is one of the Western world's 3 dynasties, but compared to Golem dynasty, it is but a cricket. Even if only a Holy Spirit warlock remains from Golem dynasty, they can sweep the floor with Bajor dynasty. Zhao Ye's expression flickered, and his eyes shimmered gravely. Golem dynasty. In that case, we can only challenge Breast dynasty. Although the Western world's 3 dynasties have blood feuds with each other, but they have a common origin, after all. At such a critical time, they will definitely unite. We won't get an opportunity once they get together. Zhao Ye's words have just fallen, when Catered dynasty's castle and Bajor dynasty's sacred mountain turned into 2 streams of light and flew to the floating continent where Breast dynasty is located. The joint defense of the 3 dynasties is simply impenetrable. Even if a warlock monarch rank powerhouse goes to that floating continent, they will definitely be defeated. Zhao Yi frowned and said unhurriedly, "It's over now. Now that the Western world's 3 dynasties have joined forces, Not even Great Cloud Dynasty is their opponent. As long as the three dynasties are given a little time, they will be able to mobilize experts and resources from the distant Western world to defend the floating continent. By then, if Great Cloud Dynasty dares to attack the three dynasties, only death will await them. I, Undying Mountains Lei Ming, wish to become a minion of Golem Dynasty. I am willing to give my life for the dynasty. The outer armor of a Type 2 Undying distorted and changed into Yang Feng's likeness, and then it flew towards the floating continent occupied by Golem Dynasty. One after another, huge battleships suddenly appeared in the sky. Swarms of battle robots flooded from all directions like a tide. Exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, the two Infinity Warlocks Alexia and Yuyen also appeared. Undying Mountain. That's Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. What a cunning and decisive fellow. Undying Mountain is a powerful force in Sangji Plains' surface world. Now that it's sided with Golem Dynasty, the dynasty is like a tiger that has grown wings. No one can restrain it. That is the Blazing Angel Alexia and Marshal Yu. They are experts among Infinity Warlocks. Ordinary Infinity Warlocks are not their match. The spectating warlocks stared at the dense crowd of battle robots with dignified looks in their eyes. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. That wretch should die. Aboard Great Cloud Dynasty's 9-dragon boat, Bai Wuqing took a deep look at Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he spoke coldly. The Infinity Warlocks aboard the 9-dragon boat exchanged looks, not saying a word. Undying Mountain has occupied Bright Moon Province, Yu Province, and Ligue Province, and colluded with the 5 great families to form a terrifying alliance. Lei Ming, since your Undying Mountain has surrendered to my Golem Dynasty, then we'll bestow you a floating island. Bright light shot out from the star and shine on a leaf-floating continent. Thank you, Your Majesty. New novel chapters are published on fgeriwebnovel.com. Yang Feng accepted respectfully, and the huge fleet immediately flew to the leaf-floating island. As Golem Dynasty's helper, they will guard the branch-floating continent. A strange light flashed in Zhao Ye's eyes, and he took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a mysterious smile. There is also such a trick. With a flash of light, Zhao Ye's true body disappeared. Zhao Yi raised his voice. I am Zhao Yi, the patriarch of the Zhao family of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families. Our 5 great families alliance is willing to serve Golem Dynasty. I ask that you take us in. The 5 great families flew over one after another and gathered next to the Zhao family, and their Infinity Warlocks released their formidable auras soaring into the sky. The 5 great families have a total of 9 Infinity Warlocks and 15 Bright World Warlocks. They formed a huge warlock group. We accept. We bestow you a floating island. A ray of light landed on a floating island. Zhao Yi uttered respectfully, Thank you, Your Majesty. The warlocks of the 5 great families turned into streams of light and flew to the floating island. An Infinity Warlock suddenly flew forward and said respectfully, Your Majesty, our heart of Devil Bear is willing to become your minion. Please take us in. Your Majesty, our Black Wind is willing to be your minion. The surface world's warlock groups appeared one after another and chose to serve Golem Dynasty. When the 8 warlock dynasties were founded, all warlocks who were unwilling to obey their command were exterminated. When the 6 warlock dynasties flew out of the core world, they were followed by numerous warlock groups, who entered the leaf-floating islands belonging to the 6 warlock dynasties. After multiple considerations, the surface world's warlock groups chose to join Golem Dynasty. From the Golem Star, one of Yang Feng's avatars is watching the warlock groups scrambling to join, and the corners of his mouth rose. The Golem Lord should be dead, right? He wouldn't mind it if I impersonate his people, would he? Chapter 771 6 Monarchs. Chapter 771 6 Monarchs. Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are really terrifying. Even after so many years, they can still emit such terrifying holy might. Warlock Emperors, who are even more tyrannical than Holy Step powerhouses, should be beyond terrifying. Sitting in the center of the Golem Star, Yang Feng's avatar looked at the brilliant Holy's left arm placed in the center of the room. There are numerous metal pipelines pouring formidable energy into the brilliant Holy's left arm. At the same time, needle-like pipelines that pierced into the arm shine with countless runes and stimulated the arm to release wisps of holy might. The Golem Star is Golem Dynasty's relic site that Yang has seized back then in Ligue province. Moreover, it has undergone a series of transformations. At the same time, the various golems that flew out of the Golem Star are Yang Feng's spoils of war. As for golem force that oozed out from some of the golems, it is simulated using other forces. Yang Feng has already reverse-engineered golem force. Through the various screens in front of him, Yang Feng looked at the Infinity Warlocks that have chosen to serve him and smiled. Golem Dynasty is really impressive. Merely its name has attracted so many Infinity Warlocks. However, it's not that easy to keep them under control. Regret flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. It seems that Zhao Yi has noticed something. Unfortunately, I'm still not strong enough. If I am given another 100 years, and as long as no powerhouse above the Infinity Warlock rank appears, I could occupy a branch-floating continent with my power alone. These Infinity Warlocks were all awed and deceived by Golem Dynasty's name. However, they are all capable individuals. Yang Feng doesn't know when they'll see through this ruse. In the center of one of the branch-floating continents occupied by the 6 Warlock dynasties, there is a Nihility Palace which lies between illusory and real, as if it's inside a world of dreams, yet it doesn't release dream force fluctuation, suspended in the air. Even top Infinity Warlocks wouldn't be able to detect the weird Nihility Palace. In the weird Nihility Palace, there are 6 people sitting. There is a tall, young man, with a rigid face and a meticulous and serious temperament. There is a bewitching girl dressed in a gorgeous warlock robe, with a pair of cat ears on the head and a full figure, exuding incredible seduction. There is a handsome young man, who is surrounded by light and exudes a domineering temperament. There is a mesmerizingly beautiful girl, who has her eyes closed, is wearing a robe embroidered with stars, and is full of mystery. There is a person covered with a fog of death that distorts their figure, making it difficult to clearly see their true appearance. The last person is a mixed-blood young man with long blue hair. He has both the characteristics of the people from the Eastern world as well as the Western world. The young man with a rigid face frowned and said, "That person dares to pretend to be someone from Golem Dynasty. What guts?" The mixed-blood young man with long blue hair chuckled. "Interesting. He's got good insight. He knows that this heaven and earth spirit route represents an opportunity. Sparing no cost, he even pretend to be from Golem Dynasty to get a piece of the action." The handsome young man, who is surrounded by light and exudes a domineering temperament, uttered coldly, "That bastard actually dares to besmirch the majesty of our 8 Warlock dynasties and pretend to be from a Warlock dynasty. He must be killed. Otherwise, more people will impersonate our 8 Warlock dynasties in the future." The bewitching girl, with a pair of cat ears on the head and a full figure, smiled gently. "No, we must leave that person be." The young man surrounded by light said coldly, "Taboo monarch, that person can be said to have offended our 8 Warlock dynasties. Are you going to shield him by yourself and become the enemy of our 5 Warlock dynasties?" The 6 people sitting in the Nihility Palace are the current rulers of the 6 Warlock dynasties: the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Star Monarch, the Death Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch. All gazes gathered on the Taboo Monarch. Yang Feng audaciously pretended to be from Golem Dynasty. Although he has deceived most of the Warlock groups in the surface world, but he could not deceive the 6 Warlock dynasties, which came from the core world and know countless secrets. To the Warlock dynasties, which are proud of the history of the 8 Warlock dynasties, pretending to be from a Warlock dynasty is already an offense. It's enough for them to punish Yang Feng. The Taboo Monarch smiled charmingly and said, "This is the will of my lord. It's his will." The expressions of the other 5 monarchs flickered, and they turned silent. They fundamentally cannot question the will of the mighty being backing the Taboo Monarch. Yang Feng's small offense is not enough for the other 5 monarchs to risk offending that mighty being. The Time Monarch uttered indifferently, "Since it is the will of that mighty being, then we'll leave it at that." The urgent task at hand is to ensure Omnis' holy return. The transcendent monarch uttered unhurriedly, "That's right. Everything the mighty Time Lord has seen in the torrent of time has come true one after another. In that case, Omnis' holy return it the top priority at present." The other monarchs became silent, and an extremely heavy atmosphere filled the hall. The branch floating continent where Pseudogolem Dynasty is located. By now, there are various battle robots constructing a Skynet on the branch floating continent. The Skynet, which can quell Infinity Warlocks, is being built by assembling components disassembled from other Skynets. Due to this fact, the construction of the Skynet on the branch floating continent is progressing rapidly. In the center of the branch floating continent, there is a gold lake. Yang Feng came to the gold lake, fished out the split heaven shield, and tossed it into the gold lake. As soon as the split heaven shield entered the gold lake, a huge amount of gold lake water poured into it at once and nourished it. The split heaven shield is the treasure that Yang Feng snatched away from this branch floating continent. At the time, although he knew that the split heaven shield hasn't been fully nurtured yet and couldn't exert its terrifying power. But at the time, he didn't know that there would be no Holy Spirit warlocks fighting over the three remaining branch floating continents. Now that the branch floating continent fell into his hands, Yang Feng naturally placed the split heaven shield in the mysterious lake to nurture it. The moment when the gold lake surged, the jade boxes containing the brilliant Holy's body parts, placed inside Yang Feng's storage ring, suddenly opened, and the body parts flew out and shot towards the gold lake like raindrops. After absorbing a bit of the gold lake water, the brilliant Holy's body parts immediately glued together, and at the same time released a powerful life force. Brilliant light suddenly rose from the gold lake into the sky, and frightening holy step aura spread in all directions. When Zhao Yi sensed the holy step aura on the branch floating continent, his countenance changed drastically, and his eyes shimmered gravely. This is Holy Spirit Warlock rank aura, and it's Holy Step Holy Warlock rank aura, to boot. Was my guess wrong? Is that really Golem Dynasty? Full W current novels on fruibnov.com. Holy Spirit Warlock. So this is Holy Spirit Warlock rank aura. It's so strong. What a terrifying aura. So this is the legendary Holy Spirit Warlock. They can even insta-kill Infinity Warlocks. As soon as the Warlocks sensed the boundless aura, their expressions changed dramatically and their eyes flashed with awe. A Holy Spirit Warlock can insta-kill an Infinity Warlock. Only when a dozen plus Infinity Warlocks use special Empyrean grade secret treasures will they be able to somewhat contend against a Holy Spirit Warlock. Holy Step Fluctuations of Power. It seems that this young swindler isn't that simple. There is actually a Holy Step great being backing him. Inside the Nihility Palace, the six monarchs stared at the branch floating continent where Yang Feng is located with dignified look in their eyes. freewebnov.com. Each Holy Step powerhouse is a world-shaking existence, second only to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Some powerful Holy Step powerhouses can even destroy a race protected by a Holy Spirit Warlock by themselves. Regardless of the era, Holy Step powerhouses are among the top powerhouses. The gold light flashed and, according to a queer and incomparable law, entered the void. Songji Plain, on a hill, a rock suddenly cracked open, and a kidney flew out and disappeared. Songji Plain, in a valley. The valley trembled slightly, and a 1,000-meter-long giant snake, exuding pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, suddenly appeared. With a look of pain on its face, it distorted, eventually turned hanged into intestines, and disappeared into the void. Standing in front of the gold lake, Yang Feng watched brilliant Holy's body parts appear inside the gold lake one after another and merge with the rest of the body. The body's aura became stronger and more terrifying. A quarter of an hour later, except for the head, the rest of the brilliant Holy's body has been completely restored. The body seems perfect, contains extremely powerful life force, and carries a trace of the aura of immortality and terrifying holy might. Chapter 772, Decision. Chapter 772, Decision. Rising from the dead, Holy Step powerhouses are really incredible. Yang Feng saw with his own eyes the body parts of the brilliant holy fly here and merge with the rest of the body. At the same time, a powerful life force slowly awakened. His eyes are full of shock. The dead cannot be resurrected. This is common sense in the world of warlocks. No one has ever heard of a dead warlock resurrecting. After devout believers die, their souls will return to the respective divine countries. The gods can make their souls into petitioners, angels, and other beings, which is akin to a reincarnation. Of course, gods can also put the souls of their believers back into their dead bodies, to extend their lives. However, that would not only consume a lot of divine force, but the souls would also be eroded by the rotting flesh. In the end, the souls would collapse and disappear. The Brilliant Holy is a warlock from the First Warlock Dynasty era. Since the collapse of the First Warlock Dynasty until now, a tremendous amount of time has passed. After so much time, even the souls of the 8 Warlock Emperors would have decayed, and they would have ultimately died. But for the Brilliant Holy to be able to resurrect, that is simply outrageous. Yang Feng's heart stirred as he watched the Brilliant Holy's body parts emerge. Although it is recorded in the history books that the 8 Warlock Emperors have died, but with their beyond incredible means, they may die but not be vanquished. In other words, they aren't dead. Since the Brilliant Holy has the ability to rise from the dead, then the 8 Warlock Emperors, who are renowned for being far stronger than the Brilliant Holy, they won't die that easily. Almost all the parts of the Brilliant Holy's body have been fully restored, with only the head still missing. Weird fluctuations suddenly spread, enveloped Yang Feng, and transmitted the location of the head to him. Gold threads shot out from the Brilliant Holy's body, shrouded the body, and formed a gold cocoon that sank into the gold lake. This is where the Brilliant Holy's head and last body part is located. Do I go save him now? With a thought, Yang Feng quickly gathered and analyzed all the stories about the Brilliant Holy. In the world of warlocks, most warlocks requite like with like. But there are all kinds of people. Similarly, there are some warlocks who bite the hand that feeds them. Especially warlocks with Abyssal Fiend bloodline, they are rather chaotic. This chaotic nature will prompt them to backstab their benefactor without hesitation. The deeds of the Brilliant Holy were quickly screened out and presented inside Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. The Brilliant Holy was a peerless genius of the same age as the Time Lord, and much like the latter, he was a human archgod hybrid. He was one of the 12 holy who followed the Time Lord. At the end of the archgod age, the archgods treated other races of Zhangji Plain like livestock and discriminated heavily against mixed-blood archgods, who also possessed great power. Therefore, under the leadership of the mixed-blood archgods, the humans and numerous other races of Zhangji Plain staged a rebellion against the rule of the archgods. At the beginning, virtually every one of the 12 holy who has followed the Time Lord was a peerless genius who competed with the Time Lord for the rule over the resistance army. Each one of them was the leader of a huge force. The Brilliant Holy was a formidable opponent of the Time Lord. But he ultimately joined the Time Lord's troops and fought alongside the Time Lord. Judging from the historical records, he was an upright man who requited like with like. After repeated considerations and deductions via fate algorithm, Yang Feng made up his mind to save the Brilliant Holy. According to the analysis of existing data, after saving the Brilliant Holy, the probability of him turning on me is 2.3%, while the probability of gaining his favor is 97.7%. If the Brilliant Holy was a deprived degenerate who cuts down human life like wheat, then Yang Feng not only wouldn't save him, but would instead look for ways to thoroughly refine his body into a secret treasure, or divide it and suppress it. When Yang Feng checked the location of the Brilliant Holy's head, he couldn't help frowning. Overlord Sea, the sea where one of the 3 merfolk imperial courts, Dulin Imperial Court, is located. So the head of the Brilliant Holy fell into the hands of the Dulin Imperial Court. This is bad. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, the 3 merfolk imperial courts took the opportunity to steal an Empyrean-grade secret treasure called Sea God Royal Court. The Empyrean-grade secret treasure Sea God Royal Court is a secret treasure the First Warlock Dynasty's many treasures wholly refined using the corpse of a Warlock Emperor rank merfolk archgod and precious treasures. The 8 Warlock Dynasties relied on this Empyrean-grade secret treasure to command Zhangji Plain's merfolk. Under the coercion of the Sea God Royal Court, Sangji Plains merfolk had no choice but to obey and slave away for human warlocks. Since the Empyrean grade secret treasure Sea God Royal Court fell into the hands of the 3 merfolk imperial courts, now even Holy Spirit warlocks can hardly deal with the merfolk hidden in the endless waters. In the name of Golem Dynasty, let's have the merfolk hand over the head of the brilliant holy. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then shook his head. No, that won't do. It would be fine if the merfolk conceded. But if they don't, I will have no way to punish them. By then, Golem Dynasty's prestige will reach rock bottom, and it'll be difficult to keep this branch-floating continent. Yang Feng feigned to be from Golem Dynasty in order to compel Bajor Dynasty to flee the branch-floating continent and not dare to say a word. Golem Dynasty's prestige is colossal. Warlocks who rebelled against Golem Dynasty in the past were all quelled and reduced to lifeless golems. Although Yang Feng used the holy might unconsciously released by Brilliant Holy's body to deter unruly warlock groups. But once a slight flaw is revealed, the other warlock groups will rush forward and tear Yang Feng to pieces. A ray of light flashed, and Yu Yan, who was wearing a tight-fitting military uniform and exuding an enticing aura, appeared in front of Yang Feng and bowed, saying, "Lord, were you looking for me?" Yang Feng asked, "If I ordered the merfolk to offer a treasure in the name Golem Dynasty, will they agree?" As a former marshal of Great Cloud Dynasty and a freakish genius, Yu Yan is very knowledgeable. She is a capable commander and knows about most of the areas of Sangji Plain. Among his subordinates, she is the general he thinks most highly of. Yu Yan pondered for a while and then shook her head. Although the merfolk only occupy 3/10 of the entire plain. However, the sea's resources are concentrated in the 3 merfolk imperial courts. The Dullan King, the Sea Dragon King, and the Legu King are all warlock monarch rank powerhouses. Additionally, there are reportedly other warlock monarch rank powerhouses hidden among the 3 merfolk imperial courts. Furthermore, they've enshrined the sleeping Holy Spirit warlock Devil Sea Holy. The most up-to-date noves are published on freoubinovel.co. Once the Devil Sea Holy wakes up, coupled with the Sea God Royal Court, it'll be able to contend against a weaker Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in the sea. Warlock Emperors rank powerhouses are the most powerful existences in the world. However, there are both strong and weak individuals among Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Compared to most formidable Holy Step powerhouses, Warlock Emperors whose soul has decayed to the extreme are only slightly stronger. By relying on the Sea God Royal Court, the Devil Sea Holy can barely fight against such a Warlock Emperor in the sea. Unless we produce a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, or seize the Empyrean secret treasure Sea God Royal Court, the merfolk will never follow our orders. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, "I want to obtain a holy grade secret treasure from the merfolk. Can I get it through trade?" The head of the Brilliant Holy contains infinite mysteries and part of his soul. If top alchemy is used, it can be refined into a holy grade secret treasure. It is impossible for the merfolk not to know of its value. Yu Yan replied, "The merfolk occupy the vast seas, which are rich in resources. Moreover, although they struggle fiercely among themselves, but they haven't experienced the nearly world-ending wars during the collapse of our 8 warlock dynasties. Although the merfolk aren't good at forging, but they have collected many powerful secret treasures developed by us human warlocks. Over the years, they have gathered many top secret treasures, to the point that they even have much more than we do. If you wanted to get some low-level secret treasure, it wouldn't be a problem. However, it will be fundamentally impossible to obtain a holy grade secret treasure from them. During the collapse of the 8 warlock dynasties, not only would human warlocks kill each other, but powerful beings from the 36 primary planes would also come to Sangji Plain and hunt them down. It is because of 8 nearly world-ending wars that many top powerhouses of the 36 primary material planes and Sangji Plain have died, leading to a deterioration and scarcity of powerhouses. Chapter 773, Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl. Chapter 773, Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng pondered for a while and then made up his mind. It seems that I can only go there myself, although Alexia and Yu Yan are stronger than Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng is proficient in countless secret methods, and he can mobilize far greater resources than Alexia and Yuyen. Consequently, it's much easier for him to sneak into the 3 merfolk imperial courts than it is for the other 2. The ruler of the night is originally a top assassin, with infiltration being his forte. Blessed by his god avatar, Yang Feng's true body can borrow part of the ruler of the night's divine authority and use various abilities of gods. A strange light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. However, I need to make some preparations first. Feisua Plain. Among the endless stars, there is a star covered by sea water and filled with countless strange merfolk. This star is the divine country of the strong divine force rank god, sea god Hrihuri, the merfolk believe in. With a flash of light, a figure appeared outside the star. The ruler of the night requests an audience with sea god Hrihuri. A voice entered the star like a clap of thunder and made waves in the sea. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. The barrier around the star opened and revealed a passage. The sea parted and formed sea blue stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, there is a huge temple full of a unique style that is characteristic of merfolk. That huge temple is the Sea God Temple, the place where Sea God Hrihuri resides. On both sides of the sea blue stairs stand charming mermaid, sea sprites, sea dragon girls, and other beautiful merfolk in line with human aesthetics. Since Feisua Plain was controlled by Zhangji Plain's warlock dynasties on multiple occasions, the aesthetics of the majority of intelligent life forms here is in line with human aesthetics. The majority of extraordinary life forms who didn't conform to human aesthetics have been wiped out by human warlocks, while the extraordinary life forms who have survived tenaciously have evolved in line with human aesthetics. Yang Feng walked down the sea blue stairs and stepped into the temple. On the throne of a luxurious hall sits an extraordinary-looking human middle-aged man. This god, who looks like a human man, is sea god Hrihuri, the strong divine force rank god merfolk believe in. Hrihuri gazed at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes. When Yang Feng had his rise on Feisua Plain, he was just a mere great warlock. Hrihuri could turn Yang Feng into ashes by just blowing air from his mouth. Yet in less than 100 years, the ant-like Yang Feng has become a powerful existence of equal footing as him. This naturally makes Hrihuri feel envious. Hrihuri said lightly, "Yang Feng, why have you come?" Yang Feng responded with a smile. "Your Majesty, I hope I can purchase the God Armament Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl from you." Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl is a pearl that, similar to a human warlock core, forms after an extraordinary life form Sky Xuanhuan dies. Sky Shin are a kind of extraordinary life form born from the union of a true dragon and a dream world's creature called Nightmare Zerg. Once a Sky Shin reaches adulthood, it will possess illusion skills above the glorious Sun Warlock rank. A mature form will even possess illusion skills above the Bright World Warlock rank. The Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl Hrihuri possesses is a pearl a mature form Sky Shin left after its death. After he obtained the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl, he spent countless years nurturing it into an extremely powerful god armament. Hrihuri uttered coldly, a flash of anger in his eyes. "The Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl is one of my strongest god armaments. If I sell it to you, my strength will drop by at least 1/3. Do you think I'll sell it to you?" Yang Feng responded with a smile. "I'll give you a sea source devil stone, a 10,000-year sea 7-leaf green lotus root, a 10,000-year sea dragon blood essence stone, and a vial of infinity warlock rank sea dragon blood essence in exchange. With these treasures, if you abandon your divine country and go another plane in the future, you can quickly cut off the connection with Feisua Plain, save your life, and preserve the strength of a junior infinity warlock. Sea Source Devil Stone, 10,000-year sea 7-leaf green lotus root, 10,000-year sea dragon blood essence stone, and infinity warlock rank sea dragon blood essence are Yang Feng's spoils of war. They are treasures that have disappeared from Feisua Plain. When Hrihuri heard Yang Feng's offer, his heart stirred slightly. Although gods are indeed extremely powerful, but they are also fettered by the plane origin will and the plane's believers. They are far behind human warlocks in terms of freedom. Once they meet an enemy they aren't a match for, it is extremely difficult for gods to abandon their plane and escape to other planes. If they make a misstep, they will die during the escape. because the longer gods stay away from their original plane, the more they'll be weakened. The treasures that Yang Feng offers can give Hrihuri an extra life. With them, he can sever the plane's fetters and go to another plane to get a new life. If Hrihuri doesn't have the treasures that Yang Feng is offering, then once he abandons his identity as a god of Feisua plane, he will be severely injured, and his strength may drop all the way to the level 1 warlock rank. Hrihuri said lightly, "Not enough. These treasures are not enough. If you want my Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl, you must fork out better treasures." Yang Feng smiled gently and said, "No, great Sir Hrihuri, the price I offer you is more than reasonable, and they are the treasures you need the most. Please be sure to sell me the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl. By the way, Holy Moon Empire has developed a deep-sea warship that can navigate freely in the deep sea. Moreover, in the near future, there may be a few Zhangji Plains Infinity Warlocks coming to my place as guests. They are all very experienced in hunting gods." Hrihuri narrowed his eyes. With a flash of anger in his eyes, he uttered coldly, "Are you threatening me?" The beautiful female merfolk saints standing inside the temple glared at Yang Feng. Determination shimmered in Yang Feng's eyes. "You are free to think whatever you want, but I am dead set on getting the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl, even if I have to make an enemy of a strong divine force rank god." The expression in Hrihuri's eyes changed repeatedly. He took a deep look at Yang Feng and said slowly, "Okay, I'll sell it to you, but under one condition. For the next 10,000 years, if anyone comes to attack me, you must come to my help. You have to make a Styx oath." Yang Feng pondered for a while and then replied, 10,000 years is too long. Moreover, even though I'll come to help you, I'll only do what's in my power. If you provoke an existence that I cannot contend against, such as a warlock emperor or a holy spirit warlock, then I'll only try to mediate for you. A Styx oath is an oath with an extremely strong binding force. No one is willing to violate such an oath. Even gods who wield the divine authority of lies, once they truly take a Styx oath, they'll receive a backlash if they violate it. After haggling for some time, Yang Feng finally exchanged his treasures for the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl and left, satisfied. "Father, that Yang Feng is too much. Why did you agree to his terms? In the sea, we merfolk are most powerful and fear no one." A beautiful mermaid goddess, with silk-like long blue hair, porcelain white skin, clothing made from gems covering the upper body, a crown of pearls on the head, shrouded in a layer of divine force fluctuations, walked out from a side chamber, gazed at Yang Feng's back with a fierce look in her eyes, and asked Hrihuri, "The treasures Yang Feng took out are indeed worth more than the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl, but he was too aggressive and even coercive." This left the beautiful mermaid goddess very dissatisfied. She is the intermediate force rank god sea goddess of war Basana. She has a hot temper and is rather warlike. Hrihuri replied unhurriedly. Yang Feng was not only able to promote to a strong divine force rank god in such a short period of time, but he also slayed the ruler of the night, the god of massacre, the god of fire, and the god of war. He isn't a simple character. Against him, I have no assurance of victory. Hrihuri carried on. Although we merfolk are very powerful, but human warlock alchemy is even more impressive. Yang Feng came this far thanks to alchemy. Furthermore, his forces in the secular world possess countless magical secret treasures. Those low-level merfolk stand no chance against those alchemy weapons. Try not to clash with that person as much as possible. Otherwise, a great disaster may befall us. I understand. An enigmatic ray streaked past Bosana's eyes, and she turned and left the palace. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, a shadow teleported to the border of the sea divine country. The shadow fluttered, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Yang Feng, stop! A voice reverberated in the vast starry sky. Yang Feng turned around and saw sea goddess of war Basana, holding a trident, dressed in gem clothing, wearing a crown of pearls, as if stepping on waves made of stars, crossed the void and appeared behind him. Yang Feng took a closer look at her and asked, "You are sea goddess of war Basana?" Yang Feng has the information he got on Feisua Plains gods recorded in the database. Except for some gods, whose origins and appearance are a mystery, he has detailed information on all the well-known gods. 1. Shun. https:/n.wikipedia.org/wiki/shun_clammonster. Chapter 774. Gamble. Chapter 774. Gamble. Translator. Xayamoj. Enveloped by blue light, Boss Anna has a proud look on her face, and her beautiful eyes are full of fiery fighting spirit. Yes, it's me. Yang Feng, you bullied and forced my father to sell you the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl. I won't accept it. If you have the ability, then fight me. As long as you can defeat me with your own strength, I will acknowledge you and will no longer pursue the matter of you forcing my father to sell you the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl. Gods wield different authorities, each of which represents a certain law of the plane. The authorities are formidable, but at the same time they affect the nature of the gods. Take the god of massacre as example. Due to the authority of massacre they wield, they are proficient in countless massacre secret methods and are fond of killing. If they aren't strong enough, gods will be dominated by the authorities. Conversely, the stronger the gods are, the less likely will they be affected by the authorities. However, even if most gods are aware of this, they still let those authorities affect their character. Because it makes it easier for them to master the authorities and laws, makes them stronger, and makes it easier to advance. As if he is stating a fact, Yang Feng spoke calmly. I am a strong divine force rank god, while you are only an intermediate divine force rank god. You stand no chance of winning against me. Yang Feng's god avatar absorbed 4 strong divine force grade godheads. Although this makes it extremely difficult for his god avatar to continue to evolve, but it also gives him formidable battle prowess. In Feisua Plane, in a one-on-one, even radiant primary god Prados may not be the opponent of Yang Feng's god avatar. Scorching fighting spirit flashed in her eyes, and Boss Anna said, I know. Come to my divine country. In there you will be weakened to my level. If you lose, return the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl to me. If you can beat me, then I'll acknowledge you. Yang Feng chuckled and said, If you win, the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl will be returned to you. But what will I gain if I win? If you take out and wager a treasure of the same level as the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl, or the treasures I just gave your father, then I'll fight you. I'll fight you with Bright World Warlock rank strength. Boss Anna suddenly wrinkled her eyebrows, her momentum stagnated, and she fell into contemplation. The Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl is so valuable that even Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses will go crazy over it. The treasures that Yang Feng handed Hrihari just now are all top treasures that cannot be found on Feisua Plane. Although Boss Anna is the sea goddess of war, but she cannot take out such treasures. Yang Feng revealed a malicious smile and reminded, You can use Blazing Angels. If you have a Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel, then you can use it as a wager. Bosanna's slim eyebrows creased, and she asked, Blazing Angel? Will a Bright World Warlock rank Throne Angel do? Throne Angels are one of the upper-grade angels, second only to Blazing Angels. They are powerful angels who can evolve into Infinity Warlock rank existences. However, their evolutionary potential is much worse than that of Blazing Angels. Gods don't value them very much. Every Blazing Angel is a treasure that the gods can obtain once every 1,000 years or even several thousands of years. There are already angels transformed from believers subordinated to Yang Feng's god avatar in his divine country. But there are no upper-grade angels among them, let alone Blazing Angels. Yang Feng rejected categorically, No way! Boss Anna suddenly hesitated. She only has a single Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel, which she cultivated by chance. That angel is her right-hand man and her best weapon. They helped her defeat many powerful enemies. Angels are the best weapons of gods and the main force gods use to develop other planes as sources of faith. Since gods are restricted by the fetters of their plane, Angels are equivalent to their limbs in the outside world. Yang Feng enticed like a devil. For every treasure of the same level as a bright world warlock rank blazing angel you bet, I will seal one of the 4 authorities. If you bet 4 such treasures, then I will seal all 4 authorities and use bright world warlock rank power to fight you fairly. If I use one of the 4 authorities when fighting you, then it will be my loss. What do you think? Bosana's heart stirred, and scorching light flashed in her beautiful eyes. You'll seal the 4 authorities. Yang Feng's god avatar wields 4 authorities: night, fire, war, massacre. With them, he has no shortcomings, although Bosana hasn't stated it, but she is rather apprehensive of him. If Yang Feng's 4 authorities are sealed, then Bosana's odds of winning will be more than doubled. Feisua Plains gods and Zhangji Plains human warlocks have secret dealings. Consequently, it is fair to say that gods have eyes, ears, and spokespersons on Zhangji Plain. The gods already know that Yang Feng is a true disciple of Battle Demon Sect, that his true body is just a trivial moonlight warlock. The information of the gods is lagging, plus Yang Feng has released misleading information, and that he has defected to a mysterious force and obtained their help, which is how he was lucky enough to become a strong divine force rank god of Feisua Plain. If Yang Feng doesn't use the 4 strong divine force grade authorities, if a mere moonlight warlock like him manipulates bright world warlock rank power, it'll be akin a child wielding a sword. He won't be able to truly exert his strength. Bosana glanced at Yang Feng, and a smile appeared in her eyes. This Yang Feng is a peerless genius of Battle Demon Sect, a monster who formed a virtual world. However, if he fights me with moonlight warlock rank combat senses, he stands no chance. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Of course, we won't fight in your divine country. Otherwise, I will stand no chance of winning. It must be in astral boundary on dry land." As he smiled, Yang Feng quietly operated fate algorithm, and weird fate threads wrapped around Bosana. Bosana felt a little relieved. On dry land, I will be weakened by more than 40%. Is this his plot? However, if his avatar doesn't use the 4 strong divine force grade authorities, then I'm confident of beating him. Besides, when he learns of my secret, I'm sure his expression will be fun to watch. If Yang Feng didn't use the dry land condition to weaken Bosana's battle prowess, she would suspect that he is plotting something. But now that Yang Feng raised a condition to weaken her battle prowess, it made her feel relieved at once. Bosana hesitated and then said, "I only have 1 bright world warlock rank blazing angel. In addition, I still have 1 bright world warlock rank throne angel, 5 glorious sun warlock rank throne angels, and 7 glorious sun warlock rank wise angels." Yang Feng responded flatly, "These are not enough. I just want the blazing angel." Bosana hesitated, then gritted her teeth and said, "Then I'll use my divine country to bet." From a place that Bosana hadn't noticed, an invisible thread of fate slowly entered her body. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. "Still not enough. Your divine country is only worth 2 sky fantasy shin pearls at most and can only seal 2 of my divine authorities. Of course, if you insist, then I'll agree to fight you." Bosana feels distressed at once. If she's going to fight, she has to win. If she loses, she'll suffer huge losses. Yang Feng asked in a tempting tone with a unique rhythm, which devils use to entice others, "Don't you have another collateral? There is still you yourself. If you use yourself as collateral, you can seal 2 other divine authorities. In this way, won't your chances of winning be higher?" Bosana suddenly realized, "That's right. There is still myself." Wisps of queer fate force quietly entered Bosana. After all, Bosana is an intermediate divine force rank god. Even though she was hit by Yang Feng's spell, she wasn't fully blinded. She gave Yang Feng a deep look. "But if I lose, I will fall into this man's hands." Yang Feng continued to tempt her. "As long as you beat me, not only will you win glory and honor, but even the Sky Fantasy Sun Pearl will be yours. That is a pinnacle strong divine force grade god armament." As if a gambler, an urge to bet suddenly welled up inside Bosana. "Yes, as long as I beat him, it'll be mine." A scorching battle spirit flashed in her eyes, and she uttered impatiently, "Okay, I agree." Let's sign a contract. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Okay. freewebnov.com. Seeing Boss Anna impatiently jump into the pit he dug, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and a smile flashed in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a gold contract appeared in front of Boss Anna. After carefully checking the contract and confirming that there are no mistakes, Boss Anna signed her name on it, and then gazed proudly at Yang Feng and gave him a set of astral coordinates. This is an astral body I discovered in Astral Boundary. Have your Bright World Warlock rank avatar go there and wait. I will invite some spectator to witness our duel. Pity flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he asked with a smile, Spectators? You want them to witness your defeat? Boss Anna suddenly broke into a smile and said full of confidence, looking bewitching, To witness your loss, you mean? Chapter 775, Secret, Suppression. Chapter 775, Secret, Suppression. Translator, Xuanhuan. Astral Boundary. On a desolate astral body with no vitality, there are countless reconnaissance robots searching everywhere. At the same time, there are various types of radar scanning looking for traps. Nothing unusual. A stream of light descended from the sky and landed on the astral body, and Yang Feng's true body emerged. A 100-meter-long leaf ship, full of the aura of nature, flew out of the void and hovered 100 meters above the barren astral body. Yang Feng looked on the exquisite leaf ship and saw 7 beautiful and elegant goddesses standing aboard. The 7 goddesses looked at Yang Feng curiously. With a flicker of blue light, see Goddess of War Boss Anna, with a trident in hand, dressed in a blue armor, flew down from the huge leaf ship and landed in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the 7 goddesses and smiled, saying, Goddess of the Forest Sevilla, Maiden of Flowers Fran, Goddess of Books Yani, Maiden of Ice Wella, Goddess of the Lake Maji Ada, Goddess of Dance Frederica. Boss Anna, you really have a lot of friends and of different camps to boot. Goddess of the Forest Sevilla is a goddess of the Elven Pantheon. Maiden of Flowers Fran and Goddess of Books Yani are neutral goddesses. Maiden of Ice Wella is a goddess of the Titan Pantheon. Goddess of the Lake Maji Ada is a goddess of the Beastman Pantheon. Goddess of Dance Frederica is a goddess of the Zalia Pantheon. To be able to make friends with so many goddesses of different camps, Boss Anna must be really popular. Feng Yang, Florence is my favorite chosen. Her dancing skills are the most beautiful from among my believers. Won't you return her to me? Goddess of Dance Frederica, with a tall and sexy figure, gold hair, and supple breasts, dressed in a red dancing dress, exuding amazing charm, emitting coquettish and pure air, pleaded with Yang Feng pitifully. With her peculiar innate ability to charm gods, few male gods can resist the pleading of the beautiful and pure goddess of Dance Frederica. Yang Feng operated fate algorithm, and wisps of fate force enveloped Frederica. Frederica, if you want Florence back, then take part in my gamble with Boss Anna. If she wins, I will return Florence to you. If she loses, you'll become mine. What do you think? Frederica shook her head and replied in a cute way, I never gamble. Yang Feng mused, Sure enough, fate algorithm is not an omnipotent secret method. Boss Anna was the one who brought up the idea of a gamble. Fate algorithm took advantage of this and magnified her intent. As for Frederica, although she is only a feeble divine force rank god, but she never entertained the idea of a wager. Thus, fate algorithm can't influence her. Fate algorithm is a most precious secret method Yang Feng got from Eternal Continent. It's more valuable than Battle Demon Sex Battle Demon secret method. Yang Feng, who has consumed Feisua Plains Apple of Wisdom, possesses extraordinary wisdom, which is comparable to that of a top infinity warlock. However, he still finds it a bit difficult to cultivate fate algorithm. He can only perform different experiments to analyze the mysteries of this secret method. Boss Anna pointed at Yang Feng with the strong divine force grade god armament dark blue trident in her hand and said solemnly, Enough with the rubbish. Yang Feng, is this the avatar you chose to fight with? If so, then let's start the battle. Let me show you how awesome I am. Read latest chapters at freewebnov.co only. Yang Feng smiled, and wisps of intermediate bright world warlock rank life force slowly seeped out from him. Yes, I am the one who will fight you. However, this is not my avatar, but my true body. Shock flashed in Bosana's beautiful eyes, and she exclaimed, "Your true body? Isn't your true body a moonlight warlock? How come it's a bright world warlock?" The gap between moonlight warlock rank and bright world warlock rank combat senses is like a huge ravine. No matter how talented a warlock is, if they command bright world warlock rank power with moonlight warlock rank combat senses, they can be easily defeated by a genuine bright world warlock. Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Moonlight warlock? Your intelligence is really outdated. But, after all, I have blocked most of the genuine intelligence. Apart from Zhangji Plain's top warlock groups and intelligence networks, not many people know the truth about me." "I see. No wonder you agreed to seal the 4 authorities to fight me and enticed me to keep placing bets." Boss Anna took a deep breath and showed a bright smile to Yang Feng. "However, I also have a secret that I haven't told you about. I am stronger on land than in the sea." Mysterious runes appeared on Bosana's body, and blades, spears, swords, halberds, bows and other weapons emerged around her, exuding divine light. In an instant, Bosana appeared in front of Yang Feng, and the trident, following a mysterious trajectory, stabbed towards Yang Feng. Battle Demon Secret Method. With a thought from Yang Feng, a set of white battle demon armor suddenly appeared around him and enveloped him completely, and he sent a punch which contains the law of power and constrains the void with the pressure of a mountain, blasting towards the trident. The dark blue trident, as if a snake, twisted, pierced the sealed void, made a turn, and strangely stabbed Yang Feng in the right shoulder, pierced through the amazing defense of the battle demon armor and continued forward. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he suddenly retreated. Frantically extracting world force, he erupted with fearsome power and deflected the dark blue trident. Burning divine force wildly, Bosana turned into a ray of blue light, clung to Yang Feng like maggot feeding on a corpse, and stabbed at him with the dark blue trident from all kinds of incredible angles. Bosana burned divine force madly and focused it on the dark blue trident. Whenever the dark blue trident stabbed Yang Feng, terrifying divine power exploded and blasted a big hole on Yang Feng's body. Large amounts of blood spilled out from Yang Feng. But thanks to the primal chaos imperishable body's formidable self-healing ability, the daunting wounds were quickly healed. Sprinkled with Yang Feng's bright world warlock rank blood, the earth, affected by his terrifying life force, bore strange phenomena. Frubnov.com. The eyes of goddess of the lake Maji Ada flickered with enigmatic light, and she smiled excitedly. "Amazing? Bosana is really amazing. Her martial prowess are really formidable." Goddess of books Yani smiled and said, "So strong. This degree of martial prowess is a realm that can only be achieved by the blessing of a special authority. Only, the authority of the sea goddess of war should not be this strong. She must have a secret divine authority." Maiden of Icewella stared at Yang Feng with a smile on her face. That Yang Feng is also abnormally strong. His regeneration ability is comparable to that of our god bodies. No, it's even faster than ours. This guy's true body seems to be really strong. In the sky, the several goddesses are talking about Yang Feng and Bosana. On the ground, Yang Feng is being pushed back by Bosana. Wounds burst open on his body, and a lot of blood scatters on the ground. Yang Feng, soaked in blood, frowned and said slowly, "Authority of the sea? That's not it. What authority is it? It's really powerful. The authority of the sea goddess of war should be suppressed by 40% on land. You're going to lose with those doubts in your heart." Bosana showed a triumphant and confident smile and stabbed Yang Feng's left arm with the dark blue trident, and divine force gushed in, blasting open another large hole. "This authority improves your martial prowess comprehensively. In terms of martial prowess alone, I am not your opponent. However, regrettably, you are the one who's going to lose. Because I am the strongest." A cold ray shimmered in Yang Feng's eyes, and his aura changed suddenly, as if an ancient beast has awakened. He frantically extracted world force from the 9 small words via the world ring and then sent a fist flying. In an instant, the world force of the 9 small worlds formed 9 star projections. Containing the law of power, the 9 star projections sealed the void and, along with exceptional might capable of suppressing everything, crushed towards Basana. If martial prowess are out of question, then use absolute power to crush the opponent. Matching one's own advantages against the enemy's disadvantages. This is the way warlocks fight. So strong. Is this Yang Feng's true strength? He's a peerless genius who formed a virtual world not for no reason. Basana's expression changed, and she clenched her white teeth and burned divine force madly. Countless divine force crystals burned. The environment changed, and a sea 10 kilometers in radius suddenly emerged around her. Countless angels, saints, and petitioners emerged behind Basana and sang psalms of praise. Vast divine force fluctuations gushed out from Basana. The dark blue trident in her hand stabbed upwards, engulfed the sea water, and turned into a blue beam of light barreling towards Yang Feng. Boom! Boom! Following earth-shaking rumbles, the blue beam finally collapsed. 2 of the 9 star projections collapsed as well. The remaining 7 star projections slammed into Basana. Chapter 776, Subduing Basana. Chapter 776, Subduing Basana. A copious amount of god blood gashed out from Basana and spilled onto the ground. Following flashes of blue light, Basana's wounds healed quickly. The expression of Maiden of Ice Wella changed. Her eyes shimmered with dignity, and she spoke solemnly. What a fearsome fellow! Since he can't match Basana in terms of martial prowess, he used his power crush her. What a terrifying power it is. This outburst of power is already comparable to the strong divine force rank. Among Basana's several goddess friends, Maiden of Ice Wella specializes in fighting. She's even more aware of Yang Feng's terror. Shock flashed in the beautiful eyes of Goddess of Books Yani. His power is too formidable. Even a warlock who formed a virtual world should know be this powerful. Goddess of Books Yani's book collection ranks among the top 3 in Fesua Plain. She has read countless books and mastered countless bodies of knowledge. Among the 7 goddesses here, she is the most knowledgeable one. Even she is shocked by Yang Feng's terrifying power. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a true god Empyrean imprint, which is inscribed with numerous mysterious runes and has quenched a large number of transcendent rank powerhouses, suddenly appeared. The auras of devils, fiends, gods, and many other powerful existences seeped out from the imprint. World force poured into the true god Empyrean imprint, and it changed into huge imprint that enveloped an area with hundreds of meters in radius. The huge imprint is shrouded in countless mysterious runes and exudes sacred and evil auras. As if it bears the weight of 9 worlds, the huge imprint formed 9-layer brand ripples crushing towards Basana. Damn it! This guy's true body is really strong. Basana frantically burned divine force. Blue light wound around her, and flood dragons formed from water shuttled around her and healed her. She recovered 80% of her power in an instant. A focused expression on her face, eyes flashing brightly, Basana retracted all her power. She looks just like an ordinary person. Next, she slammed the dark blue trident towards the true god Empyrean imprint. When the dark blue trident hit the brand ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint, mountain-toppling divine might concealed within burst out instantly and cleaved the brand ripples. Boom! At the moment when the dark blue trident collided with the brand ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint, a terrifying force capable of obliterating the sky suddenly shrouded the land. The land, as if a fragile eggshell, shattered directly and stones splashed around and flew towards astral boundary. The dark blue trident pierced through the first layer of the brand ripples, then the second, and then the third. Every time the dark blue trident pierced through a layer of the brand ripples, a terrifying force was set free, and the ground was torn apart. The entire astral body has begun to collapse. Your martial prowess are really formidable. Unfortunately, your power is too weak. Vanquish. Yang Feng looked at Basana, who was struggling with the brand ripples, and cold light shimmered in his eyes. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Updat D from FROUNravel.com. The brand ripples of the true God Empyrean imprint transformed into rune chains and stabbed towards Basana like sharp spears. As if a small insect stuck to a spider web, Basana can hardly wave her dark blue trident inside the brand ripples. She slashed several rune spears apart before being stabbed by the rest. Countless runes emerged and rapidly locked Basana's power. Boom! 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 Following loud noise, the astral body disintegrated into countless meteorites flying in different directions. That astral body, which is inferior to a grade 9 plane, could not bear the fight between Yang Feng and Basana. If the intermediate divine force rank fight had taken place in Feisua Plane's secular world, it would have resulted in cataclysmic events, leading to countless ordinary people losing their lives. It is because of this that gods fight in astral boundary. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful and heroic sea goddess of war Basana and raised the corners of his mouth, saying, "You lost!" With a stubborn expression, Basana frantically sensed for the godhead in an attempt to communicate with it and mobilize divine force. Only countless black runes have wound around the godhead, cutting off the connection between her and the godhead and making it impossible to mobilize divine force. The countless black runes sank into Basana's skin, flesh, and bones, and sealed the world-shaking power inside her divine body. Consequently, she is now weakened to an extreme, to the point that she can only exert the strength of an ordinary girl. Basana tried several methods, but still couldn't muster a trace of power. Basana, with a disappointed look on her face, sighed quietly and said, "Yes, I lost. I will fulfill my promise. From now on, everything of mine is yours. Then let's go to your divine country." Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint flew out. Along with flashes of light, countless black rune chains flew out of Basana's body and entered the true God Empyrean imprint. As soon as the countless black runes disappeared, Basana could sense powerful force welling up inside her, which made her feel unspeakable joy. The godlike formidable power is full of allure. Once one gained possession of that formidable power, and then lost it, they will feel an indescribable discomfort. Goodbye. After Basana regained her strength, she spoke meaningfully to her 6 friends, and then turned into a stream of blue light and flew away with Yang Feng. Goddess of Dance Frederica watched as Yang Feng left. She waved her small fist, gritted her teeth and said, "Curses, that Yang Feng is really annoying. It wasn't enough to snatch Florence away. Now he took big sister Basana away as well. Damn it." Maiden of Flowers' friend said with a smile, "Dunce, big sister Basana may have been snatched away by Yang Feng, but she's secretly happy." Maiden of Ice Wella uttered with a smile, "Yes, big sister Basana is a proud individual. She always wanted to find a man stronger than her. But on Feisua Plain, those who are stronger than her are either old or are enemies of the sea pantheon. Thus, she couldn't find a good man on Feisua Plain. Since Yang Feng was able to defeat her, she may be snickering in her heart." Goddess of Books Yani contemplated for a while, and then said, "According to the currently available information, Battle Demon Sect's true disciple Yang Feng is not a tyrannical character. He is of the lawful neutral alignment. He grasps tremendous power, and is not stingy with his women. If you exclude the fact that he has a lot of women, becoming his woman is not a bad choice." Goddess of the Forest Sevilla also chimed in. "In other words, this is a blessing in disguise for Basana. In the eyes of their believers, these goddesses are lofty, sacred, inviolable beings, whose every action has profound meaning. But in fact, they also have a great range of emotions. Only that they're far stronger than ordinary people, making them appear omniscient and omnipotent. Feisua Plain, in a divine country that is shrouded by a sea." With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng and Basana appeared inside the divine country. Basana waved her lily-white hand, and a blue ray entered the sea. The azure sea suddenly rolled and churned, and a huge palace enveloped by a blue barrier slowly rose from the sea. The huge palace has an area of thousands of square kilometers. Countless beautiful mermaids, sea sprites, and other merfolk petitioners, saints, and sea angels emerged from the sea and paid their respects to Bosana. "Welcome back, mighty lady. May you triumph in every battle and win every fight. My lady." Yang Feng looked at the sea angels with curiosity. The sea angels are not much different from ordinary angels in appearance. However, the wings of the sea angels are constructed from divine force and part of the authority of the sea. Inside water, these wings will not only not drag them down, but will instead help them, allowing them to swim faster. Among the sea angels, there are two who stand out. They both exude bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. Clearly, these two are Bosana's strongest subordinates. One is a sea-blazing angel with jade-white skin, long, wave-like blue hair, a tall and sexy figure, and a noble and elegant air around her. The other is a throne angel with a wheat-colored complexion, short blonde hair, a sexy figure, and a wild sense of beauty. Bosana pointed to the two bright world warlock rank angels and introduced them to Yang Feng. "Yang Feng, they are my most powerful helpers, Marina and Karma." Marina is a blazing angel and Karma is a throne angel. Even though they are both bright warlock rank angels, but Marina's fluctuations of power are obviously much stronger than Karma's. "Marina, Karma, I lost to Yang Feng in a fair fight. Starting today, Yang Feng will be your new master. His command is of a higher order than mine." Bosana's beautiful eyes flashed with reluctance, and she took out a Sea Angel Pool's control center, a Sea Angel crystal, and erased her soul brand. Chapter 777, Phantom Ruler's Evolution. Chapter 777, Phantom Ruler's Evolution. Translator, Xuanhuan. In this instant, all the sea angels in the divine country felt that there is something missing in their souls. Then terror flashed in their eyes, and they panicked. If it weren't for Bosana standing in front of them, the sea angels would have fallen into a state of chaos. Reluctance flashed in her eyes, and then Bosana handed Yang Feng the sea angel crystal resolutely. Marina shivered. Despair and fear shimmered in her beautiful eyes, and she asked in a trembling voice, "My lady, are you going to abandon us?" Karma looked at Bosana with despair in her eyes and trembled. These sea angels are devout believers Bosana has turned into angels. Marina and Karma, in particular, were most pious saints under Bosana's command before they were turned into angels. They followed Bosana on many campaigns and grew together. Even without the sole restriction of the Sea Angel Pool, they are still loyal to Bosana and regard her as their master. Now, Bosana actually handed the Sea Angel Crystal to Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng takes control of the Sea Angel Crystal, no matter how unwilling they are, these sea angels will be forced to obey Yang Feng's orders. Bosana's action is akin to abandoning the sea angels, making them despair. Bosana trembled, and teardrops slid down her beautiful face. "Sorry, it's all because I was defeated. I'm sorry. My lady, you're not at fault. The one at fault is this damn man. I'll defeat him for you." Killing intent flashed in Marina's beautiful eyes. Staring fiercely at Yang Feng, she beckoned with a hand, and a large spear appeared in her hand. In the sea, weapons such as spears and tridents are much more commonly used than swords. Bosana raised her eyebrows and shouted sternly, "Stop! One must always honor a bet. I already signed a contract with him. If you attack him, we will all receive a backlash from the contract." Startled, Marina let go of the spear, knelt in front of Bosana, and said with a pained expression, "Yes, my lady, I was in the wrong." Karma, who has grasped a trident, gritted her teeth and stared hatefully at Yang Feng. If Bosana hadn't stopped them, she would have rushed to fight Yang Feng. Yang Feng took the Sea Angel Crystal, smiled, and threw it back to Bosana. "I give this to you." After she caught the Sea Angel Crystal, Bosana revealed a look of surprise, and then grasped the crystal firmly. She uttered hesitant, "This, I lost it to you." Yang Feng smiled and said, "Yes, you lost it to me, but since it is mine, I can give it to you. Now it's yours again. As long as Bosana is his subordinate, everything of hers will be under Yang Feng's control." To be able to nurture a bright world warlock rank blazing angel and a bright world warlock rank throne angel, Bosana's ability to nurture angels is outstanding. It's more appropriate for her to manage this sea divine country. Thank you. Gratitude flashed in Bosana's beautiful eyes, and she placed her soul brand on the sea angel crystal. In an instant, all the sea angels inside the divine country felt that the thing they lacked was filled again. A flash of joy in her eyes, Marina made a knightly salute to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir. From now on, I offer you my loyalty, second only to my lady." Karma also gave a knightly salute to Yang Feng. "Me too. I offer you my loyalty, second only to my lady. Get up." With a satisfied look in his eyes, Yang Feng entered the temple with Bosana. Yang Feng said, "Bosana, I need to borrow Marina for a mission in the sea." Bosana replied with a sweet smile on her face, "Okay, I'll have her cooperate with you." A day later, at the branch floating continent, inside a cave engraved with mysterious runes and full of an illusory aura, Yang Feng walked in, came to in front of a spring, and uttered lightly, "Show yourself." From the spring, a phantom ruler that seems to be hovering between real and illusory, with a humanoid form, a single large eye on the head, engraved with weird runes, appeared in front of Yang Feng. Devourers and phantom rulers are the ultimate weapons that can evolve continuously of the Shizu. For different devourers and phantom rulers, with the exception of the identical initial form, as their evolution progresses and finally reaches the ultimate and perfect forms, they hold different abilities. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the sky fantasy Shin Pearl suddenly flew out of his hand, turned into a shooting star, and flew towards the phantom ruler. The phantom ruler emitted fluctuations of joy, and then extended a hand and grabbed the sky fantasy Shin Pearl. Countless weird runes and fluctuations of tremendous power seeped out from the phantom ruler's right hand, penetrated the sky fantasy Shin Pearl, and absorbed its power. The sky fantasy Shin Pearl suddenly blurred, entered the state of existence that is located between real and illusory, and appeared on the body of the phantom ruler. Weird, ancient, and powerful fluctuations diffused from the phantom ruler. Yang Feng sensed the change of the phantom ruler, and excitement flashed in his eyes. It evolved. After devouring the sky fantasy Shin Pearl, the phantom ruler's strength has increased by a large margin. Along with a blur, the phantom ruler disappeared like a bubble and plunged into Yang Feng's body. Once the phantom ruler disappeared, it was as if it no longer exists in this world. There are no fluctuations of power leaking out from it. If Yang Feng weren't its master, he wouldn't be able to even sense its existence. Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth. The phantom ruler is indeed one of Shizu's ultimate weapons. Even though it's just an initial form unit, but after absorbing the sky fantasy Shin Pearl, it has such a weird power. Even if it is a holy step powerhouse, if the phantom ruler doesn't show itself, they won't be able to detect its existence. On the edge of Overlord Sea, 40,000 meters below the sea level, there lies a city that covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, is engraved with countless mysterious runes, and is full of human warlock style. In the 8 Warlock Dynasties eras, every Warlock Dynasty had a firm grip on Zhangji Plain. Whether it is the sky, the land, the seas, the underground world, or the core world, in those times they were all under the control of human warlocks. In the 8 glorious epochs of human warlocks, the footsteps and relics of humans were left in countless places, testifying to the glory of the human warlock dynasties. This city is called Green Whale City. It is a city human warlocks have established in this part of the sea. Now, the city has become a merfolk stronghold. There are strangely shaped merfolk, which exude frightening auras, swimming everywhere in Green Whale City. Interesting, this is a former human warlock relic in the sea. At the time, it seems that human warlocks and merfolk lived in this city together. TH's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. As he strolled along Green Whale City, Yang Feng took in the various buildings, and wisps of a strange aura seeped out of him. Marina followed Yang Feng, looking at the powerful transcendent rank merfolk powerhouses, who seem like they can't see them. Shock welled up inside her. What's going on? Why haven't those merfolk discovered us? This man defeated my lady not for no reason. In Green Whale City, there are many huge buildings which are clearly meant for giant merfolk. In the deep sea, there are many giant merfolk. They are no less intelligent than human warlocks. However, they are very proud and disdain to learn transformation spells. Even transcendent rank powerhouses won't change into human form. These giant merfolk grasp knowledge that many human warlocks desire and possess formidable power. Therefore, human warlocks rather respect them. In the center of Green Whale City, there lies a huge castle which is hundreds of times larger than human warlock cities in the surface world. In the huge castle, there are many 7 or 8 meter tall green whale merfolk guards, who have a whale heads and a human body. Each one of these green whale merfolk guards possesses great warlock rank fluctuations of power. If they are placed on the Tyrannid subcontinent, each one of them will be a hegemon-level powerhouse. Yang Feng and Marina, as if strolling in their backyard, easily stepped into the castle. Further inside the castle, there are many 5 or 6 meter tall green whale powerhouses, whose heads contain both human and whale characteristics. Most of them possess Starry Sky Warlock rank strength, and some even possess Moonlight Warlock rank strength. Under the cover of the phantom fluctuations released by the Phantom Ruler, none of the green whale powerhouses could see them, allowing Yang Feng and Marina to strut into the deepest part of the castle, as if they were the only people here. In a garden, in the deepest part of the castle, there are a middle-aged man and woman, who are about 4 meters tall, look almost no different from humans, and possess pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank strength. They are the Blue Whale Monarch couple. Chapter 778, Conflict at the City Gate. Chapter 778, Conflict at the City Gate. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng strutted into the rear garden along with Marina, pulled a chair, sat beside the green whale monarch couple, and ordered flatly, "Jing Bahai, come out!" The Phantom Ruler, who's hovering between real and illusory, slowly emerged, and strange phantom fluctuations enveloped the entire Green Whale City like a tide. With a flash of light, a 3 meter tall, good-looking young man, with an imposing build and traces of green whale characteristics, exuding pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power, strode to in front of Yang Feng. Shock filled Marina when she saw this. What spell is this? How scary! Marina, who is a bright warlock rank sea angel, can easily slay a glorious sun warlock. However, she has never heard of a spell that can confuse a glorious sun warlock from a distance and manipulate them. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint flew out. Black rune chains gush out like a tide and covered Jing Bahai. As if they have a life of their own, the rune chains entered every corner of his body. Along with black light, Jing Bahai withered into a black origin that flew into the true god Empyrean imprint, where it was sealed. Then, it entered Yang Feng's right arm and formed a black tattoo. Yang Feng said lightly, "From now on, I am Jing Bahai, and you are my maid Mary." The Phantom Ruler suddenly appeared and pointed towards Yang Feng and Marina, and a strange brand gleamed and entered the two. The figure of Yang Feng's true body changed suddenly into that of the tall and tyrannical Jing Bahai. Marina's eyes glazed over, and then she stirred awake and stood quietly behind Yang Feng like a maid. The eyes of the Green Whale Monarch couple stirred awake as well. When the Green Whale Monarch saw Marina standing respectfully behind Yang Feng, a solemn ray flashed in his eyes, and he asked slowly said, "Bahai, who is she?" Yang Feng responded, "She is a synthetic creature that was sealed in a taboo stone in a human warlock relic site. I named her Mary and made her my personal maid. She's quite strong. In olden days, the seas were the backyard of human warlocks. There are a number of human warlock relic sites from the 8 warlock dynasties in the seas. It's not unusual to find some weird things here." Not dwelling on it, the Green Whale Monarch said in a deep voice, "The day of the tribute is approaching. I want you to go pay tribute this time. Overlord Sea is ruled by one of the Tree Merfolk Imperial Courts, Dullan Imperial Court. Within Overlord Sea, all Merfolk forces must pay tribute to Dullan Imperial Court every year in order to be able to get a proper footing in this sea." Yang Feng responded, "Okay. Yang Feng has gotten wind of this beforehand, which is why he chose to infiltrate the Green Whale race to begin with. He wants to infiltrate Dulin Imperial Court via the Green Whale race. While under the guise of Golem Dynasty, although Yang Feng was able to occupy a branch floating continent. But he is not permitted to fail. Therefore, he has to be really careful. Green Whale Monarch warned. Worried. Dulin Imperial Court is the place where the royal family, the Green Whale race, swore allegiance to lives. In that place, there are numerous experts and powerhouses. There are even Bright World Warlock rank and Infinity Warlock rank existences. When you get there, you must befriend strong people. Also, you must keep a low profile. Do not provoke the royal family's silk pants. The Green Whale race is a true overlord-level force in Green Luo Sea. In this sea, only some hidden deep-sea beasts are stronger than the Green Whale Monarch couple. The rest of the merfolk are not their opponents. Jing Bahai is the young master of the Green Whale race. He is a peerless genius who has cultivated to the pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock realm at merely 2,000 years of age, and he's even stronger than the Green Whale Monarch. He is a tyrannical, domineering, unscrupulous, and lawless character in Green Luo Sea. Green Whale Monarch knows that Jing Bahai is invincible in this sea. But in Dulin Imperial Court, where experts are aplenty, he is considered just a minor character. A single Bright World Warlock rank merfolk powerhouse has the power to destroy the Green Whale race. The Green Whale Monarch isn't willing to let his violent and domineering son provoke those terrifying existences. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "I got it." The Green Whale Monarch frowned and released a long sigh. "You can leave." Yang Feng turned around and left with Marina. Yang Feng, who has investigated Jing Bahai's demeanor, happily plays the role of a tyrannical, unbridled, and straightforward character. A few days later, a huge sea chariot filled with various resources, pulled by dozens of giant sea monsters, who emit Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power, set out towards Dulin Imperial Court. The headquarters of Dulin Imperial Court, Dulin City, used to be the residence of the East Sea King, one of the 4 Sea Kings of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, as well as the residence of the East Sea King of Magic Note Dynasty. As the residence of 2 East Sea Kings, Dulin City was built with an artistic sense of beauty by human warlocks. In Dulin City, there are countless powerful permanent spells that extract the life magic energy from the sea to replenish the life magic energy consumed in the city, raising giant huge whirlpools in the surroundings. Merfolk below the Moonlight Warlock rank have to use specific roads to go to Dulin City, or else they will be sucked into the huge whirlpools outside the city. This is Dulin City? Sure enough, it is a sacred place for cultivation that does not lose out to Cloud Capital. However, compared to the branch floating continents, it is much worse. Yang Feng is sitting in a luxurious litter inlaid with numerous 7-colored pearls the size of pebbles and embracing the alluring and heroic Marina. Countless runes appeared in his eyes. After crossing a huge whirlpool, he saw Dulin City. Since it is currently the time to pay tribute, the area several hundred kilometers in radius in front of Dulin City is filled with countless weird sea monsters. If placed on Earth, any one of these sea monsters would be the overlord of the seas, a terrifying existence that no one could rival. Atop the sea monsters, there sit merfolk from Overlord Sea, and underneath the sea monsters, carts filled with various exotic treasures produced in the sea are being pulled. The countless sea monsters lined up and slowly advanced towards Dulin Imperial Court. At this moment, 2 100-meter-long extraordinary life-form blue-scale snake dragon beasts, with a dragon head and a snake body, covered in blue scales, exuding glorious Sun Warlock rank fluctuations of power, pulling a luxurious litter inlaid with countless sea treasures and shrouded by a blue wave, are swimming above the countless experts who came to pay tribute and heading towards a huge whirlpool. Inside the luxurious litter, there sits a tall and handsome young man with a blue dragon scale on the forehead, blonde hair, and a burly figure, and emitting traces of frightening dragon might. He looks like a noble divine being traveling in the secular world. Beside that young man, there are a dozen-plus merfolk girls kneel-sitting, each of which is ravishingly beautiful. That's the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Sea Dragon Imperial Court's Sea Dragon Crown Prince. It turns out it's the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. How come he came to Dulin Imperial Court? She should be here for Dulin Imperial Court's first princess. Damn it. That damn foreigner wants to marry the first princes. Damn scoundrel. The first princess is indeed amazing. However, I heard that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is the #1 genius of Sea Dragon Imperial Court's younger generation. He is indeed a good match for the first princess. When they saw the young man, many merfolk powerhouses wagged their tongues, and envy and jealousy flashed in their eyes. They are not in the same leagues as characters like the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the first princess. They could only look up to the other side and utter a few words behind their backs at most. I didn't expect to see such an excellent article in this place. When the Sea Dragon Crown Prince passed Yang Feng, he swept Yang Feng's litter with a glance. Then his gaze fell on Marina, and billows rose in his eyes. He extended a hand. A large hand containing the law of water crushed towards Yang Feng with fearsome pressure from above. The sea monsters around Yang Feng dodged aside, not daring to resist that large hand. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince is used to act unbridledly in Sea Dragon Imperial Court. Whenever he sees a girl he fancies, he just takes her away. Except for the girls who have Bright World Warlock or Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses backing them, he isn't apprehensive of the other girls. What guts! To dare to attack me, Jing Bahai. I won't feel satisfied until I break your limbs. Whale Devour Secret Method. A fierce light flashed in the yes of Yang Feng, who has transformed into Jing Bahai. He roared and sent a punch, and a huge archaic dragon whale projection suddenly appeared, opened its maw, and breathed in. A whirlpool spread from the archaic dragon whale's maw and smashed the large hand. The source of this scentent is freowebnovel.com. Chapter 779, Suppression of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Chapter 779, Suppression of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Archaic Dragon Whale. A mere archaic dragon whale dares to be presumptuous in front of me. In the sea, our primordial sea dragon race is the most noble race. Dragon Devour Secret Method. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince smiled coldly, then silently recited an incantation and pressed down with his hand. Blue runes flew out from the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, extracted life magic energy from the sea, and formed a 1,000-meter-long primordial sea dragon projection exuding an ancient and stifling aura. According to legend, the primordial sea dragon is the first true dragon that came to Zhangji Plain and is the ancestor of merfolk. Legend has it that before the primordial sea dragon came to Zhangji Plain, there were countless powerful sea monsters in Zhangji Plain seas. However, these sea monsters had no intelligence. After the primordial sea dragon arrived, it copulated with the different sea monsters and gave birth to different intelligent merfolk. When the primordial sea dragon projection appeared, all the merfolk powerhouses in an area hundreds of kilometers in diameter could feel the bloodline inside them tremble, as if they had encountered an irresistible being. The merfolk powerhouses with only Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, even more so, knelt on the ground when the primordial sea dragon projection appeared and shivered. The fierce primordial sea dragon rushed towards the archaic dragon whale, and the two terrifying extraordinary life forms that only exist in myths began to fight wildly. As the two terrifying extraordinary life forms fought, a violent whirlpool formed, spread in all directions, and swept towards the surrounding sea monsters and merfolk powerhouses. The sea monsters and merfolk powerhouses retreated. Some sea monsters that couldn't retreat in time were drawn into the violent whirlpool and torn into countless bloody pieces. The green whale race's secret method cannot measure up to that of the primordial sea dragon race. If this continues, I am the one who's going to lose. Yang Feng gazed at the archaic dragon whale and the primordial sea dragon fighting with a furious expression on his face. But within, he is very calm. He easily deduced the conclusion. Even though the archaic dragon whale is frantically fighting the primordial sea dragon, but its body is already torn and riddled with bite marks. It's on the verge of collapse. Is the primordial sea dragon supposed to be impressive? Witness how amazing the dragon-slaying crossbow I found in a human warlock relic site is. The eyes of Yang Feng, who is incarnated into Jing Bahai, flashed with anger, and he roared and flicked his wrist, and a level 8 secret treasure dragon slaying crossbow suddenly appeared in his hand. A terrifying resentment that could only be achieved by slaughtering thousands of dragons spread from the dragon-slaying crossbow. With a flash of blue light, a dragon-slaying crossbow bolt, attracted by the sea dragon blood inside Sea Dragon Crown Prince, crossed tens of kilometers, stabbed him in the heart, and nailed him to his litter. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince sprayed a large amount of blood, pointed at Yang Feng, and said with a trembling voice, an incredulous look on his face, You! As the future heir of Sea Dragon Imperial Court, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is proficient in countless secret methods, has an extremely noble status, and hides tremendous strength. Even junior Bright World warlocks may not be his opponents. Yet surprisingly, a merfolk from the sticks used the dragon-slaying crossbow, a special secret treasure for dealing with dragons, to give him a serious wound, leaving him both shocked and angry. The dragon-slaying crossbow is a special secret treasure developed by Magic Note Dynasty to deal with dragons. Although the dragon-slaying crossbow has an ordinary effect on other extraordinary life forms, but it has fearsome destructive power on dragons. Even if it is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, if they are hit in the heart by the dragon-slaying crossbow, their power will be sealed, and they will be trampled. Trash! Go to hell! A fierce gleam flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he operated the law of water, merged into water, appeared in front of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince instantly, and punched the other party in the face. Crack! A copious amount of blood spattered. The beautiful face of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince sunk, and numerous bones broke. Stop! The dozen-plus beautiful merfolk girls beside the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, rather loyally, cast spells blasting towards Yang Feng. Die! Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he operated the Whale Devour secret method, and the tattered archaic dragon whale suddenly appeared. Opened it was, and sucked in the dozen-plus beautiful merfolk girls. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool emerged from the archaic dragon whale's mouth and crushed the dozen-plus beautiful merfolk girls into bloody mist. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince is also torn all over. If it wasn't for his strong physique, he would have been crushed to pieces by the violent whirlpool coming from the archaic dragon whale's maw. So cruel. Who is that guy? It looks like the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is going to be killed. Who is that fellow? Why is he so cruel? That guy is Jing Bahai, a peerless genius of the green whale race. He has cultivated to the quasi-bright world warlock realm 300 years ago. He is the tyrant of Green Luosi and is used to going on a rampage. But surprisingly, he even attacked the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. People from the sticks are ruthless. To attack the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, how unruly. Ha! For the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, the #1 genius of Sea Dragon Imperial Court's younger generation, to be defeated by a country bumpkin from our Dullen Imperial Court. How amusing. The spectating merfolk powerhouses watching from the sidelines showed smiles of excitement. Most of the spectating merfolk are Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses, while only a few dozen are Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses. The Glorious Sun Warlock rank merfolk powerhouses are all from major merfolk tribes, and thus possess very noble statuses. There is a possibility of them marrying the Dullen Imperial Court's first princess. Now that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, their greatest rival, is about to be killed by Yang Feng, it made them feel rather happy. Naturally, none of them would come forward to help the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Stop! At this moment, intermediate bright warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from Dullen City, and a large hand formed from the law of water shot towards Yang Feng. If you have what it takes, then crush him. Yang Feng, smiling in an unruly fashion, grabbed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, and watercolored light glowed. He sealed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince into a large polearm's head and stabbed the large hand with it. With a sigh, the large hand formed by the law of water collapsed. The Bright World Warlock rank merfolk powerhouse inside Dullen City didn't dare to fight against Yang Feng, since if he fought Yang Feng, it would be equivalent to him and Yang Feng attacking the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Attacked by the two, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince would either die or brought to the brink of death. Blue light flashed, and a middle-aged man, with a tortoise shell on his back, a medium build, big ears, and extraordinary temperament, appeared in front of Yang Feng. The middle-aged man gazed at the sea dragon crown prince, who was sealed in the polearm, frowned, and said in a stern tone, "I am Dulin Imperial Court's Spirit Turtle Admiral, Jing Bahai. The sea dragon crown prince is a guest of Dulin Imperial Court. Let him go immediately. If you release the sea dragon crown prince, I'll put a good word in for you and reduce your charges. To dare attack me, this bastard was looking for death. Spirit Turtle Admiral, we green whales are loyal to Dulin Imperial Court. Yet you're pinning charges on me. Aren't you afraid that it'll have a chilling effect on everyone? Moreover, I have always had a bad temper. If I'm not careful, my hand might slip, and I'll end up crushing him." Yang Feng removed the secret treasures on the sea dragon crown prince one by one, and then squeezed him, and the other party spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The sea dragon crown prince looked at Yang Feng with a resentful expression. The sourk of this content is formidable.cm. Spirit Turtle Admiral, with a look of alarm on his face, leaned forward and shouted, "Stop!" Yang Feng smiled unruly and said, "Spirit Turtle Admiral, if you move again, I'll crush him. Then, I'll take our race's tribute and leave." Spirit Turtle Admiral said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Yang Feng smiled unruly and said, "First, the sea dragon crown prince attacked me first, so he should bear all blame. Second, I want a 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus. Third, I want a monarch grade soul stone. If these 3 conditions are met, then I'll let him go. Otherwise, he will die today." The Spirit Turtle General, with an unsightly expression on his face, uttered, "The first condition is easy, but the second and third conditions are too much. 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus is one of the most precious treasures of Dulin Imperial Court. It can increase the chances of a merfolk to break through to the bright warlock rank by 10%. As for the monarch grade soul stone, it is a precious treasure that is valued in various planes. If an ordinary angel integrates with a monarch grade soul stone, they can evolve into a blazing angel with strong evolutionary potential and, as long as they have enough resources, can easily evolve into a bright world warlock rank blazing angel. The monarch grade soul stone is one of the top materials that Yang Feng needs for the evolution of the Phantom Ruler. The Phantom Ruler is an ultimate combat weapon, with limitless potential, Yang Feng made by fusing warlock and Shizu technologies. At the same time, it needs to consume an astonishing amount of resources. Then you'll only get the sea dragon crown prince's corpse. Yang Feng smiled unruly, tore off an arm of the sea dragon crown prince, and sealed it in a treasure box. A large amount of blood flowed out from the sea dragon crown prince's right arm and spilled onto the ground. "Fine. I agree to your terms." At this moment, a cold voice came from Dulin City, and an exceedingly beautiful girl, wearing a silver-white robe, with long black hair, fair skin, a sexy figure, exquisite facial features, a pair of large black eyes, which seemed to possess endless charm, walked slowly in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 780, Dulin Imperial Court's First Princess. Chapter 780, Dulin Imperial Court's First Princess. Her Highness the First Princess. That's Dulin Imperial Court's First Princess. She's really beautiful. She is the #1 beauty of Dulin Imperial Court's 6 pearls, not for no reason. The spectating merfolk powerhouses looked at the black-haired and black-eyed peerless beauty with admiration in their eyes. When Yang Feng saw the first princess, his heart trembled, and his iron-like will swayed slightly. If it wasn't for the fact that he has practiced several Empyrean-grade secret methods and has a powerful spirit, he would have been infatuated by her by now. A strange ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. This is the innate ability Natural Charm. It is a top innate ability. Natural Charm is not a spell, but a kind of extraordinary power that extraordinary entities with special bloodlines inherently possess to attract the opposite sex. Even if Yang Feng knew that the first princess has Natural Charm, he could not use spells to resist it, and would have a favorable impression of her as soon as they met. Male creatures below the Moonlight Warlock rank will be captivated as soon as they see the first princess. As long as she wills it, these male creatures will submit to her unable to extricate themselves. Only transcendent rank powerhouses can contend against her natural charm, but they will still have a favorable impression of her. The first princess, you're indeed the #1 beauty of the 6 pearls. Take out the 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus and monarch grade soul stone, and this dead weight is yours. Grasping the sea dragon crown prince, who has an arm severed, like a chicken, Yang Feng threw him. The force from the impact erupted inside the sea dragon crown prince's body and ruptured his internal organs, and he spurted blood again. If it wasn't for his sea dragon bloodline, the sea dragon crown prince would have died due to being tossed. I'll kill you, you damn mongrel. I will have you skinned and tortured to death one day. The sea dragon crown prince's eyes are full of shame, anger, and resentment. As sea dragon imperial court's crown prince, he has a sublime status and possesses terrifying strength. But before he could display his overwhelming strength, his heart was run through by the dragon's slaying crossbow bolt, sealing his power. Furthermore, Yang Feng is now humiliating him in front of everyone. His heart is filled with killing intent to the brim. A tiger shark prince, with a height of 2.5 meters, rippling muscles, and a few shark traces on his face, exuding intermediate glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power, walked out and yelled at Yang Feng, "Jing Bahai, you're being presumptuous. The person in front of you is the first princess, the daughter of the great Dulin monarch. Release the sea dragon crown prince at once and apologize to her highness." Yang Feng glanced contemptuously at the tiger shark prince and berated him. "Trash! If you have the guts, then come and fight me. Don't you feel ashamed to yell at me from underneath a girl's skirt?" Gazes full of expectations focused on the tiger shark prince. Among merfolk, the law of the jungle prevails, and the strong are respected. What matters is whose fist is larger, not whose tongue is glibber. Berated by Yang Feng, the tiger shark prince's face flushed and his body trembled. He stared at Yang Feng while gnashing his teeth, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Although Yang Feng's incarnation of Jing Bahai relied on the dragon-slaying crossbow to suppress the sea dragon crown prince, but he himself also possesses quasi-bright world warlock rank power. The tiger shark prince is just an intermediate glorious sun warlock. He is not Yang Feng's opponent. If he fights Yang Feng, only death will await him. A strong shell but a weak core. How humiliating. To be humiliated by Jing Bahai, yet not daring to fight him, what a good-for-nothing. This guy is a pewter spearhead that shines like silver. Just like human warlocks, he can only run his mouth. Voices of ridicule came from behind the tiger shark prince. His eyes shot with blood. He turned around to look, but didn't find anyone talking. There are only magic fluctuations. Apparently, someone cast a spell to mock him. Enough! Jing Bahai, here is a 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus. I'll give you the monarch grade soul stone later. The first princess wrinkled her slim eyebrows and waved her fair hand, and a 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus, exuding 5-colored light, sealed in a transparent crystal, flew towards Yang Feng at once. Yang Feng looked at the 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus with a scorching look in his eyes. 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus, who would have thought that I'd get this treasure under such circumstances? Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. The 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus is a precious specialty of Zhangji Plains merfolk. In addition to Zhangji Plain, only some grade 2 plains with powerful sea origin can bear this treasure in small amounts. The 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus can not only be used to attack the bottleneck of the Bright World Warlock rank, but can nourish the body and soul of Bright World Warlocks. Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has entered in contact with the 3 merfolk imperial courts in an attempt to buy a 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus, but to no avail. Yang Feng glanced at Spirit Turtle Admiral and smiled coldly. "First princess, since you came out in person, I should give you face. However, there are some nasty characters standing in the way. I fear I won't be able to get the Monarch Grade Soul Stone later. Please go and get the Monarch Grade Soul Stone now. I can wait for you here." Anger and killing intent flashed in Spirit Turtle Admiral's eyes, and his aura churned. "Smelly brat!" The first princess frowned and said coldly, "Okay, I'll go get the monarch-grade soul stone." An almost transparent figure walked out of the first princess's body and disappeared along with spatial ripples. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the almost transparent figure walked out of the void and handed a sealed box to the first princess. The first princess flicked a finger, and the sealed box flew towards Yang Feng. "This is the monarch-grade soul stone you wanted." Yang Feng smiled, and the sealed box opened, as if it was the doing of an invisible hand. Inside the sealed box lies a monarch-grade soul stone. "Here you go." Yang Feng tossed the sea dragon crown prince to the first princess like a rugged doll. "Your Highness Crown Prince." Spirit Turtle Admiral, with an impatient look on his face, stepped forward hurriedly, embraced the sea dragon crown prince, and cast spells. A blue water current full of healing power wrapped around the sea dragon crown prince and nourished and restored his body. Despite being tormented by Yang Feng, the sea dragon crown prince, who has a tyrannical physique, has very strong vitality. Surrounded by the blue water current, the sunken face healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The outward appearance was restored within a few breaths of time. Although the sea dragon crown prince's outward appearance has recovered, but he looks like he's at death's door. The spirit turtle admiral's expression suddenly changed, and he cast several seal-breaking spells on the sea dragon crown prince, but to no avail. He suddenly glared at Yang Feng and shouted, an unsightly expression on his face, "The seal! Hurry up and unlock the seal on the sea dragon crown prince." The first princess wrinkled her slim eyebrows, looked profoundly at Yang Feng, and uttered, "Unlock the seal." Yang Feng let out a chuckle and extended a hand, and a black rune chain suddenly flew out of the sea dragon crown prince's body and entered his hand. As soon as the black rune chain disappeared, a powerful life force welled up inside the sea dragon crown prince. The right arm that was torn off quickly regenerated, and bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from the sea dragon crown prince. Bright world warlock. The sea dragon crown prince has reached the bright world warlock realm. How frightening. No wonder Sea Dragon Imperial Court chose him as the crown prince. At this young age, he has already evolved into a bright world warlock rank entity. This cultivation talent is simply heaven-defying. It is not impossible for him to become the new Sea Dragon Monarch one day. What an idiot. He just used mere Glorious Sun Warlock rank power when he was sneak attacked by Jing Bahai. Now he must be beside himself from humiliation. Voices full of shock, sarcasm, and ridicule came from behind. In the 3C Imperial Courts, bright world warlock rank powerhouses can be regarded as top combatants. The merfolk powerhouses gathered here are all talented youths and successors of merfolk forces from Overlord Sea. Yet the most talented among them only have Glorious Sun warlock rank strength. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince, who possesses bright world warlock rank power, has surpassed these merfolk geniuses by far, making them feel envious and apprehensive of him. A fierce glint flashed in the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes. Then a large amount of water surrounded him and formed spirit flood dragons. And he said, enunciating each syllable, "Jing Bahai, you're dead. Give me my treasures back." Yang Feng smiled coldly and shook the dragon-slaying crossbow in his hand. "Are you stupid? They're my trophies, and so were you just a moment ago. If you want them back, fork out better treasures in exchange. Or, come fight me again. Let's see if your body or my dragon-slaying crossbow is more amazing." The Sea Dragon Crown Prince is furious. "I had my defenses down just now, which is why your sneak attack succeeded. You stand no chance now that I have my defenses up." We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.